Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, one and all, to the first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ and KZ2, featuring, of course, round one of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior classes here at the world-famous home of champions, Karting Genk. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland will be in the commentary box today and for the whole weekend. Nicole, what a weekend we've got. Beautiful weather, scorching weather, and some gearbox racing for the first time in 26.
Yeah, of course. I think every single driver across all three of our grids are incredibly excited to get going. A long wait from our last round of the FIA European Championships that we had at Molson last year for the KZs and KZ2. But this weekend marks the dawn of a new era. We're in the new hunt for new champions. Last year, we saw a bit of a CPB Sport takeover in the form of Mateusz Bugel and, of course, Max Orlov. But now, who is going to take those crowns? A question that I think is definitely on the minds of so many people, not just in our paddock, but the viewers at home.
It certainly is indeed, and you can catch it all live. Of course, we'll be taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Those qualifying heats are coming up very, very soon.
It's been a long 4 years since the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships was blessed with a presence here in Belgium. Genk in 2022, a very busy weekend that saw the KZ, KZ2 and the academies out there where Emilien Denner in KZ took the final win and Tom Louier took the win in KZ2. But here at Karting Genk, the home of champions that first opened its doors in 1983, was refurbished back in 2005 to the variation of the circuit that you see here, where in time qualifying earlier this week, Nyck did find himself on pole position, the fastest in the KZ2 category with a 50.865. The track itself, 1,360 metres, it's 190 down the start-finish straight, 160 down the back straight in towards the likes of turn 7. It's around 8 to 12 metres wide. Elevation change around about 3 metres or so. It is a flat but demanding circuit, and the speeds this weekend incredibly fast, with all of that LeConte rubber down on the circuit. Turns itself 15 in total, 9 to the right, 6 to the left. There's 2 hairpins out there, and each and every one of those turns provides ample overtaking opportunities. We see them, of course, in towards that first sector, in towards turn 1, the hairpin at turn 6. Then at the end of the straight, turn 7, the kink through there, as well as turns 12 and the final turn of turns 14. We have seen the overtakes there thick and fast throughout the terms of the first day of the qualifying heats that we saw yesterday on Friday, and into today I'm sure we'll see a lot more. Top speed drivers will be reaching that over the speed trap at around 130 kilometres an hour into that braking zone. The average around 96 to 100 kilometres an hour around the entirety of the lap. Very, very fast indeed, and very, very quick times. But for the field here today, it is another long day with temperatures set to reach a staggering 31 degrees. The first race already making its way out onto the circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box this weekend for the first race of qualifying heat C versus F for the KZ2s. It was a busy day yesterday for them, and it will be again today with another round of qualifying heats to go. But here is the full starting lineup for that first race of the day. It was a race win yesterday for the Italian. Michael Adair back on pole position today. Will be starting alongside the home favourite of Belgium, of Elie Goldstein, on row number 1. Then you have Dorian Gudenfels of France. He'll be starting alongside Jaden Teen. It was 11th and 3rd for them yesterday. Morgato back in the paddock, but on a Sodi kart this year. He's on row number 3, and he finished 3rd alongside Kimi Tani, who finished 5th yesterday as well in his first race. Jean Louillet and Yannis Avico go from row number 4. There we'll see Tommy van der Struis of the Netherlands and James Anagnostiadis in his first campaign racing in the KZ2 category. At row 6 is Maddox Scuban and Tom Spagel, with the first half of the field being Jay Owen and Paul Andriotis.
Row number 8 and the second part of your grid is started by Emili Koivisto alongside Samuel Lier. Row number 9, Giovanni Tosso of Italy sees Jaden Gushkin, who needs a good race in this one after a DNF in first qualifying heat yesterday. 10th row, your top 20 was supposed to be Thomas Pradet, but he will not appear in racing for the rest of the weekend. He should have been starting alongside Mark Brovko. Your 11th row sees Kevin Sterhelver with Simas Bachuska, and from row number 12, a similar story for some of those drivers. Sam van Voosken starts alongside Tim Ver, who, like Jaden Gushkin, needs a good race after a DNF. 13th and penultimate row of your field for the first qualifying heats of the day sees Rob Lucassen with Luca Bremer, and Hannah Lang rounds out your 27 strong karts grid for the first qualifying heat of the day, but of course your 4th KZ2 qualifying heat of the weekend so far, which has already seen the names of Maximilian Schleimer, Michael Adair and Theo Blanc take qualifying heat wins.
You can see how Michael Adair there trying to get the temperature into those rear tyres. The LeConte tyres here, of course, putting a lot of rubber down on the circuit. You can see how stiff the setup is there here for this circuit, and all the drivers will be in a very similar story here as they get the temperature into the tyres here. Red flag on the starting grid, of course. If you are new to the world of KZ racing, welcome one and all. The gearbox classes here, 125cc, 6-speed sequential gearbox. These karts accelerate 0 to 60 faster than any production sports car you will find out there in the modern era of the world of cars. These things are absolute animals. Of course, later today we'll see the KZs, the KZ1 class out there. The best of the business is packed full of European and world champions alike. That will be the race to watch, but that first race will be starting at around 20 past 1 today. But don't go anywhere, of course. We have got the KZ2s and, of course, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the juniors. They're joining us here this weekend for their opening round as well. Green flag waving at the back of the grid there. It's KZ2 qualifying heat, C versus F, as the lights procedure gets underway under the watchful eye of Pasquale Lupoli. 4 red lights. It's lights out, fights on then. In KZ2, lightning start for Goldstein. Gets off the line well. It's a beautiful start there for the TB kart driver. There you can see the Sodi kart. It's Jaden Teen. He's also had an electrifying start. He's up there into second place and is immediately hunting down the Belgian, who is trying to break away at the front here. Down into the first sector as they break now in towards the hairpin for the first time. The entrance to the 160-metre back straight. Clean getaway for the front. There you can see the parallel there pushing through. I think that is Gudenfeld, who has found himself now up that order. No, I don't think it is him. I think that's Kimi Tani, sorry, who's got himself up into third place. So it's Kimi Tani there on the parallel in third. The Tony kart has come up as well. That, I think, is Yannis Avico, who's got up into fourth place. That is a superb start there for the Spaniard as they enter into the final turn for the first lap. It is Goldstein that leads the field now in qualifying heat C versus F. Across the line for the rest of the field.
Well, the first time this weekend we've seen somebody convert a P2 on that start into an immediate race lead with Elie Goldstein. Goldstein leading the way, but Jaden Teen very much within this fight, within a 2-place gain so far. We've seen a change in the background. Dorian Golfins and Tommy van der Stroys going for it, as it was a 2-kart lead, now looks to close up and turns into 4. So we've got Goldstein from Teen, from Tani, from Janis Civico out there, as that's a nice little change down towards the second sector further back, as Mateus Morgato, Marek Scriven and Jay Irwin look to get involved. Torque being translated into the tarmac for these drivers, 175 kilos of pure power for every single 27 within this fight. Goldstein still not being pushed just yet, but big send down the inside. Kimi Tani gets past. Jaden Teen invites the Tony Karts of Civico into things as well, and immediately signals to say, push, let's go and get your leader of Goldstein, who is now gifted a bit of a break.
Yeah, indeed. He's opened up a 5-second advantage now after that overtake, but Tani showcasing that he's got the speed. He's already opened up the gap between himself and Jaden Teen. So is Teen struggling a bit here? And is he trying to keep the pack at bay just behind as they cycle through the gears again? Defensive in the background there. Goodenfels on Jean-Louis, and you can see how Jean-Louis, fastest driver out there on that last lap, is trying to push that CRG racing machine to the front end of the field. He's going to look to the inside here in towards Cafe Curve now. This is turn number 12. Gets it done beautifully as well. Takes that position away. Steps up now inside the top 5 and has that battle for P4 in his sights. Over the line, Goldstein still leads. Gap 7/10 of a second. He's utilised that overtake earlier by Kimi Tani beautifully. As there down the inside goes the MP. That's Tommy van der Stroys. He tried to get the move done on Goodenfels. Contact made between the two of them. And I think they both lost a bit of space there. Has Morgato managed to squeeze his way through? I think he did. Yeah, he's gone up, I think, a couple of positions. But a good run there for them. Goldstein, fastest driver out there. He's really getting dialed in now.
Goldstein, of course, a home soil favourite going into this race, and so far is using that track knowledge for each of the 15 turns to his advantage. Down the inside, big send by Civico, but overshoots it slightly. No, he doesn't. Absolutely gets the move, gets back up on the gears, swaps out for Jaden Teen, and now hands Jaden Teen also into the hands of the CRG, Jean-Louis.
And that's the beautiful thing about the KZ racing, the gearbox racing. Yes, okay, it may look like you completely missed the corner, but if you bang it down the gears at the right moment, you can get back on the power. It can save you, unlike the direct drive classes where really you're at the mercy of what the revs are doing in the engine. Here, you can control those revs, and that's exactly what he did to get himself up now 5 places and into P3, but still under that pressure from both Jean-Louis and Goodenfels just behind also. Morgato now with the clear air also in 7th place. He's going to try and close in on the fight just up ahead. We'll keep a close eye on that one ahead of Van der Stroys and Scriven. Jay Owen is also there on a 3-place gain up there. Michael Adair down to 11th place. We didn't speak about that much in this one. The pole sitter, the winner from yesterday, didn't get the start off the line, Nicole.
No, absolutely not. 2025 European Championship rounds across circuits like Valencia, Sarno and Mulsanne. We had the CPB Sport absolute domination in the form of Max Orlov. This weekend, was expecting a bit more from some of the CPB, some of the Sodis out there. For the time being, though, other drivers looking incredibly hungry and incredibly strong. Of course, in your qualifying sessions, we had 2 drivers on Birolart chassis that put it on pole. Then we had the KR, of course, of Arthur Leok, who pulled it over on. And so far within this one, we've got a TB out there in the front in the name of Ellie Goldstein. Eyes on this fight, which is, of course, your midfielders, as we watch the race replay between Michael Adair and Ellie Goldstein. So lights go out.
Down massively.
Yeah, just wasn't awake at the lights.
No, I think missed a gear as well, and just as he tried to get away, you could see the head jolting on him. Here it is again. Yeah. Reaction, was, I think, fine, but look, just absolutely swallowed by the pack. Didn't get away at all. This is the live onboard at the start of that one. You can see rough over the exit curve as well. So very challenging start to that race for him. Is this the live spot? Yes, it is. There you can see he selected the gear, and it didn't go, and now he's bit another gear, and then it's gone this time. So that's a really tough start for him. For Goldstein, though, has broken away now, still 9/10 of a second, as defensive posture kicking in here for Marek Scriven. He's got Jay Owen just behind. This is for 9th place at the moment, and you can all see when they do the direction change in the KZ classes, it looks so fast and so violent. You see how they just switch to the inside line just to cover off any attack that may come, and you see that they all sort of follow it But in the KZ classes, when you go for an overtake, you've got to commit to it 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, these drivers are gifted their position where they stop really abruptly. They go into these corners like turn number 5, where your pack that you're watching are just about to approach. You know, they go in really hard. They get everything straight on the exit and V the corner off. So it allows them, with that braking power that they've got, to approach the corners really quickly, get it stopped, be abrupt, then shift up a gear and get the move done. Kimi Tani now the fastest driver out there. Tani in P2 for now, shaves off 0.2 of a second between him and Ellie Goldstein out there in the front. But we are on the late stages of this race. But it's not dying down, it's not simmering down for this pack. We've still got Goldfels, Magato, Van der Stroys, Scriven and Adair in this. This is the fight between Tony Kart and Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen gets back into life, switches back into that P3 and gets past Chavico.
Yeah, through turn 14, beautifully done there, and wasting no time to try and push it through. Race is slowly starting to run out of time here. I believe we are on lap 9 of 12 right now, as Paul Andriotis is going to be under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Loving this from Kimi Tani, Nicole. That's 2 fastest laps in a row there. That 0.9 of a second gap is down to just half a second now, as Yannis Savico now under pressure from Jean-Louis, the CRG, looking like he wants to go for a move here, and it's going to be in towards the cafe curb.
Whoa.
Not close enough. And Savico slams that door closed. Back on board, Michael Adair further down in the field. This is 10th place. Looking back at 11th, you can see there it's Jay Owen from New Zealand that he has got for company just behind. And yeah, those two in a close fight. This fight now has changed. Savico down to P5.
Yeah, good stuff there by the CRG of Jean-Louis. Of course, a late season change for him team-wise in 2025. And going into this season, into the dawn of this new era, it looks like, for the time being, it's working for him. Jaden Teen, really late stage of the race, Anthony, but now finds his feet once more. Now springs back into life, goes purple just behind Kimi Tani. But I don't think he's going to have enough time to try and chase up for that P2. Still maybe some more time for drivers who are right in the tyre tracks of the others, including Matheus Magato, who's still looking at Goldfens. As we look on board this really clean, really textbook move on that final sequence of corners between the CRG of Jean-Louis and the Tony Kart of Chavico.
Yeah, that was nice there. There's your race leader being chased down not only just by Kimi Tani but also Jaden Teen. Both of these drivers have been putting in the purple laps now behind Goldstein, who has done a brilliant job at the front of this field. The gap does remain at a 4/10 lead, but it is ever so slowly closing down. They are running out of time on this one. We are lap 11 of this race. Last lap board will be coming up this time. Is Tani close enough? Does he risk it? I don't think he should. I mean, he's gained 4 places here as Hasdra from Finland. I mean, I'd be pretty settled with the P2, but you can see their body language. They want it, though. And that's all you're going to see in the world of KZ racing.
Last lap.
Yeah, last lap already. Over the line we go. Gap down to 0.3 of a second for the race lead. Very close stuff here. Has Tani got enough to get the move done, though?
Do you know what? Don't say it's over until it's over. 0.3 of a second split up Goldstein and Kimi Tani now, and if Goldstein makes an ever so slight mistake grip-wise, gear-wise, it could be over. And doesn't he know it? Head over the shoulder as they head in towards turns 6, 7 and 8, where they just kiss the curb slightly to then shift back up the gears into 4th, then down towards that 3rd sector. Goldstein controlling the race. Still, maybe this was intentional by Goldstein. Maybe he's got to that stage where he's just gone into tyre preservation mode. But he'll go through the last 2 corners to look at a potential qualifying heat win. Turn 14, turn 15 ticked off as the checkered flag is readied, and wave for Ellie Goldstein, who converts a P2 start into a light to flag win after a spectacular race start.
Indeed, that's now a second to a win today. The home favourite certainly proving it is his favourite track, and that is looking very, very strong indeed. Kimi Tani, though, great result there. A 5th place yesterday, converts now into a 2nd place today. And I'm sure he can be very, very happy with that one. The same as Jaden Teen. Yes, still holding on to a 3rd, but matches his result from yesterday So a very strong performance as he pushes his way through the field then. KZ2, C and F, they are done and dusted. We'll see Group C and F out later today. That'll be after the lunch break. We've got Groups B and D, A and E in the morning. Then we go for the first races for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. That's Groups A and D and B and C before we go into the lunch break. And then after that, we're back with the KZs, the Premier Class here. Looking forward to that one. There is your top three then. Goldstein from Tanny. Jaden 1, 2, 3 at the end of the first race of the day. Fourth race of the weekend. It's Goldstein who leads the intermediate classifications now with 94 points. Here's the rest of your grid. The top 10. Goldstein from Tanny. Teen from John Luye. Yenis Savico from Dorian Goodenfels. Matthias Morgato from Thomas van der Struss and Maddox Skriv. And Michael Adair from Jay Irwin with Samuel Luye and Tom Spurgel. Kevin Stehauer from Tim van Elst. They go from the top 15 with 9 places gained.
Drivers then that take you to your top 20. Simas Bashuska, Paul Androtis, Mark Brovko, Jaden Gushkin and Emily Koivisto. We then have Giovanni Tosso with Luca Bremer, Sem van Votsen, Rob Luxon and Hannah Lang to your top 25 with James Anagnostiadis tumbling down to P26 with the DNF and of course Thomas Prade not joining us for the rest of the day. But Eli Goldstein, there on your screen, converts that P2 into a race win, the first for him for the weekend, and of course on home soil. And this is how it started, absolutely mastered that race start. Lights went out, completely on the gears, readied, and jumped in front of Michael Adair, who then tumbled into the hands of the rest of the field. The Tony Kart of Javico instantly got a good start, as in the background, Matthias Morgato was also one of the drivers to try and push through the field, as was James Anagnostiadis, who, in the early stages of that race, actually set things up really well. But that was the story. Michael Adair at the line just couldn't get it going.
No, indeed. A very challenging start there for the winner of the first race yesterday. So we'll keep a close eye on how his racing will progress here. Other drivers who had good runs in that one. We saw good step up for Kevin Stehauer, and he was able to push us with one of the wild cards here this weekend. There, Jean Luye able to make the move. So was Yenis Savico. That was a strong start to his racing, managing to capitalise on that one from James Tinglater, who would fight that one back. This was that moment again. Team down the inside. Beautifully done up to third place. Tried his level best to catch up to Tanny. Not close enough to do so. There, Jean Luye getting the move done on Savico as over the line. Very close at the end. Only 0.4 of a second. The gap closed down from Kimi Tanny, but Goldstein taking the honours, the first race of the day. Well, Nicole, that's one race down. 2 more KZ races to go before we're into the Academy Trophy. Groups B and D, the next one's heading out onto the track. Theo Blanc yesterday, not only was it second fastest overall, but did also take a race win in that first race of the day yesterday. Very strong start for him, and I would say it's been a very strong start to the Birrell Art team in the world of the KZ2s. They've had some really strong results throughout the course of it, and we'll find them out there. Right then, there you can see the grandstand filling up, and there you can also see the corporate carts over on the smaller circuit. They're operating at the same time, and that's obviously quite a nice treat for him. But right, let's see what this man had to say. Theo Blanc yesterday after he put it fastest in group.
Theo, congratulations, pole in group and so far pole overall as well with a dizzyingly fast time, the fastest we've seen so far. For you, you're the second driver of the day to pole it on a Birrell Art chassis. What's the performance of the chassis like around this circuit?
Cette pole, elle fait plaisir du coup parce qu'on a travaillé dur quand même. Après, c'est sûr que le châssis, on a un peu travaillé dessus, mais franchement, il marche plutôt bien et en moteur aussi. La piste, franchement, elle est top avec notre châssis de France, donc ça aide aussi pas mal. Ça ressemble à une piste française.
And with your knowledge of the circuit, with your knowledge of the kart as well, what's karting like here at Karting Genk? What's the track like? Tell us about what you expect from the racing around here.
J'aime bien du coup le tracé parce que la piste elle est assez calme. C'est une piste où aujourd'hui on n'a pas trop de grip sur cette piste, mais il fait assez chaud et donc j'aime beaucoup.
Well, like we said, Theo, congratulations, pole so far overall.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, good to chat to him there yesterday. Theo Blon once again back on that front row of the grid, but starting alongside Filippo Sala, also on a Birla, but part of the Charles Leclerc racing team on that outfit. Right then, engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the track, obviously very slowly. Obviously, you'll be thinking this looks very strict, but that is called clutch control right there, and very good to see. Right then, drivers make their way out. This should be a fun one. A lot of penalties yesterday for a lot of the drivers, but this is your starting lineup. Theo Blon back on pole position, joined by Filippo Sala. Robert Kindervater will be starting on the second row of the grid. The German will be alongside the Frenchman of Girardet, who finished at 5th place yesterday. Sam Canopius goes alongside Robin Glarum on row 3. There we'll see Zhang Jose of China with Noah Wolf from Great Britain on row 4. Lewis Speck of Germany will be joined by Oliver Stadler, also of Germany, on row 5. They'll see Andrea Dale and Edgar Wilkins on row number 6. Row 7 sees Michael Paparo and Alexander Schmitz with Mark Zaric and Alessandro Zalocco on row number 8.
Row number 9 sees Nicholas Vine alongside Alvar Simisvara, who climbed up to P15 at best yesterday. Your 10th row in your top 20 will be Hugo Marti, your 2023 Academy Trophy winner, alongside Patrick Ogrodovchik. 11th row sees Kalayan Verbitsliev with Julian Kaman. And from row number 12, we have Radek Vavra and Suleiman Zanfari. 13th row sees Mattis Umer, who had a DNF yesterday, alongside Jeffrey Fisker. And from your 14th and final row, Morgan Knudsen will be the last kart on your grid. So winners in KZ2 so far, we've seen Schleimer, we've seen Theo Blon, we've seen Michael Adair, and then Goldschmidt. Theo Blon then has the opportunity within this race to make it 2 out of 2, as Pasquale Lupoli, the race director, will be your man that will look upon this race start and the entirety of your 12 laps, your 16.3 kilometres in your second heat of the day.
Indeed. There you can see front of the grid lined up, ready to go. Oh, the tail end only just making it out of turn number 11 here. So a long time they're going to be waiting on the front of the grid. That is time where the tyres lose temperature, the brakes lose temperature. They can keep the engine temp up. They can rev the engine a little bit there to keep that in an optimal window. But, of course, those main things, the tyres and the brakes, will be cooling down now, and they won't like that at all. There you can see then, they're lined up ready to go at the front. The back of the grid nearly ready now. As we get ready to go racing. It's time to drop a gear and disappear in KZ2 as the lights procedure will be starting very soon. The green flag goes up at the back of the grid. It is qualifying heat B versus D. KZ2, Theo Blon and Filippo Sala on the front row of the grid. As the lights come on, it's 3, 4 lights, it's lights out and fights on. Lightning starters, there's a stall there for one of the karts at the back of the field, and it's made contact there, and that is the Tony kart that's gone round in the background. I think it was Robin Glarum who did not get away at the start of that race, and I think he's been caught out by Alexander Schmitz, who was also caught out in that race, and those two now right at the back, heavy damage. The track rod's broken on that Tony kart machine, but crucially at the front here, Theo Blon utilising that getaway really quick off the line.
Big sends there from Noah Wolf after that back straight in towards the chicane of 6, 7 and 8. Good start by Theo Blon. Actually has caught most of the field half asleep within this race. Is in the background. Big sends from drivers in your midfield pack, which includes Louis Speck, Oliver Stadler, Andrea Dell and Edgar Wilkins. More moves going on as we go into the final couple of corners, as in the front we've got a 4-kart battle for P2, but our race leader of Theo Blon, the driver who's trying to convert a front row start into his second qualifying heat win of the weekend, is absolutely clear. 1.2 seconds, absolutely transferring torque to tarmac.
Indeed, and that is still a very strong getaway for a lot of the drivers here, and you can just see as they head down into that hairpin, Filippo Sala now in control of that big train of cars just behind. Kanopkas there, Girardet, Kindervater, Zhang Jose. There was moves in the background as unfortunately Alvar Simisvara going back to 18th place in this race. Hugging the inside line there quite a bit is Sala. Very defensive posture here at this early stage. It's allowing Theo Blon to break away. I can imagine Canopius is getting very frustrated there just in the background. He's got Girardet all over his case here. He's going to have Kindervatter all over his case as well very soon. If he cannot find his way past Sala, he does now find the gap down at turn number 2, squeezes through, and that is him up into second place. Sala losing out on 2 there. Girardet gets past as well.
Yeah, Sala then, defensive posture, just cost himself some time there, lost some minimum speed, lost the opportunity to go up in the gears in the perfect opportunities, and gives position to Canopias and Girardet. Now makes himself vulnerable to the drivers behind of Robert Kindervatter, who of course had a 5-second penalty yesterday, despite a really good race result. Dropped down to P6 with that 5 seconds for, of course, breaking that start early. Now looks to the back of the Ferrari Italian, one of the youngest drivers on this grid, and of course a driver that's brand new into the world of KZ2 racing. Out to the front, we've still got Theo Blanc extending that gap, has just gained himself 0.4 of a second, 1.6 seconds clear from Canopias, Girardet, Filippo Sala, Robert Kindervatter, Zhang Hujie and Andrea Del, who are in this pack of karts right on your screen.
Yeah, certainly are. And now on lap 4 of this race, and you can see the lot of rubber that's gone down on the circuit here. Of course, 2 tyre compounds racing here this weekend. The LeConte tyres here for the KZ package, the Vega tyres for the Academy Trophy. Of course, makes it a little bit challenging when you get those dual compounds out there, but they're all dealing with it fairly well so far, and still here waiting to see that battle really kick off. Further down in the field, Patrick Ogradovchik is on his charge back through the field. He's just got past Jeffrey Fisk and Suleiman Zanfari. That's for 22nd place. Biggest mover at the moment in this race. You look to 9th place, Nicholas Svein. Pirelli Racing Machine, the driver from Denmark, is currently there in 9th place.
Well, 15 turns round this circuit, then drivers in sector number 1 getting close to the curbs but not kissing them until they head down towards the likes of turns 4 and 5. Then down the back straight to set things up into turns 6, 7 and 8, where they just kiss the curb, lightly shift up a gear, really hook things round, get into 4th, then head down towards 8 and 9, where the drivers actually keep it more tight and mid-track. Lots of marbles on the exit of the corner. The drivers then go similar into the likes of turn number 10 to what they do in turn number 5, where you really V things off to set yourself up for the 3rd and final sector, turns 14 and 15 being 2 of those major hotspots. Out in the front, Theo Blanc now actually losing some time to Sam Canopias there in P2. It was 1.6, goes down to 1.4, but now back up to 1.5.
Yeah, indeed. It's just going up and under a little bit here between these drivers. So we'll wait and see how it transpires in the second half of this race, to which we are on now. Lap 6 of 12 in this qualifying heat. And all these drivers doing a superb job. Stadler, fastest driver out there, as Andrea Dale here pushing forward. Funny moment yesterday between me and Andrea Dale there. He came into the pre-grid area before heading on to the Ferme area before heading into the pre-grid area. The servicing park area, get my words out. He had the wrong number on his front NASA panel, and he was like, oh, I'm very sorry, let me rechange that now. There we go, and yeah, it was quite funny, but he took it well. Right, over the line they go, topping out here around 130 kilometres an hour over the speed trap. You spotted something here, Nicole.
Theo Blanc is under investigation. Your race leader, around about 3 minutes ago, was actually signalled to be under investigation. So the 318, Theo Blanc, that driver right there heading in towards the second sector, that's got 1.7 seconds over Senpnokas, under investigation for what I'm guessing could be the start. Of course, Theo hasn't seen anybody within the race. He really bolted off, so not quite sure just yet what the issue is. We'll watch a replay of things.
Obviously, we can't see the lights there.
No.
So, and if it was the slightest of movements, but that's all it needs to be. Obviously here, watching the background, yeah, you can see Glerum, and he's obviously tucking in. He's just been clipped there by Alexander Schmitz. Very lucky it wasn't anything bigger than that. You can see one of the Monster Ks just slow off the line as well. There is the 351 going very slowly out on track. That is Morgan Knudsen, the driver who will start it right at the back of the field here. Now slowly rolling into the servicing, or into Parc Ferme. and he is the latest retirement out of this race.
Well, Theo Blanc doesn't get put off by the fact that he's under investigation, because he continues to go faster and faster. A 51.483 is the time that we have currently got. So we're actually, quite a lot slower than what we were seeing yesterday in qualifying heats, where Theo had a similar story out there in the front in his own clean air. Drivers from P2 down to P5 are not closing into each other massively yet. We've still got Monopia's Girardet, Filippo Sala and Robert Kindervetter. Kindervetter, started actually on that second row, has dropped down in the early stage of this race and has not actually managed to take a chunk out of the Italian of Sala once more. Drivers then just settling down as we head past the 50% mark of this race. Physical track for our drivers, of course, and physical as well, because we're at 27 degrees out there now today. It's just set to get hotter as well. We're only at 10 past 11 local time. As we head around about 3-4 o'clock, that's when the challenge will really come in for these drivers.
Yeah, well, indeed, 31 degrees it is due to be today, and nice weather finally that we're seeing now this year. We've waited quite some time to see some sunshine. We did see sunshine at La Conca, but the temperature was low, so nice to see some high temperatures and some sunshines. There's the current live intermediate classifications. Theo Blanc at the moment with the win yesterday and a potential win today is looking at the maximum 100 points. However, is under investigation. If he does see any penalty, it will be a 5-second that may be applied to him. That would tumble him down to, at the moment, only 6th place, so he's having a good run. That was a big send down the inside there in the background. Noah Wolf on Zolocco. That was for 11th place.
Of course, Theo Blanc does hold on to your points leading position for the time being, but we get to see Maximilian Schleimer run for his second race of the weekend. Of course, he took a qualifying heat yesterday. He will be in our next group, which we'll see, of course, Groups A versus E. Still more time for these drivers. Still a little bit more time for Robert Kindervetter, who's got more experience out here in the world of KZ2 compared to Filippo Sala, and that was that change between the two barrels of Noah Wolf going into that second sector. Have we seen the change yet between Kindervetter and Filippo Sala? Not just yet. In towards turn number 5, Sala then feeds the corner off, goes in really hard on the karts and just makes sure that they're not over that rubber too much, really controlling things well out there. Tighter line then through that second sector, not running over the marbles to throw the kart off. Kindervetter still not managing to take, that 2-3 kart length gap that Sala's got.
No, indeed. Nearing the end of this race, they'll be going on to the last lap this time around. Theo Blanc has seen that now. We'll have to wait another 3.6 seconds to see Canopoulos cross that line. There is Girardet just behind. Theo Blanc's done a brilliant job here now, under investigation. If he was to get a penalty at the end of this one, if it was a 5-second, he would only drop to 3rd. That is an incredible advantage that Theo Blanc has got at the front of this field, and you can only imagine that the drivers behind are going to be thinking, what on earth can we do about him breaking away by such a distance? And is he pushing the tyres too hard in this early phase? Will we see him drop back later on? We don't know the answer to that, but right now the only thing we do know is the pace is exceptional from the Frenchman. Theo Blanc, with only a couple of corners to go, will round it. He will take his second win of the weekend. At the moment, he has 100 points to his name. Will he keep that as that investigation flag looms in the background? But if it does come his way, he would only drop to 2nd because he is 4.4 seconds clear from the likes of Sem Kanopkas, who finishes in 2nd place. Alois Girardet from Filippo Sala finishes ahead of Robert Kindervetter. Jean Jose finishing 6th ahead of Andrea Dale in 7th place. Louis Speck ahead of Nicholas Vayen in 9th, and Eggers Wilkens finishing that one in P10. A very strong result there for the field. But for your likes of Theo Blanc, that is a strong start to the weekend. Nicole, looking like one of the favourites here in Genk.
Theo Blanc then looking incredibly sharp indeed. Qualifying heat wins across the board, 2 out of 2, and of course that fastest time in time qualifying in group as well yesterday. The driver, of course, on that Birol Art chassis, looking like he could be a name. Finishes things off ahead of the second Birol inside of your top 3, which was Sem Konopka's and Alo Girardet there in P3 on that CRG, gaining 1 position to finish things off ahead of Filippo Sala and Robert Kindervater, who round out your top 5. Zhang Hujie, Andrea Dell, Louis Speck, Nicholas Vine and Edgars Wilkens take you to your top 10, with Noah Wolff, Alessandro Zalocco, Hugo Marti, Oliver Statler and Max Varic taking you to your top 15.
Indeed, rest of the field just behind there, 16th place is Julian Kamin and Kaluyan Babitsaliev finishing that one in 17th place. Radek Vavra from Alba Simonsvara, Michael Paparo from Matthias Almer, Jeffrey Fisk from Suleiman Zanfari. Patrick Ogrodovchik finishing that one in 24th ahead of Robin Glerum. That start just not going his way from the 3rd row of the grid. He finishes ahead though of the 2 retirees of Morgan Knudsen and of course the also start problem for Alexander Schmitz into the back of Robin Glum at the start of that race. There is Theo Blanc at the end of that one. I think he is aware he is under investigation. I think he's trying to think what for, but he'll be heading to the stewards after this one. And will that race win be in jeopardy? Will he lose out on having 100 points to his name? We'll have to wait and see. This is the start. Well, there, very good reactions off the line. Was it too good, though, for Theo Blanc? Is that why he's under investigation? For Robin Glum on the right-hand side, the car just did not get away, unfortunately. Caught out by Alexander Schmitz, the German who was starting 14th, unfortunately, out of the race. Robin Glum did actually manage to get started in that race and did finish 25th overall. Race got underway relatively calm at the front, but it was Filippo Sala, the main driver, under pressure with the drivers behind trying to squeeze their way through in the early stages, and you could see how Alo Girardet there going all over the curves to try and get that move done. Later we did see it at turn number 2. Firstly, Sem Konopka's getting through, then Alo Girardet. Sala, though, was able to hold on to 4th place, denied Robert Kindervater to go any higher than that. Late overtakes as well from Noah Wolff to step himself up just outside the top 10, recovering back to 11th place as the checker flag would go out to Theo Blanc, who's under investigation in that race, but does take 100 points to his name. Well, plenty of racing coming up. One more KZ2 race to go in the morning. It will be qualifying heat A versus E, the next one out onto the track. And again, looking forward to this one. Arteleuk and Maximilian Schleimer on the front row of that grid. But of course, it all begins with the pole sitter. And yesterday in not only KZ2, but also KZ, the KR Motorsport team with pole positions. Arteleuk, though, was the pole sitter in KZ2, and here's what he had to say.
Arthur, you went into that qualifying session being one of the fastest drivers throughout our practices. Then you've just gone and poled it, not just in session, but overall. Tell us about the feeling in the car to the feeling in the circuits as well.
I'm super happy. It's my third pole position in big Seika FIA race. So shout out to all the Kart Republic team, Setila, Yame. We did a great job. The first day was not easy, but since this morning everything was on the right position. So yeah, super happy.
And as you've just highlighted, first pole position in an FIA race. Can you tell us why you think that has happened? Is it the work the team's put in? Is it you improving as a driver? Is it the machinery?
Everything. I think we did a great job together. When chassis is working, engine is working, driver, mind is okay, everything is good, so life is good now.
Well, Arthur, like we said, third qualifying session, third driver to put it on pole, but the only driver to be on pole overall.
Thank you.
Good to hear there from Arteleuk, who's on pole position for this one. He will be joined, though, by the Tony Kart machine of Maximilian Schleimer of Germany. Great run for him yesterday. He has had a qualifying heat win, so watch him on the start of this race. Very quick off the line, but also another driver to watch out in this race. Also the driver from France on the second row of the grid, Antoine Brogio, very quick as well yesterday. A P2 on track, certainly could be one to keep an eye on, and there he is on that Birol Art machine. himself, though, solo running on this one. The Frenchman ready to see what he can do in this race. Watching all along the circuit there, you can see some of the Formula K, the IPK teams that have been watching along their driver in that previous race in the form of Robert Kindervater. They do have drivers in this one in the form of Samuel Dicker from Australia, starting this a little further down in the field on the 11th row of the grid, but still curious to see how he gets on in this race. Not long now before this class gets underway. Green light flashes at the front of the pre-grid as the field of 27 drivers makes their way out onto the circuit. So this could be a really important race here for Max Schleimer with, of course, the winner, Theo Blanc, from that last race under investigation. If he loses that win, he could take the lead of the intermediate classifications here. But here's your grid. Arthur Leuk and Maximilian Schleimer on row 1. Antoine Brogio and Enzo Bol will be going from row 2. Daniel Macier was disqualified from his first race yesterday. He starts again on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Dion van Verven. At row 4 sees Manuel Klast from Yaroslav Shevetalov on row 4. It's Jens Reyeur and Corentin Rousseau on row 5. Jensen Graham and Matti Rittinen go from row 6, with Alexander Uznim and Lenny Lagash will go from row number 7.
Row number 8, part 2 of your field. Gerasim Skilanov will look at Menihert Krozer. From row number 9 is Gavin Lier alongside Hugo Besson. The driver is on the Leclerc-backed Birrell. From row number 10, your top 20, Nicola Rossini with Emmanuel Mai. And from row number 11, Australia's Samuel Dicker will see Kian Fardin. 12th row of your grid, we've got Alessio Lamattina, one of the most experienced drivers on this KZ2 grid. He's starting alongside Simon Billman. Your 13th row will look at Nico Lemberg with Enzo Vivier, and rounding out your 14 rows in total, Nico Bogner will go from that final grid spot for the IPK team. So drivers now getting themselves into life. Maximilian Schleimer is the only driver in this race who can try and match what we've seen from Theo Blanc with consecutive race wins. As Pasquale Lupoli, your race director, watches on eagerly. Of course, Schleimer, team change for him in 2026. Last year was part of the CPP Sodi Kart camp. This year, he's over with Team Green. He's over in that Tony Kart. And so far, with that qualifying heat win, it's absolutely working for him on that OTK product.
Yes, indeed. So temperature getting into those tyres now. And oh my, yeah, Arthur Leuk is the lone driver at the front of that grid. He's already in his spot. Second place isn't even there. Karts are still going around. The likes of turn 11 out here. So a long old wait for Arthur Leuk, and I can imagine he'll be looking over now and seeing that there's still karts coming around, not even down towards the cafe area here at the home of champions here, Karting Genk, that's been around since the 80s. Of course, it was refurbished back in 2005 to the current layout that you see here. And that is the layout we have seen for time in and time out. We've crowned European and world champions here, and I think the most modern of those back in 2013, European champion, the form of Max Verstappen here at the home of champions. This weekend, though, we will not be crowning a champion. We'll only be seeing who will take the first championship points. The season will end in Sarno later this year in Italy. That will be an exciting one before the KZ head to their world championship at the fabled Le Mans circuit in France later on. We look forward to that. With the green flag waves then at the back of the field, it's time to watch the lights. Look but don't stare in KZ2 as the lights procedure gets underway once again. 3 lights, 4 lights. It's lights out and fights on. It's a lightning start again for the Tony Kart. Schleimer breaks away well. Arthur Leuk has been caught by the pack, but he is still there in second place. There, the Birrell pushes his way through it as well. It's a good start for the drivers at the back of the grid. Dion van Verven trying to capitalise at the beginning of that one. Daniel Macier, though, is the driver you need to watch out for. The Cali Kart machine. He needs to gain the places here, and he's done that. He's there currently in 4th place. There's one of the SP karts trying to push their way through. I think that's Enzo Bol trying to get involved as it all kicks off. Dion van Verven around the outside there at the hairpin at turn number 7. gets it through as off the road there goes the 319 machine. That's Menihart Kruzner. He's out of this race unless he can get it restarted. These KZs are not too difficult to start, but a moment, drop it gear, and away he goes, lights up those rear LeConte tyres and speeds away.
Enzo Bol then is one of the drivers that has some impeccable track knowledge around this circuit, like drivers like Tommy van der Stroys and Ellie Goldstein as well, and that's exactly what you just saw from him a moment ago as him and Dian van Verven were going at it on that first lap. Changes in the front end of your order, in the sharp end. Max Schleimer up into the race lead. Arthur Leeuw there in P2 with Brogio looking just at him. Of course, Arthur Leeuw, who's now going into a defensive posture into turns 6, 7 and 8, will want a good race. We saw big moments between him and Daniel Messier in that qualifying heat yesterday, where a big send ended up in both of those drivers being caught out. Now Leeuw will be trying to convert something within this race to hold on to some points, but maybe looks to not hold on to P2 for very much longer because Brogio absolutely there, and Daniel Messier also as well. Messier disqualified yesterday from that qualifying heat, of course, went off at turn 7 off the circuit, rejoined onto the track, and then ended up causing chaos for drivers behind like Jensen Graham. But now he's back inside of the top 4, he's looking hungry there, and actually looks to have caught up to Brogio there by quite some way. Is he going to send it as we head into the later stages of this lap? Drivers then can get a really good run down towards that back straight after setting things up out of turn number 5, where they go up on the gears. Doesn't happen for him through the chicane just yet, but it does happen for drivers in the background who switch out. That's Jean Leyer now getting past Castle.
Yeah, Gavin Leyer there making those moves and stepping up through the field nicely. Speaking of stepping through the field nicely is, Leyer, that's now a 7th-place gain he's had. He's going to be joining Nico Lemberg further down the field. He's in 18th. He's also on a 7th-place gain, as unfortunately off the road there is Alessia Lamartina and Yaroslav Shevetalov. They have collided. They are already talking it out, and hopefully they keep it civil. But unfortunately, that's their races over down in 26th and 27th place.
Well, we've got a bit of a Sodi fight going on out there now, Anthony. One of those drivers includes the likes of Dian van Verven, trying to hold on to things ahead of Jens Struer and Corentin Rousseau as well. Not some great starts for many of the drivers. We have the likes of Kian Varden really struggle to get off of the line, as did, I think, Urasim Skulanov and Jensen Graham as well. So some drivers in your field not quite into life just yet, but Skulanov actually has redeemed and has got up 3 positions now and has just got past teammate of Jensen Graham. So Shevetalov now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. The only driver within this race to be put under investigation, where we've actually had quite a few drivers so far within this weekend been already given penalties, mostly for breaking those starts.
The starts was one of them. Of course, in this one, Daniel Messier, the DSQ from that first race yesterday, which he's trying to recover back from now in this one in P4. It was for an overtake down at the hairpin. With this one here that they're going to now, it was a bit late on the brakes, unfortunately. I don't think, definitely not intentional, but tried to get the move done. Unfortunately, didn't go his way and completely overshot it, and in the process, unfortunately taking one more driver with him. Today, though, focusing on the fight ahead, and he's doing a superb job in this now, holding on to 4th place and trying to close in, but there you can see he's dropped off the back now of this one. This is the Leeuw and Brogio battle for P2. You can see how the SP machine just behind of Enzo Bol trying to close in as well. So fighting still raging on at the front here as we enter now onto lap 6, the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, Brogio there absolutely hooked onto the back of Arthur Leeuw there down towards that 5th corner. Drivers just feeing things off again. Leeuw knows it as well, knows that he's under some pressure by that Birrell on his tail. Down towards the 2nd sector these drivers will go. No major overtaking opportunities really open up for many of them until they head more towards the likes of turns 14 and 50. Now we're seeing a different bit of language there for Arthur Leeuw. Goes slightly defensive, and it's going to maybe cost him more around the outside. Looks like Brogio is going to try and set it up to enter into turns 14 and 15 and give it a go, but not just yet. Down towards the 1st sector, big battle now starts to heat up. Down towards turn number 2, change for P2. Daniel Messier gets invited into things as well, as Arthur Nyck cost himself some time, cost himself some position, and now has to sit in P3, but for how much longer? Because Arthur Nyck and Daniel Messier is like watching that race from yesterday, now down towards that chicane section, see each other again.
Yeah, but crucially, Nyck there saw the communication from Daniel Messier. He said one thing and one thing only, said push forward, keep going, try and close back into Brogio because we can still do this. And again, that's smart thinking from him. He's thinking long term now, wants to get those points on the board, doesn't want to risk anything at this point of the weekend. Down in towards 14 and 15 here, we will exit out of lap number 7 onto lap 8 of this race. Still Schleimer leading the way, and with that looking like he can match the run. Arthur Nyck, one check over the shoulder, sees it again for a second time. Keep going, don't defend.
Yeah, Daniel Messier has probably learned from the results that he had yesterday as well. A disqualification has cost him some points. He doesn't want to be cost points again within this race. I'd say he'd probably feel quite settled and steady there in that P4. I'd say he would probably take it for the time being as we head through this second rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats. For now then, Schleimer still out there in the front. A second he has got. Heads just under a second now with 0.978. So 9/10 that he's gifted himself. And actually looks to match, which Theo Blond has achieved so far this weekend with 2 out of 2. But of course, points-wise, Blond would be holding on to things because he polled it in group yesterday in time qualifying. No big spill there for some of your drivers, teammates as well. The Formula K, IPK teammates out there have a big moment. One of the other drivers also looked to have bolted off, but Samuel Dicker and Nico Bogner out of the race, and will just have to exit the circuit there. You know, number one of karting, don't crash. Rule number 2, don't crash with your teammate.
Yeah, that is very disappointing, not only for the drivers, but for the team as well. How did that all happen? Well, you can see on the inside there, very different positionings. Oh, yeah, no, so complete victim there. It was the contact with the car just ahead. I didn't quite catch the number, and unfortunately, they just clambered together. And, that is such a shame there for the two of them. And, well, I can imagine they'll be disappointed, but surely not angry at each other.
No, you know that thing that we say, commentators curse, where we're just about to say the race has settled down a little bit, and then it doesn't.
No, then kicks off quite significantly. Antoine Brogio now setting the fastest laps of the race. The driver in P2 on the hunt down to Maximilian Schleimer at the front of the field. The gap currently 0.7 of a second. We'll keep a close eye on it over the course of this race, but he has been a 10th faster in sector number 1. Not quite on it though in sector number 2, so the gap will stay roughly the same. And that's some heavy damage there. Broken front right track rod there. Quite an expensive piece that's come away, and yeah, not what you want to see at all, because of course compare it to standard direct drive. There's a brake caniper there, brake lines, everything. It actually becomes a little bit more costly.
Yeah, of course, these drivers are in the Premier class. There's no karts that are more complicated, heavier, or, you know, more powerful than the machinery these drivers are currently sat in. 175 kilos in total, parts including driver, some incredibly powerful pieces of kit, which now head into the penultimate lap. So things still led by Maximilian Schleimer. The gap has come down between him and Brogio, but unless Schleimer makes a massive mistake, I think this one is intentional. I think he's just babying that OTK Tony Karts home now. Down towards the 14th and 15th corners he will go. He will V things off to get that rev down the start-finish straight, which is one of the shorter straights. Of course, the longest one exists between turns 5 and 6. Final lap board is out as still more drivers are put under investigation. This time it's the 363 of Samuel Dicker that is being looked at. Of course, Dicker was involved in one of those moments earlier on between him and teammates of Nico Bogner, but it's not a problem for the drivers out in the front of Schleimer, Brogio, Nyck, who now goes defensive once more into the second sector to try and fend off Daniel Messier. Deja vu from what we saw yesterday between the Cali Karts and the Kart Republic. Into the second sector, the drivers will go once more. This time, Nyck not massively defending. I think he actually trusts Messier ever so slightly, but tightens things up because he doesn't want to lose out on that P3. But through the final sequence of corners, Schleimer looks to take 2 out of 2 qualifying heat win, takes the checkered flag ahead of Anton Brogio and Arthur Leuk. A great start to the day, to the weekend and to the year for Schleimer.
Indeed, and for these drivers here, that is job done for the morning phase. They'll go into a bit of a lengthy break now for them before they'll be back out on track at 20 to 2 local time for the KZ2s. In between now and then, we will see the Academy trophies and, of course, the Premier KZ class that will be out after the lunch break at 20 past 1. But Max Schleimer then taking the win, and it has just been updated on my screen in the commentary box. He leads the intermediate classification. A penalty was applied to Theo Blanc in that last race. That trip to the stewards then has dropped him to 94 points then behind Schleimer's 100 points then. Schleimer takes the win and the lead of the intermediate classifications ahead of Antoine Brogio. Arthur Leuk rounds out the top 3 at the end of that one. Daniel Messier at P4 in that one, a much stronger result from yesterday. Enzo Bol finishing the top 5. Dion van Verven finishes in P6 and doesn't lose any places ahead of Jens Rieu, who gained 2, the same as Colin Tom Rousseau as they lock out the top 8. Martin Rittinen at 3 places gained, finishes in P9 ahead of Gavin Luyeg, takes 7 places. One of the biggest movers inside the top 10 does finish in P10 ahead of Jensen Graham, Manuel Castle from Alexander Uznim, Jelisim Skulinov, and Emmanuel Mai rounds out the top 15 with a 5-place gain.
Simon Billman, Nico Lemberg, Hugo Besson and Nicola Rossini, as well as Enzo Vivier, take your top 20 with only 23 finishes in total. The final 3 being Lenny Robelo, Kian Fardin and Meni Herkrosser. Of course, big moments out there for Samuel Dicker and Nico Bogner, saw those 2 drivers DNF for the Formula K team, as Alessio Martina and Jaroslav Shuritvel also had those DNFs. But Schleimer, there on your screen, once more makes himself a qualifying heats winner, 2 out of 2. Like we said, a penalty for Theo Blanc in that previous race means that Schleimer has overtaken in your intermediate classification. This is how it's unfolded then. Straight at that race start, we had Schleimer absolutely bolt off from the rest of the field, left everybody else in the dust at that start, in towards turn number 1 ahead of the likes of Arthur Leuk and Anton Brogio. Steady stuff for drivers in the sharper end of your field, but actually a number of drivers not managing to get off the line very well. I think Kian Fardin in the background for Sodi was one of those names. We were, of course, on board with one of the Stampex drivers throughout the race right at the start. It's a good start for your top 10. It wasn't until halfway through that race start that we saw drivers going side by side. We had Dion van Verven trying to push his way through the crowd, trying to get past the likes of Enzo Bol, but it wasn't quite enough. Big sends down into the chicane section, and Enzo Bol, of course, highlighting, showing us some of that track knowledge that he has on a circuit that is very known to him.
Indeed, there was Meni Herkrosser at the start of that race, unfortunately spinning on that opening lap. Of course, it being the opening lap, he was able to get it restarted. You are allowed to do that within those new regulations. Lit up those rear tyres though and absolutely fully sent it. Later we lost the likes of Alessio Lamartina and Yaroslav Sevatalov. Clearly not happy with that moment, but it was Shevatalov that was under investigation for that manoeuvre, and we'll have to wait and see what happens throughout that one. We saw the fighting at the front end, Antoine Brogio getting up into second place, Daniel Messier communicating there with the KR Motorsport driver of Arthur Leuk just to say keep pushing forward. Then the drama for the teammates there. Right, okay, it looked like it was an SP, maybe a 706. Was that Lenny Lagash there that maybe was involved in that incident also? Checker flag out though. Schleimer taking the win, clear by 0.4 of a second, takes the lead of the intermediate classification to end the second rotation of qualifying heats with 3 more rotations to go. 3 more heats per group for the KZ2s. But we turn our attention away from the Gearbox for just a moment because it's time to head over to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. The direct drives heading out onto the track in the OKNJ machines for the first race of the weekend. It'll be qualifying Heat A versus D. All of these drivers on the same machinery. You can see them there. On the Esprit chassis, they're powered by the Vortex OKNJ. And here you can see the man who'll be starting it on pole position. Outright pole in the Academy Junior. Zoltan Koyni, here's what he had to say.
Zoltan, firstly, congratulations. Great lap out there, pole in group for you in a session that didn't look easy. You know, a lot of you drivers actually look quite tired after that one. Tell us about the track conditions in this weather because it's very hot out there.
Yeah, obviously track's heavy. It's really hard. It's really hot out there. So yeah, it's really tough.
And Zoltan, you have plenty of experience around you now, experience in this machinery as well. Tell us about your mindset going into this weekend and driving again in the OKNJ machinery.
Well, obviously the OKJ car, I know it quite well. So yeah, I'm happy. I hope we can do the same as in Valencia, and yeah.
Well, Zoltan, like we said, we'll see you out there later on, but congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to hear there from Zoltan Koyni. And yes, as mentioning, all these drivers, of course, representing their nations here. So 52 nations being represented in the Academy Junior program this year, with brand new nations in the form of El Salvador, Rwanda, Moldova and Paraguay here this weekend. There's a look at the hard-working, dedicated marshals who have been going to be baking out there in the sun. But here's your grid then for the first Academy Junior race of the season in 2026. Zoltan Koyni starting alongside Kevin Pentel of Sweden. Sebastian Galliano will be starting alongside Marco Summit on row 2. Tekerushin Bashi and Emiliano Bolaños will be going from row number 3. There we'll see Mai Rakusha and Bawana Jesese on row number 4. Max Sulin and Augusto Salome on row 5. There we'll see Martin Mehmed and William Nilsson on row number 6.
Row number 7 houses Giada Vignoli alongside Jindřich Svoboda. And from row number 8, Maximilian Patek will look at Fu Hanzi. Your 9th row, your top 18 sees Branislav Regner with Rock Pinera. And your top 20, we have Czech Peters with Juan Glende. 11th row, Manuel Kalendi in his first year of junior racing alongside Lucas Ablaze. And from row number 12, Matt V. Kubny sees Agam Shrikey. 13th and final row for this first Academy Junior race of the weekend. Ilya Bakturia will be the last driver on P25. So your drivers at the front, your front row of your order sees Zoltan Koyni and Kevin Pentel. 2 drivers that have lots of experience typically in the world of OK Junior, but now they're in the OKN package in the Academy Junior class, but have definitely showed that they know the machinery, they know how to drive karts like this. This is Gonzalo Planta, your Academy race director for the weekend and for the season. We will be watching on at every single move made by your 25 in this first race.
Of course, no standing starts here for the Academy Junior. And the direct drive, it's rolling starts. So they'll enter into those tram lines. Few of the drivers there very late to the scene. They'll have passed the red line from that point. No overtaking is permitted as they enter into the tram lines then. Are we racing? We are not. First race of the day is a false start for the Academy Juniors. Gonzalo Planta not happy with the formation at the very start of that one and sends them round once more. Nicole, obviously the Academy Trophy, quite an illustrious one, as there's the pre-crit there, beautifully done, as everyone is there. The Academy Trophy, obviously a very busy one. A few years ago, the Academies were here. That final saw Arthur Dorison taking the win in that one. William Goh was second in the final, Guillaume Bouzard, Luca Horton as well. These are all very well-known drivers in the world of karting, and they've gone on now to do some great things. And here now, back in 2026, a change of the tyre. They've gone a lot quicker this weekend on the Vega tyres than they did a few years ago. But let's see how it will transpire over the course of the racing in the Academy Trophy. That in its first year, back in 2010, 2011, where a young Charles Leclerc took the honours out there. Could one of these drivers emulate that as this weekend? Well, we'll have to wait and see as they once again enter into those tram lines to get ready to go racing. 25 karts into the lines. It is lights out and fights on then towards turn one. Good start for Coyne on the inside line. Pentel has to be careful here because he might have a load of cars down the inside. He does have a load of cars down the inside. Multiple car pile up, several of them out. They can try to get restarted, but that is a blocked circuit there at turn number 2 and could put the marshals under pressure as the field tries to push their way back through. Coyne leads the way. He is not under too much pressure. There in the background is Takeru Shimbashi of Japan, has managed to get up into second place. So you can see them trying to get it restarted. It's tricky on its own, and we have gone slow procedure.
Well, this is going to turn into a bit of a kart park then through that first sector. A number of drivers lost within only that first corner. But out in the front, Zoltan Coyne is not thinking about that, and neither is the likes of Kevin Pentel, who of course dropped down in the early stage, but you actually saw him pick off another position to grab back that P3. So yellow flags are out and waving as the marshals are given that opportunity to clean up the karts of the following drivers. Marco Samut involved in that one, Max Sulin as well. We've also got Maximilian Patek with Manuel Kalendi, Matt V. Kubny, Agam Shrikey and Ilya Bagaturia.
Yeah, indeed. Quite a list of drivers there, which means we've gone from 25 down to 18 at the very start of this one. Great work from the marshalling team here at the Home of Champions. They've cleared that track out quite nicely. There is the gaggle of drivers now, unfortunately, all out of this race. And, well, there you can see, yes, disheartened, but support out there. That's nice to see. For the Academy drivers, of course, racing in this paddock. Here is a look at that start. How did that all transpire? Well, of course, you had Zoltan Coyne right at the word go. Keep an eye on Kevin Pentel, though. Takeru Shimbashi had a really good start, went through. There was a little bit of contact between them, but nothing too major. It was a little further back in the field where you get to the likes of Bwana Gisese and Max Sulin, of course. Max Sulin, one of those drivers involved. Marco Summit also involved. You can just see as soon as it grinds to a halt, these karts stall. No clutch for these drivers, no battery. It is literally, if you stop, you stall. And it's very difficult to get it going on your own. Let alone with assistance from a mechanic at the very start.
Yeah, it was the driver of the USA of Marco Summit, I think, was the first to go within that one. It started having that rear end become lost and then just caught the drivers behind, like Max Sulin and Maximilian Patek, which the rest of the field just ended up clipping. So we're still on, of course, with yellow flags out there. Drivers are not permitted to go just yet, but are we now going
static,
stationary?
Yes, yeah. They are static flags now. So the track was cleared. You may be thinking, why are we not green already? The track's been cleared already. They've cleared the track, but they finished clearing the track halfway through that second lap. They have to start a full lap under a static slow procedure. So all the drivers are aware that at the end of this lap, we are going green and racing once more. They don't just go immediately. It's one of those things to keep the drivers all aware. So this last lap then to get temperature into those tyres, and you'll see at this point that Zoltan Coyne will try and back the pack up as much as he can. It is tricky on these restarts. As the race leader, you can get caught out with a jump start. If you bolt too soon before the greens go out, you can find yourself with a penalty. You've got to wait quite a long time. It's excruciatingly painful for a driver to just sit there and it's like, I want to go, and you just can't. You've got to wait until those flags go down. Into that final sector then, we're getting ready to go. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Takeru Shimbashi can do here. The entrant from Japan has already gained several positions at the very start of this race. Can he gain one more, or will Zoltan Coyne make it difficult? Green flag waves. We're racing once again. It's a lightning start then for Coyne, but Takeru Shimbashi is under pressure. Down the inside is going to lose out on that position as Kevin Pentel retakes P2. The driver from Sweden now leads that second group as he will try to close down on Zoltan Coyne himself. Everyone else behind trying to get involved there. You can also see the likes of Sebastian Galliano also trying to gain the moves done. He's had a brilliant run. Of course, the entry from Paraguay and the first entry for the country of Paraguay in the Academy Trophy in 2026. And they're doing a superb job.
Shimbashi there trying desperately to get back past Kevin Pencil. Kevin Pencil, though, not allowing it to happen and actually backs him up and feeds him into the hands of Buana Gisese and Bolanos there as well. So great stuff by Kevin Pencil, who, of course, is not shy in the world of FIA karting. Or a big mistake there for one of the drivers further behind, down towards the exit of sector number 2, just runs off the circuit, off that rumble strip, and will, of course, end up on the dirty part of the track, making turns 14 and 15 really difficult. Sens going on for drivers like Nielsen, Chavoda and Mermerd as well. All drivers that are pushing up the order, but not as much as Czech Peters. Czech Peters already inside of the top 10, as that's a nice little move down towards that 5th corner for Bolanos there inside of the top 4. Czech Peters, though, already up in the sharp end of the order. Purple lap for him, and of course, which has been a reduced race distance for these drivers. Most of it so far has been under yellows. We've only had 3 racing laps. Zoltan Koini, 1.5 seconds clear. Really good stuff by Zoltan Koini, who I'm sure was loving that moment of the race where we were under those yellows, where we were just ticking off the time, and he was allowed to hold on to that race lead without being challenged. Still, challenges going on for drivers P2 backwards, as we've got a big train now starting to form. Pentel under pressure. Looks like we're going to have a change for P3. Buana Gisese there under some threat by Bolanos, which is also up in the sharper end of the order. Rakusa under investigation, but this battle really fiery, really into the life for our first qualifying heat of the weekend and of the year for our Academy Juniors. Side-by-side moments, drivers just trying to get their elbows out this morning to the rest of the field to show exactly why they have been selected by their ASNs to represent their nations.
Yeah, indeed, doing a superb job there. Czech Peters still on. Look at the charge here, 14 places gained now, absolutely flying through the field. This is great to see. On to the next part of this race, nearing its conclusion already here, as a lot of those races are under a full course slow procedure. Czech Peters again, another charge there, fighting away with Buana Gisese now, and up into 5th place once again. So is keeping that foot firmly pinned to the floor. Koini's lead still 2.3 seconds from Pentel. There still Emilio Bolaños still holding up firmly onto position. There's a change down the inside. Nice move there from Nielsen. William Nielsen of Denmark up into 6th place now at the expense of Buana Gisese.
Well, Bolaños still going for it with Shimbashi there right on his tail. Bolaños just defensive into turn 6, 7 and 8. Zoltan Koini absolutely has brought some wings with him so far this weekend again, because he's flying out there. Of course, pole position in time qualifying in the first session and overall now 2.5 seconds clear from the rest of the field, with fastest laps in the bag as well. Turns 14 and 15, we're going to get drivers missing out on not just 1 but maybe even 3 positions. One of the names will shortly tumble down, as again side by side paint trading moments for these drivers. We're in the dying stages of this race, penultimate lap of things, which has been shortened, which I would say, Anthony, has actually thrown something extra into the mix, because the drivers know they've got less race distance, so they know I've got to put everything out on the tarmac right now.
Yeah, indeed, and that tarmac, 1 is very hot and 2 covered in rubber from the KZ classes, and it does make it very, very grippy out there for them. The steering can be a lot heavier for them as well, so they're going to be working extra hard today with the air temperatures that will be peaking at 31 degrees as well. So a very challenging day ahead for the Academy Juniors here. Back onto the start-finish straight then. Race lead still now closing down. Kevin Pentel to 2.5 seconds, but we're on to the final lap of this race. Zoltan Koini still leading the way from Pentel. Bolaños holding on to 3rd. The entrant from Costa Rica up 3 places. Shimbashi there in 4th still, having a very strong run. But this fight here, again, Nielsen and Czech Peters, that's going to be a very close fight in this one, I am sure. There you can see Czech Peters under pressure now, well, is piling on the pressure himself to Takeru Shimbashi. on this final lap. Can he make it 15 places gained? We'll have to wait and see. There, though, your race leader, Nicole, Zoltán Koyni, very strong performance.
Indeed, strong since the word go this weekend, through practice, through qualifying, now through this first qualifying heat, where he will see the checkered flag to convert a pole position into a qualifying heat win under race conditions, which of course were shortened for the whole field. But Zoltán Koyni, great job out there, has just shown the rest of the grid, the rest of the field, exactly what he has brought with him so far this weekend to the home of champions. Koyni finishes things then with a 2.5 second race lead ahead of Kevin Pentel and Emilio Bolanos, who round out your top three. But Koyni there on your screen, incredibly happy, I am sure, and a driver that's got some big experience in the world of OK Junior racing, and he's brought that with him so far this weekend to Genk. You've got to give it to drivers in the background, though. Czech Peters, we said, would he convert those 14 places gained to 15 in the last moment? And he absolutely did. Rounds out inside your top 5 in P4 with 15 to his tally. But Koyni, Kevin Pentel and Emilio Bolanos are your top 3, your first top 3 of the year for your Academy Junior. Czech Peters, of course, we just mentioned, rounded out in top 4, with Takuro Shimbashi being the last driver inside of the top 5, not gaining or not losing anything within that race. Bwana Josese had a good one with 2 places gained to finish in P6 ahead of William Nielsen, Jindra Shavoda, Branislav Rekner and Sebastian Galliano, who are the last drivers inside of the top 10. Rob Pinheiro didn't have the race he would have wanted, fell down the order halfway through, but then climbed up by 7 positions in total, with Auguste Salome, Martin Mahmoud, Maj Rakuska and Fu Hanzi being the last drivers inside of your top 15.
Yes, indeed. There they are, back into Parc Ferme. Domin there from the OTK family, there to just support the drivers here with this plethora of mechanics who are at hand to assist the field. And this was the highlights. Well, this incident here causing the slow procedure. Marco Samet, Max Sulin, Maximilian Piatek and Manuel Kalendi, Matre Kupri and Agam Shreki with Ilya Bagaturi as well, all caught out in that incident. Slow procedure was out. Green flag then waved a few laps later to restart the race, and for Zoltán Koyni, no drama there for him, able to break away there and looked at a comfortable race win by 2.5 seconds. The fight in the background was on, though. Pentel getting back through past Takuro Shimbashi, who had a brilliant start to get from the third row of the grid in P5 up to second place at the beginning of that race.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Zoltán Koyni was incredibly impressive throughout that race, as that was that moment further down. The driver just got it wrong through that second sector. That was Gianna Villagnoli, the Italian driver, who we just saw lost position. But going back to the story of Zoltán Koyni, out there in the front did make it look easy with 2.5 seconds, but Kevin Pentel was actually faster than him within the race. Kevin Pentel was shuffled down into the hands of the drivers early on in the race and then had to claw back up the order, but maybe watch him in the later qualifying heats for your Academy Juniors. The race continued to rage on then, big sends down towards turns 11 and 12, as well as turn number 5, where the drivers of course carry plenty of minimum speed, get the car stopped, control the slide, not rolling off that brake, and really carrying some momentum around the circuit. A different style of driving than your Academy Junior compared to the KZ and KZ2 racing that you will watch for the rest of the weekend, where they stop really abruptly. But incredible start to the weekend and to the season for Zoltán Koyni, who I think has just shown the rest of your Academy Juniors exactly what he has brought with him to Karting Genk. But that's not all for the Academy Juniors this morning. We have our second group left to go, groups B versus C. Of course, identical race format for the two groups, 9 laps in total, 12 kilometres round this 1.3 kilometre circuit, with Alexander Prizovic and George Saradikis being the front 2 on your grid.
Indeed, and looking forward to what they can achieve in this one. There is the entrant from South Africa, Alexander Prizovic. Here's what he had to say after time qualifying.
Alexander Prizovic, then in our second group of Academy Juniors, you have just put it on pole. Great lap out there. Not faster than Zoltán Koyni, but was the feeling in the chassis, in the track, good?
Felt great. Yes, very happy to take pole position. Couldn't have asked for anything more.
And of course, you've been selected this year by your ASN to represent the country. For you, the feeling to come here to Genk and do that, does it fill you with great pride?
Yes, it feels great. I have to thank Rock Cup South Africa for this great opportunity. And yeah, just a great feeling to be here.
And of course, when you were selected, the preparation that's happened since then and coming here to Karting Genk, what have you done to make sure that you're as fast as you are? Because you put in a really good lap out there.
Well, always staying focused, going to the gym, you know. Yeah, keeping it nice and clean. Yes.
And thinking of the racing then, Alexander, big grid for you. You're going to be at the front for these starts. How are you going to manage that? How much experience have you got at the front of a field like this?
I think I have a decent amount. Yeah, just have to keep it calm, you know, full push, yes.
Well, Alexander, congratulations. We'll watch you push later on in heats. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Indeed. Well, curious to see what Alexander can do in this race. Temperatures already increasing now to 27 degrees. He's not alone on that front row of the grid. George Saradikis of Greece will be there as well in his Senna-inspired helmet. Great to see that also on that front row of the grid. He will have the Brazilian right behind him as well, João Paulo Bannerman as well. That will be an interesting fight to see as the 1 minute board is up. They're also not alone as well because Lithuania is there with Emilis Jozaitis. He is there also in the 5:03 machine, ready to go. And there you can see people ready to watch the racing from the sidelines. And proud nation of Greece, which is actually the next country we're going to, Nicole. We'll see Saradikis on that front row of the grid. Not long now to get this race started. There is the Lithuanian ready to get going in this one. And can he push his way forward? He's got that inside line, so very good starting position. Another driver to keep an eye on. John Han from Hong Kong, actually sitting just behind that one. John Han, very quick pilot out there, Nicole.
Yeah, I've deemed John Han then in his first year of junior racing, but has raced in all corners of the world. He's gone to the likes of Macau, he's gone to Valencia, Sarno as well. A quick pilot and definitely one to watch. Other names that we could watch on for within this grid, we've got the likes of João Paulo Bannerman there, starting from that second row alongside Lithuania, like you just called there, Anthony. Quick pilot for Brazil, looked sharp and looked strong at all points throughout time qualifying. So we'll watch on eagerly to see how this second group of Academy Juniors gets on. Who will match what Zoltan Koini just achieved in your first qualifying heats with that win and with that lead of 2.5 seconds. We'll have to wait a couple more moments for the momentum to build and for these drivers to spring things into life in your Academy karts. Of course, direct drive karts for these drivers. Everybody branded the same in the OTK product with the Vortex bolted to their side.
There is John Han, primed and ready to go. And let's see, he's got that inside line. Pressure is on here to try and push forward with that inside line. But again, he's got the likes of the Dominican Republic's Alonso Gonzalez just alongside. Not only that, he's got the home favourite here from Belgium, Nyck, ready on that fourth row of the grid. Also, we'll keep a close eye on that one. There is Alonso Gonzalez. He is just getting himself ready, primed and focused. Another incredibly quick driver with a really good chance here this weekend, the same as all of them. Again, a very packed field out there with all the drivers waiting to see what they can achieve here in the Academy Trophy. Sun is shining. Beautiful day to go racing. And it's the Academy Juniors out onto the circuit for their second race of the morning and their first of two races we will see today. For their last qualifying heat, we'll see tomorrow. Here's your grid then. Alexander Pricevic alongside George Saradikis on the front row of the grid. Emilis Jozaitis and João Paulo Bannerman on row number 2. John Han and Alonso Gonzalez go from row number 3. There we'll see Ali Fuat from Turkey and Noah Grenier on that fourth row of the grid. Saad Lorenz of France goes alongside Algeria's Rosalind Schreier-Isa with Faris Mohamed Harun and Klaus Hans on row number 6.
Row number 7, part 2 of your grid sees Domenko Coco alongside Oscar Hennock. From row number 8, we have Joaquin Galero with Ko Serra. And from row number 9, Germany's Stavros Sotos sees Emiliano Bobadilla from Mexico. Row number 10, we have Vito Kozka with Pirapong Pang Sutomno. And from row number 11, Cristobal Bonet will see Leo De Silva. From your 12th row, your penultimate row of your field, we have Altaf Ridwan and David Vasquez. And from 13 rows in total, it will be Cabrera Gacere Solomon on that 25th and final grid spot for your second Academy Junior qualifying heat of the day. So, Prizovic and George Saradikis take you from your front row. Both drivers actually in time qualifying kept going back and forth for that pole position. It did look like George Saradikis was going to have it, but at that very last moment, it was South Africa that took things.
Certainly was a very close qualifying indeed. That certainly shook up the field, and some drivers very happy with their qualifying results as well here in Karting Genk. Still just 27 degrees air temperature. We are expecting it to go up. I think it peaked at 29 degrees yesterday for the drivers as we go live on board, not with Thierry Blanc. But I'm going to try and figure out who that is, that man on the front row of the grid. It is indeed Giorgio Saradikis with the live onboard camera. Right then, here we go then into the tram lines. Are we racing? First time of asking. The answer is new. They go round again.
Just building the momentum for us,
indeed.
Of course. We're about to see what the world's ASNs have got to show us, what their best selection will bring. So all of these drivers, of course, put forward to try and highlight the stars of tomorrow and highlight some of those hidden talents as well. The Academy Trophy, then the concept introduced in 2010, have given us some great talents throughout the years that we have seen the programme be developed. We've had Leclerc in this field, big names throughout years upon years. We've had Connor Zilic in here, who of course has now moved on to the world of NASCAR. So big talents and big names who have moved on to all sorts of motorsport disciplines, from Ligier racing to NASCAR to the world, of course, of Formula as well, where the likes of Henry Josselin, who was here in 2022 in the Academy Trophy, has now moved into F4. So many of these names will promote themselves over the next couple of years. But now they'll be trying to promote themselves through this second Academy Junior qualifying heat of the day. Second opportunity for them to get going at the lights.
Are we racing? Answer, yes. Lights out, fights on then in Academy Junior towards turn 1. Prizovic with the inside line holds on to it beautifully, with John Han is already up into second place. That's a beautiful start for the entrant from Hong Kong. There's two karts facing the wrong way at the back of the field, the 541 and the 532 there. Unfortunately not getting away. That is David Vaquez is one of them, and I think it's Altaf Ridwan also caught out there. Shame for them. But no, actually, is it Cristobal Bonet who's gone? Yeah, it is indeed Cristobal Bonet, who has unfortunately not come through turn 1. So that is a shame for those two. For any Altaf Ridwan fans still in the race. Rest of the field then breaking through. Changes at the front. It's John Han to the race lead. As a little clip of the grass there for Alexander Prizovic. He's going to lose out a lot of time there, and he does tumble down the order. And now off the track goes another one of the karts there. It's the 539. Going backwards, it's Alonso Gonzalez of the Dominican Republic out of turn number 13. Is not going to be too happy with that one, but he rejoins the circuit further down the field. So it's John Han that leads the way from Miras. Then it is the likes of Yazaitis, who's there in third place. Coco holding on to fourth and a 9th place gain from Grenier. Dorenz holding on to 6th place from Bonadaman. Pitario in 8th place from Koza. Then it's Saradikis down to 10th place. Fighting here very late on the brakes, but they're all still holding firm. But Yazaitis here under pressure from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Yazaitis there under pressure by Coco, Grenier and Bonadman there through that second sector, as John Han just absolutely looks to bolt off for the rest of the field. That's a nice little change down towards turns 12 and 13. That is between Hennock. We've got Koza looking at that one, as Saradikis has absolutely tumbled down the order. Still more moves going on through that hot spot of turns 13, 14 and 15. You're going to see that time and time again. Grenier and Coco, two of those drivers, just swap positions within that corner. Big sends down the inside being attempted through turns 1 and 2 for the drivers in the background as Rosalind Schreier-Eiser, a name, of course, that we've seen before in FIA racing, has fallen down, but was one of those drivers that we just saw trying to push their way through again. So Hahn now 9/10 clear from the rest of the field, who are still scrapping, still battling out there. Coco, Bodeman and Galero not giving anything away.
No, indeed, staying very focused there in this morning phase of the racing. But live on board here with Saradaikis, still fighting away, but down in 8th place right now. That's Oscar Hennick just behind the entrant for Australia, trying to close in here for that position, but not finding it through that final sector as they hit him behind the trees here in Belgium. Big look down the inside there. That's a beautiful move from Noah Grenier. That is on Ali Fouat, and that is for 2nd place. And that now could see the Belgian trying to close in on John Hahn, who is trying to break away at the front, but only by 7/10 of a second.
Just seen a move there in the sharp end of your field again as Sierrazaitis there does continue to push up, gets past Coco and Bodeman for the P3. So drivers in the background that are still trying to pick things back up. Alexander Prizovic down by 11 positions, or side-by-side wheel-bashing moments for your drivers. Elbows out for the field. That was Miraz, Saradaikis and Hennick there that just got a little bit close for company. In towards the 3rd sector, these drivers will go. John Hahn now was 9/10 clear, and actually Noah Grenier looks to have found something here, Anthony. Is now down and under half a second.
This is where home circuit knowledge can pay off for a driver, and of course we have seen that in previous racing years. We can only go to so many countries in the Academy Trophy, and of course one of those drivers can always be represented by the very nation that we are in. Of course, Noah Grenier is that driver who was selected by the Belgian ASN to put him in this very race, and he's doing a brilliant job here. The gap closed down to 4/10 of a second. Could we see a fight at the front? Caio Serra, fastest lap of the race, down in 20th place, but still showing a very strong pace indeed down there in the field. Nearing the end of this race, Nicole, fights the front closing in. Hahn and Grenier line astern here towards turn number 1 as it cuts away, but I think there's a lead change as we see a very sideways moment there. Oh, indeed, that's a very sideways moment there for Zaradakis there, getting through. Was there a lead change? Answer, yes, we missed it. Oh, it's like Monaco striking here. Right, here we go. But as they cut through, it is Grenier who leads the way then down into the hairpin.
I would say that's some home track soil, home soil advantage there for Grenier. Knows how to race this circuit, but could also be the case for the likes of John Hahn.
Here we go.
Maybe tyre pressures in this stage of the race aren't quite right. He really sprung into life earlier on, and that is where Noah Grenier just textbook overtake, really clean, really smooth, as we just saw that replay. So Grenier already 3/10 clear. You know, is it the case that John Hahn maybe went a little bit too eager, a little bit too soon within the race, pushed too hard on that rubber and on that tyre? We'll have to, of course, find out, but we can absolutely confirm that Noah Grenier already bolting off in the case of just half a lap, has given himself almost half a second and looks to maybe feed John Hahn into the hands of Yalzaitis and Coco there in P4 with that 9th place gain as Grenier continues to show us what he's made of with fastest laps. Down towards turn number 5, still those changes going on in the background. That's Koza and Hans now. Oh, big mistakes for drivers. Really, really just highlighted there by the driver that just clipped that curb of Hannock there in P7. You know, these curbs actually quite tall through that chicane section. You get it wrong, it's really going to throw the rear end off. No,
it certainly will, and a very tense moment there for them. They're still fighting going on. This is just behind Oscar Hennick, Saradaikis, Dorenz there. Prizovic in that fight, all trying to squeeze their way back up the order. However, the gap has opened up quite considerably between the two of them. Down the inside, change there. Is that Saradaikis trying to push his way back through now? We'll keep a close eye on his fighting, but he is up into 7th place once more, leading that train, and once again has a rear camera full of Oscar Hennick, who doesn't look for the move down the inside this time.
No, opportunity doesn't arrive just yet, but he needs to try and pull something out of the bag now, because these drivers have got to leave it on the tarmac, and leaving the race will be another one of the drivers to fall down and tumble. Can't quite see the race number of who that is. Potentially our driver of Canada, of Leo De Silva. Is it De Silva that will look to tumble down? Or shortly be able to confirm it is De Silva then. Our driver representing Canada will go no further in what will be, of course, the final lap for our drivers, and the final lap for Noah Grenier. Grenier then chased and chased John Hahn, stayed comfortable, stayed steady, but absolutely stayed determined to get into that race lead, which he has done, and he's got himself the fastest lap as well, as drivers still going side by side. Boddenman and Galero Pizarro still going for it. But Noah Grenier looks now to be the next driver to take a qualifying heat win. It was Zoltan Koini in your first qualifying heat. Now the driver on home soil looks to have got past Hahn and Emils Yazaitis, actually gaining 7 positions throughout the course of this race, 9 laps in total, to now head through the final 2 corners, see the checkered flag, and make himself a qualifying heat winner for the second group of Academy Juniors today. Academy Groups B versus C will see Noah Grenier as a qualifying heat winner, matches Zoltan Koini with that, ahead of John Hahn and Emils Yazaitis.
Home field advantage then for Noah Grenier, and he will take that result there, as unfortunately at the end of this race one car seems to have ground to a halt after the checkered flag. Not quite sure who that is. Yeah, that's off at turns 1 and 2, so we'll try and figure that one out. But Noah Grenier of Belgium then looking at one of the 2 favourites here between himself and Switzerland's Zoltan Koini, who took the win in that first race. They'll be the ones to watch later on, because yes, they may not have been racing this time, they will be later on today. The 2 race winners will go head to head here at Karting Genk, and we will see who will take the lead of that intermediate classification. There is your top 3 then: Noah Grenier, John Hahn and Emils Yazaitis, who finishes that one 1, 2 and 3 ahead of Domenico Coco, I should say. João Paulo Bernardeman finishing that one in P5 ahead of Joaquin Galero. George Saradikis from Oscar Hennick. Saad Durand finishing in 9th place ahead of Alexander Pricevic, who started on pole, finishes that race P10 from the rest of the field. Ali Fouad from Altaf Ridwan. Great race there for Ridwan. That's 11 places gained, biggest mover to finish in P12. Vito Koza finishing in 13th ahead of Klaus Hans. Pitapong Pang Satumno finishing in 15th place and rounding out the first half of the field.
Yeah, the next part of your field sees Emiliano Bobadilla, Faris Haroon, Rosalind Schreier-Eisler, Ko Serra and Stavros Sotos take you to your top 20. And this is how it's headed into the race then. So right to the word go, John Hahn just absolutely round the outside of the field. Good race start for everybody. Nobody really struggling right at that first corner. As you can see, Hahn through turns 1 and 2 just absolutely swept around the outside, as we lost David Vasquez and Cristobal Benet there. Just a spill for both drivers. Saw them not even attempt those race starts and could not get going once more. Track limits being pushed by some of our drivers at that race start. Of course, plenty of side-by-side wheel trading paint moments for them, just forcing each other off the road, as we just saw a very short flash there of the marshalling team picking up our drivers in the background. Again, we're seeing this as a bit of a theme for drivers down towards turns 11 and 12, as that was your previous pole sitter of Alexander Pricevic, just being given a bit of a difficult hand and tumbling down into the field.
Alonso Gonzalez is the other driver there, getting squeezed off the circuit, as there you saw the fighting happening. Faris Mohammed Haroun there getting involved, sideways moments as, well, we saw the charge through the field. Noah Grenier, the 7 places gained, lap after lap, just finding the braking zone in those spots and taking position after position to squeeze into the race lead later on with that overtake past John Hahn to take the lead of the race. Certainly a very strong start for the Belgian. Qualifying clearly didn't go his way, but the qualifying heats certainly are going his way as he finds himself at the top of the order at the end of it. Well, second in the order. Zoltán Korni, of course, out-qualifying him. Does find himself the points leader still. Racing went on for the next 2 laps. Some overtakes in the middle of the pack there with drivers trying to push their way forward. Domenico finishing that one in 4th place on a 9-place gain. Then the same for Galero as well, also 9 places gained inside that top order. There was the change for the lead, and with that lead went on to the checkered flag. No competition there at the very end for Noah Grenier as they went on to the very end. There was Leo da Silva retiring from the race in that final lap. But it will see then the Academy Junior going into their next races later on, which will be their last races of the day, Groups A and B. We will see the likes of Zoltán Korni and Noah Grenier go wheel to wheel on the track. Looking forward to that one. That's the first, that's the morning phase done and dusted. We're going into our lunch break now. So in around an hour's time, or 55 minutes when we will be back, we'll be back with the Premier class, the KZ1, qualifying heat 1. You do not want to miss that one, ladies and gentlemen. That will be one to watch. And then we're back into the KZ2s, and then Academy for their 3rd rotation, and then the second half of the day with another little break later on at 4:30. That's very nice to see. From myself, Andy Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We're back in 55 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here for KZ, KZ2, and the first opening round for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior classes. We're straight back into the racing after the lunch break, and it's time for the Premier Class. KZ, or KZ1, qualifying Heat 1 is upon us. And I say it every single year, Nicole Sutherland, this is the best in the business. The Formula One of karting, I always call it. A grid stacked full of champions, European and world alike, in the form of OK, KZ2, and of course the KZ classes. The best in the business as they get ready to head out onto the circuit. Certainly this next race is going to be one of the most exciting we see this weekend, and there you can see the pole sitter for it, Danilo Albanese. Great to see him back on the front row of the grid, and here's what he had to say after a superb time qualifying.
Danilo Albanese, first KZ qualifying session of the year, first pole sitter of the year, actually quite crucially without a purple sector, but a fantastic lap.
Yeah, the lap was good. The track is a bit more slow than this morning and also yesterday. But I tried to make all the best on the last lap, and we are on pole.
And Genk has the circuit when it comes to the racing. Talk us through it. What changes compared to the qualifying laps? How does it race?
I think yes, because the grip on the track, okay, when with new tires was okay, but after I think we're sliding a lot. But fortunately in KZ we have only 3 hits. I think it's not bad, but we will see tomorrow.
And of course, grid for you, it's not easy. You've got a mix of European world champions in there. Very difficult. But, you know, tell us about the standard going into this weekend. What's been on your mind?
We made the test last weekend, and the test was okay. We try a lot of chassis, a lot of engine, and we try to make a good package for this week. And at the moment, we are P1. The race is long, but we will see tomorrow.
Well, Danilo, like we said, pole position.
Thank you.
Great to hear there from the 2023 European champion in the KZ. He's not alone on that front row of the grid, though. Last year's European champion, 2025, Matteo Spergel, the #1 plate on board his machine on the front row of the grid on this one. Nicole, 2 European champions on the front row of the grid. What a lineup that is.
Yeah, but also look at who you've got on your second row of your grid. Max Orlov, your 2025 KZ2 European champion, who is now promoted himself into the Premier Class, into the world of KZ racing, and will sit alongside, of course, Victor Gustafsson, your second in the world for 2025. So Spergel and Orlov, teammates, of course, again in 2026, but this time inside of the same category. There is Victor Gustafsson then. Gustafsson, P2 at Franciacorta in your World Championship, a driver that has won World Championships across the OK category, of course, as well, and will sit just behind your pole sitter of Danilo Albanese. There is Gonzalo Planta, your Academy race director, just getting into his spot for this race, will be assisting race director of Pasquale Lupoli.
Yes, indeed. So, like we were saying about the front row there, for Danilo Albanese and Matteo Spergel, 2 European champions. Row 2 sees 2 world champions, like we were mentioning there. Max Orlov with KZ2 and Gustafsson back in 2022, world champion in the KZ class as well. So very prestigious grid that we've got here. But then you have to look to all the way at the back of the grid to give you a real context of your drivers in this. There is Max Orlov. You go to the 12th row, 23rd place on this one. You've got Jorik Pex. Jorik Pex, world champion in 2015 and a 3-time European champion in this class in 2012, 2018 and 2019. So an incredible talent there, but at the back of the grid, which tells you everything you need to know about the content of this entire field of drivers. Engines firing up then as KZ makes its way out onto the circuit. The first race of 2026 is moments away from starting. I am absolutely buzzing for this one. Nicole Sutherland, you are jigging around in the corner. You can't stand still for a moment here. This is going to be an exciting one. Here's your grid then. Danilo Albanese will be starting alongside Matteo Spergel, the European champion from last year. Victor Gustafsson and Maxim Orlov, the world champion in KZ2, starting on row number 2. Adrian Malero will start alongside Stan Pex, an incredibly packed out first 3 rows. Pedro Hiltbrand and Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba also a former world champion. Hiltbrand as well, also a world champion in 26 in the KZ2. Will have the likes of Lorenzo Travazanuto and Senna van Wallstein, the world champion in this class last year. Row number 6 in the first half of the field, we'll see Emilian Denner and Lorenzo Camplese.
It's not just your top 6 rows that are packed of talent, it's the entire field, and it starts on that 7th row, part 2, with Christian Bertuca, your 2024 KZ2 World Cup winner, alongside Danilo Valbanese, your 2023 Vice KZ2 champion. In row number 8, we have Marin Kremers, who of course is a world champion back in 2019. He's with Alessio Pacini. Row number 9 sees Jean Nonblo, who placed P5 in the European Championship last year. He'll be starting alongside countryman of Tom Loyer. Row number 10, your top 20 sees Marcus Kayak, your vice European champion in the KZ2 category, who has now joined KZ, and he'll be starting alongside David Lewinsky. Your 11th row sees David Trefilov, P8 last year in 2025, alongside Enzo La Cruz. And your 12th and final row, 24 KZs in total. It's Jorrit Pex, one of the most experienced drivers in this grid, a driver who has been racing here every year since 2013 that Genk has appeared on the calendar, and he is starting alongside Matteo Vigano, who of course appears every single year in the KZ category. An absolutely packed grid of some drivers with some impeccable talent and just titles. You know, if you put all the trophies in one pile, there'd be hundreds.
Yeah, it's quite something. This is the most elite field that we see in international karting, I would say, across the world.
You don't get better than this.
You really don't. These are some of the best drivers, quite literally, in the world here. And we look forward to this one. Of course, we'll be blessed with 3 races of the KZs today. And their races tomorrow, of course. Quite the exciting day we will see in the main class, and got to say, the sidelines filled with people ready to watch this one. It's always the most exciting is the KZs. Not only are they down the back straight, they're down the start-finish straight as well. They line the barriers in the grandstand here at the cafe. A great viewing opportunity as well. The people there dying to watch the racing, I'm sure, as the grid gets ready to line up for the first race of the 26th season. But it's not going to start, unfortunately, for the number 9 machine. Matteo Vigano is out of this race. He had problems yesterday. He didn't even take the qualifying. His kart was on the grid, but he wasn't. So a missing kart already in the form of the number 9. But the green flag waves at the back as the lights procedure gets underway. It's 4 red lights. It's lights out and fights on here in Belgium. And it's a great start for Danilo Albanese. Was it too good of a start, though? As Gustafsson slots into second place. Is that Van Wallstein immediately fighting for third place? No, it's not. It's Maxim Orlov who pushes his way through. He's having a really good start to this race. He's up to third place. The rest of the field scramble for position in the background as they head down in towards turn 10 for the first time. It's a great getaway, though, still for the front runner. Look at the CRG go. At the front of it is that Gustafsson, absolutely leading the field by a mile.
Stan Pex absolutely fending off 2 of the Birrells just shortly behind, is out there in the front. Albanese there, looking hungry, looking sharp, but he's not as sharp as your race leader of Gustafsson. Absolutely bolted at that race start and leads this things on this initial lap out there for CRG. Big defensive posture down in towards turn 14 and 15. That's Matteo Spergel, your European champion from 2025, who will be looking this year to hold on to that title that he grabbed himself in Mulsanne when he snatched it away from Pedro Hiltbrand at the very last moment. It's Gustafsson out there in the front from Albanese, Matteo Spergel. Adrian Malero up by a position with Giuseppe Palomba there diving into turn number 5 harshly and abruptly on those brakes to really close in to to Malero, as again you're seeing there Matteo Spigel absolutely trying to throw the drivers behind off the tracks. Sector number 2, the drivers absolutely on the limit, having to avoid those the rubber that starts
between
to
the two of them in the
exist.
background here, and it's all kicking off because now you can see the Maranello is under pressure. Through goes Van Wallstein, but he tries too hard and he makes contact. He goes off the road, so Palomba lives to see another day fighting there in position, and that's really opened up now the fight. Spagel has broken away. It's Malero there, the Spaniard, who's there in 4th place, now having to defend from Palomba, who sends it down the inside. The Maranello machine goes wheel to wheel with the CRG, but he's not going to gain a place. He's going to lose one. Travers Anuto goes down the inside. Contact between the two, and it's Palomba off the road, and he's joined by one more. Absolutely catastrophic. It was, I think it was Stan Pex who he went off the track with. It was the number 6 tumbles down the order with the number 5 as those two are out of the race. The rest of the field, though, seemingly unaware of it, as Gustafsson continues to lead now by a staggering 1.2 seconds.
Drivers have been complaining about grip levels out there, saying it's really slidey offline. That's what we saw, just made it difficult work for Stella Van Wallstein when he lost it through that second sector. That's Max Orlov on your screen, heading into turn 14 and 15, trying to hold off Christian Batuka and Pedro Hiltbrand, but maybe not for too much longer. Christian Batuka dives down the inside and allows the Spanish driver of Pedro Hiltbrand, his teammate in that barrel, the position as well.
Yeah, indeed. Beautifully done there, down the start-finish straight, wasting no time, but it's still kicking off here, side-by-side action here. The Formula K going absolutely wheel-to-wheel. It's Emilian Denner and Pedro Hiltbrand here. Absolutely tooth and nail is up and round. Goes the Tony Kart, kicks off one of the Sodis, and the Maranello's off as well. It's Complese, Vasily and Nomblo, all 3 out of the race, and that's a second Maranello that will not see a checkered flag in this qualifying heat. Absolute disaster striking there in the mid-pack, and now big sends into Cafe Curve. Down the inside goes the 31 machine. This is Christian Batuka on Lorenzo Travazanuto. That's for P5.
Christian Batuka absolutely on the limits within this race. Of course, as a driver on a dual campaign in 2026, and you can see the body language from him. You can see he's pushing himself forward, as is Pedro Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand now past Marin Kremers for that P8. But Batuka, he's in a Porsche in 2026. He's done very limited testing this season in karting in KZ, but now he's already well within the top 5 and looks hungry out there. Adrian Malero also equally as hungry in P4, just ahead of Batuka with that fastest lap down the inside. Stella Van Wallstein, your world champion from 2025, showing exactly what he's made of.
That was superb there, under braking into turn 10. Van Wallstein on David Lewinsky, squeezing himself up to 12th place there. That put Lewinsky down to 14th as Alessio Pacini steps up into 13th as well. A big wobble on that nose cone potentially there for Max Orlov. Has he been pushing a little bit too hard through this field? We'll have to wait and see at the very end of the race. But I've got to say, Nicole, for the start of this one, what a dramatic start of the race. Already losing a handful of drivers.
Absolutely. Drivers have been saying track conditions slidey when you go offline. Let's not forget there's a sand bike track behind this circuit. We had that lunch break and the wind has picked up slightly, and that's blown some of the sand over onto the track during the break. These drivers are going offline for these overtakes. When they get forced off the line, it then makes it hard work for the next sequence of corners when they've got dirt on that tyre. We will see, of course, the track progress as we get later into this afternoon. But for our toughest drivers out there, they're probably having the toughest track conditions that we're going to see today. Final corner ticked off again. Final corner mastered by Victor Gustafsson, who's still got 7/10 over Danilo Albanese and Matteo Spagel. No big dramas over the course of that lap. All of our KZ field settling down, but maybe not for too much longer. That's a change further back in your order. That's one of the Formula K's going for. It's that Denner now making the move on Marin Kremers.
Yeah, indeed. So big overtakes happening there throughout the field. Long trains starting to form now as everyone's found their rhythm. For any Stan Pex fans, he is still in this race. Despite that incident with Giuseppe Palomba earlier on, he is still in this fight. Look at the body language there for Max Orlov, really wanting to push forward. Remember, that Sodi package was so quick last year. It really brought in the team in 2026. I think they've got 26 drivers in that tent this weekend, and the numbers only look to grow as the season goes on. So really showcasing what the team has got. But it's CRG that have really stepped up the game at the start of 2026. Gustafsson's lead, though, however, it was well over a second. It has come down to 0.6 of a second. Danilo Albanese in the KR Motorsport machine. The Italian is looking to attack the Swede, who is still in control.
Sodi's, of course, always looking strong going into the KZ season, but let's not forget who led the championship right until the bitter end at Mulsanne. It was Biller Art, the factory team, that had it with Pedro Hilbrand, and it was only at the very last moment where Matteo Sprigel, of course, picked it to get that title. So the Birrells also looking strong with Christian Batuka, and of course, as always, Pedro Hilbrand, who is now, for the time being, sat down there in P8. It was 7/10 that the CRG of Gustafsson led by. Your driver, who was P2 in the World Championship at Franciacorta last October, is now 5/10 that splits up him and your pole sitter of Danilo Albanese. A couple of laps ago, thought that the change happened between Emilian Denner and Maren Kremers. It was in fact a switch between David Trevelov and Le Cruz out there for P15 and P16, as Senna van Walstein, despite that big moment on the first couple of laps, now goes fastest, now finds his rhythm once more, and now looks at Emilian Denner. Lorenzo Traversanuto looking directly at Christian Batuka, who he got overtaken by on the previous laps. Still trying to hunt down, but Max Orlov really hungry. You can see that body language by the driver, who is a fresh face within this category. This is on a... This is the onboard camera now with Matteo Sprigel looking directly at
a lot of fluid there on the anti-launch device. Is that just the overflow pipe out of the radiator there, just pushing water out? We're not too sure, but yeah, definitely some fluid there leaking out the back of Sprigel's machine, who's currently still sitting there in third place. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Big look over the shoulder there for Batuka. Here comes Traversanuto down the inside, turn 10, beautifully done. Here's Max Orlov, here's Hilbrand. They want to get involved now. Remember, Hilbrand teammates with Batuka, but he's not going to give him any room for quarter here, I am sure. Max Orlov all on the case here. That's that battle just behind, and look how close they're getting to the back of it. Orlov here under immense pressure. It was Orlov, sorry, his cart that had the water leaking out the back, not Sprigel's. But look at this now as they continue on the start-finish straight. The two Birrells side by side, they switch places now again down the inside. Traversanuto, it's not Traversanuto, sorry, Zach Mein Kramer's trying to get involved. I think it is. He's trying to push his way down the inside. Now they're quicking through. Here's Senna van Walstein. He's back into play. He's pushed himself up that field nicely. Is squeezing now. Kramer's off the road. Here comes Emilian Denner in the Formula K. He's trying to get through as well. It all kicks off as now Hilbrand, Batuka and van Walstein go wheel to wheel, but Batuka under the pressure from Van Walstein now. It just shows how quickly it can kick off here in KZ. Round the outside, late on the brakes goes Batuka. The up and under, Senna van Walstein makes contact with his teammate, and they again switch positions. Kramer splits the two Sodis apart once more. Orlov down in the order as they continue to fight on in this race. Senna van Walstein side pods the side of Batuka, denies him the way through. Kremers finds the gap down the inside. Now Max Orlov tries to get involved as well. Here's the Denner, round goes. Oh no, Christian Batuka out of the race at turn 3. The outside line not playing ball, and the side podding pushing them through. Late on the brakes there in the background is the second of the Formula Ks. That's David Trefelov trying to get through as Batuka hands on head out of the race. But this fight far from over on the final lap of this race. Your race leader, though, seemingly unaware of all the action kicking off in the background. Victor Gustafsson's going to put the CRG Racing name back on the top step of the podium. Well, potentially later on in the weekend, because he takes P1 in qualifying Heat 1 ahead of Danilo Albanese and Matteo Sprigel, who rounds out the top 3.
First qualifying heat of the year for your KZ category, but eye-watering stuff, as we would absolutely expect going into this season. Of course, these drivers, 6 speed on the gears. These drivers complete around about 30 gear changes over the course of this 1.3 kilometre circuit. And Victor Gustafsson just absolutely showed us how you master Karting Genk, the home of champions. First event in the European season for these drivers, your premier drivers, your best in Europe, your best in the world. And Gustafsson makes himself the first name to look at in this season. Albanese converts that pole position start into a P2 with a 1.2 second gap between him and the CRG. And then Matteo Spigel, your European champion of 2025, rounds out your top three for CPB and for Sodi. Adrian Malero takes you to P4 with Lorenzo Traversanuto up by 4 positions in the end to round out your top 5. We then have Pedro Hiltbrand, Stefan Walchty, Mari Kremers, Tom Lier and David Lewinsky who take you to your top 10 with Emilian Denner, Alessio Piccini, David Trefilov, Enzo La Cruz and Marcus Kayak as your last drivers inside of the top 15. Only then 3 more finishers after Marcus Kayak, and that was Max Orlov, who dropped 12 positions in the late stages of that race, with Stan Pex and Jorit Pex rounding out your field. And of course, drama absolutely unfolded from start to finish for almost every single driver except for Gustafsson, Albanese and Spigel. And it was Christian Batuca, Lorenzo Camplese, Daniel Vasile, Jean Lomblo and Giuseppe Palomba who experienced most of that, with Matteo Vigiano, of course, not even getting to complete a lap for Tony Kart. With Maranello out of the race, Tony Kart's hopes out as well. Drama unfolded. Race 1 complete, but it will absolutely not stop there. And it will not stop for Victor Gustafsson, who will be hunting down some huge results again this weekend. Karting Genk will, of course, see only the best of these drivers, and that's exactly what they just showed us, and these were the best moments. Matteo then didn't even get to see those lights go out, pulled over, ground to a halt, but it was Danilo Albanese who absolutely jumped the start perfectly, got it right, but actually lost it early on by Victor Gustafsson, who perfected that first corner on the gears and just bolted away from the rest of the field. We were on board then with Max Orlov going into that start, of course, was hustled, tried to go around the outside of a number of drivers, as this is another angle where we can see the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand and Christian Batuca also opt for that more optimal outside line to then shift up the gears, use some of that rumble strip, use some of that curb to get the kart hooked and rotated round.
Indeed. Well, the rest of these highlights here will certainly keep Antoine busy doing the highlights package back in the office. So, Antoine, plenty for you in this one. Senna Walstein, a big send there, but just misjudging that braking zone. That really chucked him down the field here. He did recover back, though. The fighting went on. Stan Pex and Giuseppe Palomba. Big moment here. You can see them just on the outside. And, wow, quick as you like. The speed that they reached through that corner, the dust kicking up, and incredibly lucky for both of them to stay on all 4 wheels, and understandable reactions there from them. Then later we had Jean Lomblo, Daniel Vasile and Lorenzo Camplese. They all came together on the exit of turn number 10, and you can see the sideways moments that put Vasile into that background that caused this very dramatic moment, which unfortunately saw the second of the Maranellos and the second of the Tony Karts out of the race. Only one Tony Kart continued on in that one in the form of Tom Lier, who did gain 9 places. Then we started to see the moves further back. Emilian Denner started to push his way through. Then the second of the Formula K's, David Trefilov as well, pushing through. All of them gaining places on this one, as Van Walstein wasting no time. Absolutely committed on the brakes there in towards turn 10, trying to push his way forward. This was a dicey moment. Tried to go around the outside of Batuca slamming the door. That put Orlov out of play, tumbled him down the outside for a little while, allowed Traversanuto to fight back through. But while that was all unfolding, the man at the front of Victor Gustafsson continued to break away. Well, the KZs will be out later on today for Heat 2. That will certainly be an exciting one, but between now and then, we've got 3 KZ2 races out for their 3rd rotation of qualifying heats with B and F. And then we go into the second and final race of the day for the Academy Trophy after these 3 races. But we will see Theo Blon and Eli Goldstein on the front row of the grid for this one. Groups B versus F. This should be a pretty exciting one, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Eli Goldstein is a home soil favourite going into this race. Took a qualifying heat win earlier on. The home hero looking incredibly hopeful, and he will start alongside Theo Blon. Of course, Theo was given a penalty post-race for jumping the start in his second qualifying heat of the weekend, so was demoted down to P2, but he still remained inside of the top 3 ever since qualifying, where, of course, he put it on pole in qualifying groups. So Goldstein and Theo Blanc go head-to-head for this race, with Jaden Teen and Robert Kindervetter on that second row, with Teen also maintaining a top 3 within racing so far. A driver who, of course, was with us in 2025 and was consistently in the sharp end with Ellie Goldstein. But it's the Birrell and the TB kart on that front row, with then the IPK and the Sodi on that second, with then the fourth different manufacturer on the third row, with Kimi Tani sat on that parallel.
Yes, indeed. A very interesting race earlier on, of course. Theo Blanc did take that win. An unfortunate post-race penalty did see him only demoted to second place. As there you can see Nigel Edwards, race director, just hiding in the shade there for the moment. It is very, very warm, and I can imagine we'll be back out in that sunshine very, very soon. Yeah, for Goldstein and Theo Blanc on this one, this is going to be quite the fight. Blanc showing great pace earlier on. Goldstein, the local legend here, this could be quite the little fight.
Yeah, of course. And Goldstein as well is, with that track knowledge, has that advantage of knowing how to deal with these track conditions that are actually really slidey for these drivers. It's not actually too grippy out there for them. They're saying, you know, offline, it really does make it hard work. So maybe Goldstein could deploy some of that knowledge to keep himself at the front. Also quite interested, Anthony, within this race to see how Jaden Teen gets on from that second row. You know, halfway race distance, actually dropped into the hands of the pack behind and then had to light things up later on in his first qualifying heat of the day. So the driver who's so far had 2 P3s. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on within this race. Crowds just forming around the outside of the track, of course. Lots of spectators joining us this weekend. Just outside of the Tony Kart hospitality tent, you can see a number of people just watching on eagerly for this first race in this third rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats.
Yeah, indeed. B and F will be that one out onto the circuits. And yes, indeed, a very quick race ahead of us. There again, some of the hard-working marshals who are taking a break in the shade. They're very hot today for the racing. We do thank the Orange Army for their hard efforts. We could not go racing without, of course, all of the volunteers and officials out there on circuit that give up their weekend so we can go racing. A big thank you to them. Right then, engines firing up as they make their way out onto the track then. This is third race of the weekend for groups B and F, with just 2 more to go at the end of the day. Theo Blanc and Ellie Goldstein on row number 1. Robert Kindervetter and Jaden Teen go from row 2, with Sem Konopkias took a win earlier on. Will start alongside Kimi Tani. Row 4, we'll see Zhang Jose of China, and joined by Yanis Avico of Spain on row 4. They'll see Lewis Beck and James and Ignaciares. He had a DNF earlier on, 10th earlier on as well. So still could have a good day today on the 5th row of the grid. Andrea Dale and Tom Spagel go from row 6. They'll see Michael Paparo and Paul Andriotis on row number 7.
Row number 8 sees Mark Zvaric alongside Sam Lier, and from row number 9 we have a Birrell and an IPK in the form of Nicholas Vine and Jaden Gushkin. Row number 10, your top 20 will be Hugo Marti and Mark Brovko, and from 11, Kalayan of Abitsliev will see Simas Bachuska. Your 12th row sees the Sodi of Radek Vavra with Tim Ver. Watch out for Tim Ver because he was a big climber in qualifying heats earlier on. Row number 13, Mattis Umer needs a good race after a DNF and a P21 earlier on. He'll be alongside Luca Bremer. And then we have Morgan Knudsen, who also had a DNF in first qualifying heats of the day, rounding out your 27-strong field of KZ2 drivers for this first race in your third rotation of qualifying heats. Anthony Jordan said it, this is groups B versus F. This is, of course, 2 of your most successful drivers so far this weekend, going head-to-head into that first corner. Theo Blanc on that Birrell Art alongside Ellie Goldstein of TB Kart.
Indeed, a lot of these drivers in this front 3 rows have taken top 3 finishes today, so this could be a very interesting little race that we see transpire in the next few moments. But right now here, KZ2 has been incredibly exciting here. as the field gets ready to go racing once more. Air temperature still holding at a 27 degrees here, but I can tell you right now for free, if you're not here right now, I'll tell you it feels a lot hotter out there than that. Red flag up at the front just to slow the grid down. We'll obviously wait for the green flag to wave at the back of the field, indicating all karts in position, and we are ready to go racing for the third time this weekend in the KZ2 categories. As the last two drivers just get themselves into position. Of course, Morgan and Knudsen, who had a tough DNF earlier on, starting nearly alongside Luca Brima, also from the Netherlands there at the back of the field. They get into position. The green flag waves at the back of the field. We're ready to go racing once again for the third time for KZ2 this weekend with 2 more races to go. The lights procedure starts. 4 lights. It's lights out and fights on in KZ2. Good start for both Blanc and Goldstein. They go wheel to wheel, but it's Theo Blanc who takes the lead of the race towards turn 1. Goldstein slots into second place. The Sony card of Jaden Teen, they're in third. Another good start for the driver from the Netherlands. The outside of row number 2, Robert Kindervater on the Formula K. The IPK machine has slotted down into 4th place. Not the worst start for him, but he will focus on trying to close in and immediately goes late on the brakes there.
Steady start by Kimi Tani. Kimi Tani lit things up halfway through race distance in his previous qualifying heat. Babitsliev out of the race with heavy rear damage there. You can see the rear wheel protector absolutely on top of that rear wheel. Will go no further for CPB Sport. Of course, not even an attempt to get that KZ2 sprung back into life. But eyes and ears back on the drivers that will be in this fight, with Kimi Tani being one of those drivers. Lit things up late race in qualifying heat earlier on. Now sits there steady in P5, just looking at the Formula K directly ahead of him. Ali Goldstein looking to be hustled very shortly. Jaden Teen on the absolute limit. Gets it right, shifting up on the gears, but he sets something up as they head down towards the chicane. Vries off the corner of turn number 5 will head down with a run and was instantly signalled by Goldstein to say, follow me, but he says, absolutely not, I'll do exactly what I like and I'll get myself into P2.
Yeah, it's a nice overtaking at the same time there. Robert Kindervater defending from Kimi Tani also. Tani not able to get that nose down the inside, and now it's really started to kick off there. Yenis Aviko still there. Sem Konopkas as well. Remember, Sem Konopkas took a win earlier on track, so keep an eye on him as, again, it all kicks off there through the cafe corner.
Well, big sends there for drivers, then of course using some of the grip that does exist, and of course just using the confidence in these karts, just like drivers are doing once more down in towards turn number 1. That's another one of the TVs getting all involved and trying to push forward, most likely to where teammate Vali Goldstein is off the road in the background. That's one of the Birrells that will go no further. That's the 325. Morgan Knudsen again. Morgan Knudsen, previous qualifying heat, had a DNF. Is it him again?
No, it's not. Sorry, that's Nicholas Vayen. I do apologise. Nicholas Vayen is the Birrell there that's gone off the road. It was contact with Tim Verelst as well, and that's tumbled them right down the order, but it has involved the driver from Denmark, who is also on a Birrell, so 2 drivers from Denmark, both on Birrells there, but Nicholas Vayen out of the race.
Well, the next group of KZ2s watch on eagerly, try and pick off and try and pick up where the maybe grip lines exist within this race, because the track is ever evolving. We could see Michael Adair being one of those sat right on the grid. The Tony karts of Yenis Javiko now looking eager to get himself inside of the top 4. Previous race results included a P5 and a P8, with a new team, of course, for him going into 2026. Swapped over from the Charles Leclerc machinery into that Tony kart and is looking sharp at the front end of your order. Again, drivers just on that more defensive and more tight line. That is Sem Knopkas, Louis Speck and Kimi Tani still in there as James Anagnostiadis now looks to try and get involved. James Anagnostiadis, we know him in the world of international karting, but not within KZ2. The Mercedes junior driver, fresh face into KZ2 racing, first weekend in an FIA competition like this for him. It was a DNF earlier on for James. He's now absolutely looking to pick things up.
Yeah, certainly so. We want to be putting that result behind him here, thinking of pushing forward. Remember, only the top 36 get to race in the final in the KZ2. 83 entries into this weekend. That will just get whittled down to the 72 that go into the superheats, and big send here down the inside. Lovely stuff from Kimi Tani. Retaliating there, but it's resulted in a spin for Louis Speck. Out of the race for Speck on lap number 5. He will not be able to get it restarted, and that is such a shame for him. Another car going slowly there in the background. That is Luca Bremer at the 702 machine that was also going slow. I think 2 completely separate incidents. I think that's mechanical in nature.
Yeah, Bremer then maybe an engine issue out there for him, grinds to a halt and will go no further. So this is still the fight for P2. Jaden Teen still the leader of it. Ellie Goldstein has not managed to close up and still has Robert Kindervetter right there. Kindervetter hunting down for some good results. Has not managed just yet this weekend to break inside of your top 3 after racing. Of course, was given a 5-second penalty earlier on, which cost him that result, which resulted in a P6. So it's a P6 and a P5 that he's currently got to give him some points. Out of sector number 2, drivers will go again, not running too wide. They don't want to get in those marbles that now exist on the circuit. Goldstein holding on to things. Again, home hero going into this weekend, and probably a name that many people are looking at. This is that replay for Louis Speck. So into the chicane they go, being challenged by Kimi Tani. Tani then gets the move done. They don't really massively tag.
Oh, he hits
gets
the
up onto the
flip-flops.
curb. Up onto the curb, of course, that is the curb that these drivers use to get up on the grips, and it just lifts the bottom of the cart up from underneath him. Rear end is lost, spins round, and is out of the race.
Very lucky for the other drivers there in the background to avoid any collision there. Right, this is kicking off. Goldstein and Robert Kindervater starting to go wheel to wheel here. Goldstein on the defensive for 3rd place. Kindervater has closed in. He's brought Yanis Savico for company as well, and this fight certainly could kick off. Theo Blond's in the lead. Jaden Teen there 2nd. This is your fight for P3. 4 karts involved. Goldstein, Kindervater, Savico and Konopius, who are all battling to try and get on that top spot. And already we're seeing Kimi Tani now getting involved. Big check over the shoulder there for Jaden Teen. Can see he's got a large gap from that fight. But Goldstein's got a lot of pressure on his hands now, as unfortunately Vavitsaliev, who we saw retire earlier on, is now under investigation for potentially causing the reason why he retired.
5-kart battle then for this spot, and Ellie Goldstein looks to try and hold up the drivers behind and try and get them to scrap with each other as well, but it's not going to work. Into the chicane, he's absolutely overtaken. It's read like an absolute book by Robert Kindervater. Kindervater gets himself inside of the top 3, and Goldstein, I don't think, would have expected that one to come. James Anagnostiadis still trying to get up there, of course. Slightly fresher tyre for him to be holding on to the back of Kimi Tani, who had that P2 earlier on. But Theo Blond, we've got to highlight it here, Anthony. Theo Blond, of course, time qualifying, absolutely stellar stuff. Both qualifying heats, wins on the road, and has just bolted off from the rest of the field, unbothered by anybody else.
Again, has shown great pace there. Has the Frenchman running on the Birrell kart, and he's done a great job, and he's continuing to do it. Another fastest lap of the race, 51.485. Very quick indeed. Of course, in qualifying we were running in the 50s, so again, slightly slow, but that is understandable. Of course, the tyres have done a lot more work since then. This fight, though, still goes on. Kindervater has broken away. Goldstein soon under pressure from Savico, but it's the Konopius-Tani battle that we can see here going away. That's quite close, and we've already seen Tani taking a few moves here and there. Can he get another one on the cards, and can Anagnostiadis capitalise on this also on his 2-place gain?
Well, questions still remain, as that is the change then in the sharp end of the order, and in turns 14 and 15 we're still seeing fights go on in the background. Zvaric, Vavra and Gushkin being some of those names to give each other the elbow. But out in the front, still team with that P2, Kindervetter, Goldstein and Yanis Javico. They're going into turn number 6, where of course it beckons with a right-hander, where the drivers then set things up in 4th gear to then head through that 2nd sector. Drivers being smooth on the wheel, not pushing too hard so that they make a mistake. And of course, mistakes in KZ2, in KZ Racing, of course, as well, will absolutely cost you. The slight misjudgment on shifting up or shifting down could cost you not just one position, but a multitude and, of course, pace as well to then set up the next corners and the next laps. On to the next laps these drivers will go, and this is the challenge for P4. Goldstein now being hunted down by the Spaniard, the Tony Kart driver of Chavico now. Chavico looking incredibly strong here, Anthony.
Yeah, it certainly is, and looks very deep under brakes there in towards the hairpin of turn 6, into 7 again. More defensive posture for Goldstein, just puts the kart in the middle of the road, keeps Chavico there with a chance to do it. Now Kimi Tanni's got involved. Tanni's been the one who's been making the moves, though. He's going to be the one I'm going to keep an eye on here to make the move first, possibly on Chavico, so we'll have to wait and see here. But we are nearing the end of this race. Last lap board will be out this time. That'll be heading to Theo Blon now. He crosses the line. This fight here is just a bit further back. 4th, 5th and 6th place as they enter onto the last lap.
Well, Chavico there, I think, more thinking about now than Kimi Tanni, then Ellie Goldstein. He's fallen off the back of Goldstein, was a moment ago hooked onto the back of that TB kart, but now he's thinking about Tanni just behind. Final lap for these drivers, final lap for Theo Blon, who still does not let off at all. Fastest lap on these very last moments of this race, as now you're seeing that more defensive driving style be deployed by the Tony Kart. Into the second sector, these drivers will head for the final timers. This is a good little race for James Adagnostiadis to try and get involved of. Can he try and bite something out of Kimi Tanni just ahead? Don't think he's going to have the time within this one. Could be a lunging moment for Kimi Tanni, but he gets backed up by Chavico. Theo Blon, though, sees the checkered flag, the first driver to see the checkered flag for 3 consecutive races in a row. On-track wins. Theo Blon makes it a hat-trick. Of course, he lost the previous one with that 5-second penalty, but now he makes it one more, and he makes himself the leader, of course, of those intermediate classification points, with it only being Maximilian Schleimer that could challenge him for those on-track wins, those consecutive wins. The driver there on that Birrell Art machinery, not with the factory team, of course, but running on that Birrell incredibly strong from day dot within this competition. Biggest mover, however, went to Simas Baciuska, started P22 all the way down there and finished in P12. A good promotion by Baciuska, 10 places gained in total. But Theo Blon makes it 3 from 3 ahead of Jaden Teen and Robert Kinderwetter as your top 3, with Teen gaining 2 positions in total and Kinderwetter making it a P3, his best result so far this weekend. There are your top 3 then, the driver of France being the one to beat, the absolute protagonist going into this weekend. KZ2, of course, last year for him he was not one of the names at the front, but this year we're looking hopeful for the Frenchman. Blonde from Teen, from Kinderwetter then as your top 3, with Goldstein, Jan Chavico and Kimi Tanni take you to your top 6, with James Adagnostiadis, Zhang Huzhe, Michael Paparo and Tom Sprigel rounding out your top 10. Hugo Marti then finishes in P11 ahead of Simas Baciuska, with Andrea Dell, Paul Andriotis and Mark Svaric taking you to your top 15, with Radek Vavra, Jaden Gushkin, Mark Brovko, Tim Ver and Morgan Knudsen being your last 20 finishers, with Sven Knopias, Samuel Lier, Louis Speck, Luca Bremer, Nicholas Vine, Klayan Babitian and Mattis Umer being lost within the race. Umer, of course, another DNF for him. Great results time and time and then Theo Blon, what a start to his European campaign in 2026.
Certainly is. Looking forward to see what will transpire later on for the KZ2s, but don't fret, we've still got some more races coming up. 2 races for the KZ2s coming up in a couple of moments' time. Very busy start to that race. It was the start. I would say it was pretty much even Stevens between the front 2 for both Blanc and Goldstein, but it was Theo Blanc that was able to get the whole shot in towards turn 1 and 2. Would able to take that one to the very end of the race. For Bitsaliev, unfortunately, the first of the retirements from that race would tumble down the order. Later moments, unfortunately, tumbling out of the race. Such a troublesome moment there for Nicholas Venn. And I think that was caught out there later with another of Tim Van Els. Then we saw the unfortunate spin for Lewis Speck. At the same time that happened, Luca Bremer also retired with a mechanical problem down the inside at turn number 7. Big lunges for Robert Kinderwetter, but it would be Theo Blanc once again at the top. He retakes the lead He has won 3 races in a row on track. He did lose one, though, on paper after a post-race penalty. So, again, it puts the ball very much back into the court of the driver who started and has also won 2 races. And that driver will be starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Maximilian Schleimer, 2 wins out of 2. He is the driver to watch in this one. Michael Adair, though, on that front row of the grid, also a race winner this weekend. There is Maximilian Schleimer. He has got the chance here to take the points lead. Another win here puts him on 150 intermediate classification points.
It absolutely does. So Schleimer then for 2026 has moved over to the Tony Kart team and will be the only Tony Kart within this race. They're only hopeful, but the biggest hopeful, I would say, this weekend. 2 out of 2 qualifying heat wins, like Anthony just said. Will be starting alongside Michael Adair, who put it on pole position within qualifying heats earlier on this weekend. Adair, great stuff from him, and we'll hear exactly what he had to say after that session.
Michael, firstly, great job out there, pole position in group. After the sessions this morning and all of the testing, did you expect that you would put it on pole?
Yeah, I will expect it because last session was P1, so the feeling was great. I went into this qualifying pushing 100 for 100. I give everything I had, and yeah, I put it on pole. I want to thank my team, my engine tuner, my sponsor, everyone, my dad, my family. Thank you.
And another question for you, and this comes to the other drivers around you. Of course, great session, but there's a big grid. CPB, a name within this grid as well, that have got a lot of quick drivers. Thinking about that at all? Are you thinking about some of the names around you?
Yeah, there are a lot of big names, but I think if in the heats and in the rest of the weekend I will push myself like I do in this qualifying, I can beat everyone, but we have to work, keep head down, and let's see what we can do.
Well, congratulations, like we said, pole and group.
Thank you.
You got matching earrings there, Nicole.
He's got style.
No, right then. Next race coming up, Michael Adair on that pole position spot. Max Schleimer starting alongside, but Dorian Goodenfels just there behind. Keep an eye on him. He's also on the Birrell chassis. See what he can deliver in this next race. He'll be starting alongside Enzo Boll as well. There is Enzo Boll, the 313, primed and ready. And that's a fabulous helmet design. In fact, actually, is that the same chicken that is on a certain Valentino Rossi helmet I think I've seen in the past? I'm not too sure, but it's a brilliant design. I'm a big fan of it. Right then, Enzo Boll priming himself ready to go. Love the KZ2 so far. They've been really giving us a great show. The next race coming through. Yes, thank you very much, Nicole. You've just shown me the chicken on the Valentino Rossi helmet. Yeah, there you go. Was I right? Is it pretty similar?
I would say so.
Yeah, thank you very much. There we go. I am not that smart usually. Right then, there is other drivers. Dion van Verven, keep a close eye on him. He's looking to try and push his way through as well. It's been an up and down day, but in the race earlier on in groups A versus E, Dion van Verven did have a good run. He was finished that one at P5. Max Schleimer, of course, took the win in that one. Enzo Boll earlier on, an unfortunate penalty for him. It did drop him to 10th place, but still a good one. Yurislav Sevetalov was a DSQ, actually, in that last race. He had that coming together with Alessia Lamartina in that race earlier on, which unfortunately saw them both retire from that race. Group C earlier on, of course, Michael Adair, he also had a tough run in that one. He dropped down to 10th place in the race. Dorian Goodenfels, a similar story, dropped down to 6th place. Matthias Morgato was, well, I'd say, an up and down race. At 7th place, not the end of the world, not too bad, not too great. So, again, up and down. So, everyone here looking to see what they can do. We've got a live onboard camera in the form of Maximilian Schleimer to see if he can try and take his 3rd win of the weekend. And the sunshine here in Belgium. Look at that sky there, Nicole. Fabulous day to go racing. It's going to be like that all weekend. And thank goodness we've escaped the rain this season, because it's been stalking us. I swear it has been. Here's your grid then. Qualifying heat C versus E for KZ2. Michael Adair and Maximilian Schleimer, row number 1. Dorian Goodenfels and Enzo Boll go from row 2. Matthias Morgato and Dion van Verven go from row number 3. Jean Louillet and Yurislav Sevetalov, they go from row 4. They will see the likes of Tommy van der Struis and Corentin Rousseau on row 5. Marek Scrivan and Matti Rittanen go from row number 6. There we'll see Jay Owen and Lenny Lagache on row number 7, rounding out the first half of the field.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 8 sees Emilio Koivisto alongside Meniher Crozer. From row number 9, it's Giovanni Tosso of Italy alongside Hugo Basson of France. And from row number 10, we only have Emmanuel Mai. From the 11th row, it's Kevin Sterhalver with Kian Fardin. And from 12, Sem van Vogsen is missing. He should be starting alongside Simon Bilman. From your 13th and penultimate row, it's Rob Luckerson with Enzo Vivier. And from your 14th and final row, Hannah Lang will round out the grid for Great Britain, a privateer driver going into this race. So, 27 drivers should be starting this one. We're already down to 25. So gaps ahead of drivers like Hannah Lang, Rob Luckerson and Kevin Sterhalver will be in place. No Thomas Pradir, no Sem van Vogsen.
I would like to pay attention to one driver in this race in particular, and that is the Hungarian who is starting on the 8th row of the grid, Meniher Crozer. A brand new set of tyres on board the left-hand side of his kart. Could we see him push through? And it's a very early deployment. Well, I say, is it an early deployment? We are 3rd rotation in, aren't we, of qualifying heats. There's only 2 more to go. That's not too early. And, of course, if he's had a couple of bad results, he might want to see if he can push forward in these last few races.
Yeah, of course, it depends on previous results. It depends as well on how the drivers are feeling with those track conditions. Drivers get a set and a half going into this competition, so 6 tyres in total. To really decide, what they want to do with them, it's up to the driver. You do typically see the later in the day or in the weekend is where you really see more drivers deploy tyres. The tactics can be naders. Maybe you've sussed out the tactic, Anthony?
18th and 23rd for Meniher Crozer in previous races. So, again, deploying these now might be a case of just, right, I need to get top 10 results to make sure I get through into tomorrow. You can already see how much marbling's happening at the beading there on the Leconte tyres. Incredibly hot, and actually when they go round the corners, it really just flick off into your face and into the drivers behind. So it's quite intense out there with the heat as well, because like we were mentioning, that air temperature now has just creeped up to 29 degrees out there. Very warm. Green flag waving at the back of the grid. Then 2 empty grid spots. Actually, I only see 1 empty grid spot. That's quite interesting. Right, someone's, I think, in the wrong spot. Here we go then. As the lights procedure gets underway, it is lights out and fights on in KZ2. Lightning start then once again for Max Schleimer. Takes the lead away from Michael Adair, who does hold on to 2nd place. There, Morgato pushing through. Dion van Verven's had a good start. He tried to get into 3rd place, could only settle for 4th as Enzo Bol slots into 3rd place. The whole field makes their way round. They head in towards the likes of turns number 6. As they head down the 116-metre back straight in towards that final sector. Schleimer breaking away, but he's a defensive immediately. Off the road there has gone the 711. That's Emmanuel Mai. He tumbles to the back of the field. Crucially, though, Schleimer in control, but Michael Adair is going to make it mighty difficult for him over the next few laps.
Emmanuel Mai catching some airtime down at turn number 5 as down the inside we almost had a challenge on there for Dion van Verven, but has to back out of things and let go of the position for the time being. There's something about a race start that Maximilian Schleimer must absolutely love, because 2 out of 2, he's absolutely perfected it and makes himself, again, this weekend, a race leader. It's Schleimer from Michael Adair from Enzo Bol with Dion van Verven, Goldfels, Luyer and Matthias Mugato as your top 7. Corentin Rousseau, of course, has jumped into a different team, is now part of the TV kart camp. He's currently sat there in P8 with Tommy van der Stroys, a driver who's newer into this field, but with some impeccable track knowledge, sat there in P9 on board with your race leader of Maximilian Schleimer. And what an absolute view through sector number 2. These drivers going really hard then in towards turn number 10, where it's similar to turn number 5, where they go really deep into the corner, V things off to then get up on the run, shift up on the gears. 30 to 31 gear changes approximately around this circuit. Absolutely on the limit for these drivers, and as is Maximilian Schleimer, who continues to extend that gap out of the final corner.
Dion van Verven, you just saw the graphic there, under investigation for a start infringement. Big send down the inside there for Jean Luyer, but he's not gained anything for that one. Morgato sneaks his way through, says thank you very much, and gains a 2 for 1 there. does Morgato. But this fight, though, still rages on as Emmanuel Mike, despite that drama earlier on, starting to push through. Here's the MP down the inside. That's Tommy van der Straat as he tries to push his way through. He has done that. Of course, the MP team, I'd say based here. I don't think they're based here, but the team runs this one, but they are based here. So a lot of local knowledge for them. A big move down the inside, a lot of curb taken there and squeezed off the road. That's quite exciting fight. Is that Jay Irwin on the fight through? I think it is. He's got Martin Rittinen for company now, and Menihat Klosner tumbling down. There is Yaroslav Shevchalov trying to get involved. Remember, he was a DNF earlier on and actually DSQ'd later in that one. He's going to want a better result in this as the Maranello tries to push forward.
Birrell will be seeing double with the likes of Jay Irwin and Martin Rittinen, who are battling it out for the last spots inside of the top 10, but maybe look to work together for the Birrell Art Camp to stay ahead of the CRG and the Maranello that is shortly behind him in the form of Menihat Klosner and Shevchalov there in P12. Mateusz Morgato goes fastest as almost there ascent by the Maranello in towards turn number 6, but has to back out of it and hold on and hold steady for the time being. Maximilian Schleimer, of course, in 2025 was P3 in your European Championship. Going into this year, he's one of the drivers that could be a big favourite, as there's another send down towards turn number 11 in the background. We've still got the likes of Hugo Besson, Goldfels and Maurice Scriven there battling it out, as that's Hannah Lang that rounds out your field down in P25. The last of your runners so far within this race. Kian Fardin there appears on your screen. Fardin just being muscled out, gets it wrong out turns 1 and 2. Fardin, 2 qualifying heats out 2. I've seen him at the race start. Just cannot get off the line out there in that Sodi. Just hasn't managed to pick things up.
Yeah, it's a shame on that one. They are tricky to get off the line. Not only is it racing line, but of course reactions as well. Moves down the inside there in the background. That was Kevin Stayhauer trying to push forward, and is doing a pretty decent job of that, I would say, in this field. Biggest movers out there in this top section as we continue to watch here. Dion van Merven and Morgato battle away. 2 of the CPB Sport drivers here. About to go wheel to wheel. We've seen big moves there in the background. Crosso, I was talking about him, but he's only on a 4-place gain on this one. Those new tyres not really working out for him here, but he's still in a really good position and looking at his best results of the weekend so far. Hugo Besson currently up 5 places, but it's Simon Billman up 8. That's looking very good, and Enzo Vivier also looking very good with 8 places gain in 18th place. Jay Owen, however, is your fastest driver out there. He's currently sitting in 9th place under the watchful eye of Martin Rittinen, who is just behind him. But this fight here is the one that we're watching. It's Dion van Merven and Mateusz Morgato as they are now line astern heading into the final sector.
Yeah, eyes are glued on these 2 Sodis here. We saw a lot of Dion van Merven in 2025 with teammates specifically. He fought it out with the likes of Jaden Teen and, of course, Max Schurman, who was in your grid in last year. Now he's got the teammates of Mateusz Morgato, so a similar story for him this year so far, but this time with a different name. So Morgato's just sitting there settled for the time being in towards turn number 5. Of course, opportunities open up in towards turn number 6, but Morgato uses his head and stays still for now because they're trying to hunt down for that P2 for Michael Adair, your driver that put it on pole yesterday in qualifying group. Your first KZ2 pole sitter of the season. Still, though, Dion van Merven knows that the Brazilian is sat right behind him. There's a bit of a change there in the background between Jay Irwin, your fastest driver on the track, and Corentin Rousseau, the driver who's fresh into TB for 2026. Half race distance then complete by the drivers. Maximilian Schleimer, absolutely, impeccable drive from him so far. Stellar stuff out there in the front for Tony Kart.
Yep, certainly so. They'll be delighted with their man here, and he's looking at 150 intermediate classification points if he keeps hold of that 6/10 lead from the drivers up ahead. This fight here raging on in the background. The TB kart having to go defensive here is down the inside. Jay Irwin trying to get the move done. Not close enough. Corentin Rousseau holds on for the time being. But this fight's raging on for 8th place right now. A good little scrap, I'm sure we will see. No change to the front. I'm still seeing the big checks over the shoulder as well for Dion van Merven, who is under increasing pressure from Morgato just behind this fight here as well. still kicking off, but no changes just yet. Are they going to work together here, Nicole, or are they going to see a change of position?
Of course, Matheus Magato is a previous world champion in OK Racing, so he's a smart driver out there. I'd say he's going to bide his time. He's going to try and use Dion van Werven, see if he can get up to the tail end of Michael Adair. But for now, it's actually not working because now they're being caught up by Enzo Bol and Jean Le. Tommy van der Stroijs in this fight as well, almost, but van der Stroijs is slightly off the back of that train as we're still looking at Corentin Rousseau and Jay Owen. Jay Owen just cannot suss out a way past Corentin Rousseau. Take that back. Forget what I just said, because Jay Owen absolutely said, watch this one then. Sends it down the inside, he gets the move done. He
quite literally showed you there, Nicole. And yes, nice little move there. Still no change here between these two. Van Werven and Morgado. Well,
just happened to you.
It's done the same to me. There we go. Morgado up into third place. Nice move there into turn 2. Waiting for that one, and I think just waiting for the right moment. And you can see already, he's already opened up quite a significant gap. Fastest lap, Shevatalov pushing through.
Do you think every time we say somebody's going to be patient, they're just going to show us, no, we're not?
Okay, well, let's test the theory out once again. Right, Tommy van der Stroijs there. He's been waiting ages to find a gap. He's not found one yet. No, he still hasn't found one. Right, okay, I thought he was. Right, as they push their way forward, maybe in another lap. Yeah, great little racing that we were seeing here from the field, and I'm still loving what we're seeing from Simon Billman here. 14th place, he's still on a 10-place gain right now, and now inside the top 15 in P14 here. Over the start-finish line they go. We are on to lap number 11 now of this race. Last lap board will be out. Schleimer's lead has come down a little bit more here, Nicole. It's down to just 0.5 of a second. It's very close, but it's not lunging distance just yet.
It's close, but it's probably a bit intentional by Max Schleimer as well. He's probably just balancing that kart, finding the absolute limit of both speed and power out there. But still, this battle does rage on between Tommy van der Stroijs and Jean Le. Jean Le, good results so far this weekend. Had, of course, a top 10 earlier on. He's actually had a P6 and a P4. Knows that he's got van der Stroijs eager there, but van der Stroijs is actually just inviting in Jay Owen into the last couple of corners, just goes into the back of the CRG, who's parking it, holding it, as Jay Owen looks to send it down the inside and absolutely gets it perfect at turn number 14 and 15 as we now enter onto what will be the last lap for our drivers. So that was a change for P6. Is van der Stroijs in P6 with Jay Owen P7. Jean Le has had to drop down to P8. There's drama out there for the Maranello. That's the 355 who will tumble down the order. Shevatalov. That's 2 in a row for Shevatalov. Not what you wanted to have seen, as Matheus Magato now looks to have, of course, got past Dion van Werven, is looking directly at the barrel of Michael Adair, your previous pole sitter, going into the race. As Magato, aggressive round the outside, he's going to try and set something up. Can he try and have a go through turns 14 and 15? Perfects things on the gears. We'll have to find out shortly, but what we can confirm is that Maximilian Schleimer sees the checkered flag and goes 3 out of 3 on qualifying heat wins, with Michael Adair managing to hold on to that P2 by just an absolute fraction, by a whisker, and Matheus Magato rounds out your top 3. But Schleimer now makes himself one of the most successful drivers this weekend, as this was the massive moment for Shevatalov there, absolutely over the front of the CRG, rips off that Nasso panel and makes damage to both karts. But Schleimer perfects things again for the Tony Kart Factory team. Great stuff by the driver who switched over for the Sodi onto the OTK product and has just made it a hat-trick out there.
Just trying to think what kart that was in the CRG. Possibly Jean Le he was fighting with. That NASA panel coming off. It's the only CRG I see out there in terms of drivers. So
unless it was the MP.
Oh, unless it was the MP, yeah, that could have been something, but it was orange, the NASA panel. So we'll have to wait and see that result. But here are your results. Max Schleimer and Michael Adair, 1 and 2. Morgado taking 3rd. Schleimer continuing that winning streak. Now taking 150 intermediate classification points. Dion van Werven takes P4 ahead of Enzo Bol, Tommy van der Stroijs from Jay Owen, Corentin Rousseau from Jean Le, Mark Ritteren from Menihat Kozner, Simon Billman from Maddox Crivan, Hugo Besson from Lenny Lagache. Then it is Enzo Vivier from Kian Fardin. and Kevin Stehauer taking a strong position there in P18. Emmanuel Mai from Emilio Koivisto, Giovanni Tosso from Dorian Gudenfels, Rob Lukasian, Hannah Lang rounding out the 24 finishers, Yaroslav Sevatalov. Once again, another retirement in that race, but there walks away the man leading the intermediate classifications, Maximilian Schleimer, at this moment looking to be undefeated. But good news for racing fans, the next rotation of KZ2 has Group B and E. That will have Michael Adair and Max Schleimer on that front row of the grid. Here's your highlights from that race, and well, Michael Adair got the run off the line, managed to break away, back of the field, started to kick off just that little bit, but it was actually a relatively calm race for the majority of that one, Nicole. Everyone seemingly getting away quite well.
Yeah, everybody pretty settled. Of course, we did have some good sends, especially in towards the chicane at turns 6, 7 and 8, but nothing too untowards for our drivers. Jay Owen was probably one of the human highlight reels within that race. Jay Owen, of course, really, really quick within your qualifying practices earlier on in this weekend. Didn't manage to string things together within qualifying probably as much as he would have expected. Started from that 7th row, but did absolutely promote himself time and time again. Cian Fardin was one of the drivers who tried to get up the order after a poor start, but this battle ahead of him made it tough work. This was the change between Jay Owen and Corentin Rousseau there down towards turns 10 and 11, and this was the switch between the two CPBs of Mathias Mogato and Dion van Verven. Again and again, Jay Owen managed to get himself all involved in the fight, and that was the switch between him and Jean Lier. This was the big moment between the Maranello, and can't quite work out what the other driver was. Could potentially been one of the MPs, maybe the CRG. We'll later, of course, find out who that Nasso panel belonged to. But that is the conclusion of qualifying heats KZ2, C versus E. Next up, we go to groups A versus D, where we see Arthur Leuk and Filippo Sala on your front row.
Yes, indeed. This could be a good one. Both the Frenchman and the Italian looking very strong this weekend, and so is Antoine Broggio and Alois Gilliday as well on row number 2. Daniel Macier and Robin Glerum had a stall earlier on off the line. Hopefully this time can get that kart started, this one. At row 4, Manuel Klaas will be joined by Noah Wolf, Jens Leer joined by Oliver Stadler, Jensen Graham and Edgars Vilkans will be going from row number 6, the Latvian looking to push forward in this race. Alexander Uzneem will start alongside Alexander Schmitz. It was Schmitz that unfortunately got caught out with Robin Glum's non-starter. Can he get a better start this time around? Jedison Skulinov and Alessandro Zolocco joining them on that 8th row of the grid.
Row number 9 sees Gavin Lier of France alongside Alvar Simisvara, and from row number 10, your top 20, Nicola Rossini of Italy sees Patrick Ogradovcek. 11th row is Samuel Dicker of Australia with Julian Kamen on that Sodi kart. And from row number 12, we have Alessio Limatina, one of the most experienced drivers in your KZ2 class, who of course had that DNF earlier on and will be hunting down a good result alongside Birol Art Solomon Zanfari. Your 13th row will be Nico Lindberg, who had a good climb earlier on to P415. He's starting alongside Jeffrey Fixer. 14 rows in total. Nico Bogner will be the last driver of those 27 karts altogether. DNF for Nico earlier on, of course. So will also be another name trying to force themselves through the crowders. Now you're seeing, several shades of grip starting to unfold out there. Well,
those are the 11s, as the drivers like to call them, from the practice starts that they do in the mornings and in the warm-up. So there's a lot of rubber going down there on the inside, on the exit of turn number 6, so good to see. Right then, front of the grid ready to go. Back of the grid still making their way into the likes of turns 12. They'll have a long time to wait, and there is Arthur Leuk, the pole sitter from timed qualifying, ready to see what he can do in this one. Just a reminder then, Group A earlier on in the KZ2s. And I will try and get that up on my screen. It was a very busy day. Group A, it was, of course, Max Schleimer took the win. Antoine Broggio did take P2 from that second row of the grid. Arthur Leuk did finish P3. So Leuk wanting to push his way forward this time as the last karts just get into their grid slots now. That is Jeffrey Fisk and the Mach 1 machine just getting lined up. Green flag waves then at the back of the grid. as the race is about to get underway. It's qualifying heat A versus D. KZ2 is lights out and fights on. Good start for the field. Great start from both the front row. Nyck and Filippo Sala go wheel to wheel, but Sala's got to settle for third place. It will be the KR Motorsport driver who leads the way. The pole setter from qualifying streaks into the lead from that P1 spot. The rest of the field they're going through. There you can see Antoine Boggio. He also had a good start on that inside line. He slotted into second place. A good getaway for the field as they all head round the hairpin for the first time. Everyone gets through it. Big lunges under braking. Look at that train of CPB Sport machines. It's like a Sodi field out there.
It's like an absolute sea of Sodis out there. Noah Wolf, better start for him in the start of this one as well. One of the Crocs gets absolutely muscled out by the group of Sodis, but they have to settle and actually allow the position for the time being. But going back to the Noah Wolf story, better start in this qualifying heat than previous. Wolf then second year of KZ2 racing and looks to try and push up there in that Birol Art and Miami machinery. Out in the front, Arthur Leuk, your pole sitter, your overall fastest driver so far this weekend in the KZ2, leads the way ahead of Antoine Boggio, Filippo Sala, Daniel Messier and Robin Glirum as your top five, with the trio breaking away and then the duo trying to chase down with Messier and Glirum making up those positions. Or one of the Formula K's
Nico Bogner.
Nico Bogner again, not the weekend for Bogner. It literally goes from bad to worse.
And not on his own out there. I think Julian Camin on a CPB Sport is also out of the race off there at turn number 1. So we'll have to wait and see. Eyes still on the rest of the fighting here. Leuk's lead 0.3 of a second, but is under close pressure from Boggio and Sala. Glirum's going to have to see a technical flag, the 703. And I see why. He's lost one of his anti-launch devices out there. Unfortunately, a new addition into the 2026 season. Unfortunately, the one on his left-hand side of his rear bumper, the right-hand side of his rear bumper, has come off. It looks like how a kart used to look, but unfortunately now it is a technical infringement, and he will unfortunately have to retire that kart.
Well, Rob, let's see this replay then of Robin Glirum at the start. Just flies off the kart. Of course, technical flag will be out, but he's still looking at Daniel Messier there on your screen in the Cali kart. Daniel Messier, of course, was disqualified yesterday after a big moment between him and Arthur Leuk down towards the chicane. So he's hunting down for some points and is currently hunting down not just Filippo Sala, but also some distance from himself and Glirum, who will now head into the final corner to then see that technical flag. A number of notifications actually coming up on the board for drivers, some of those being drivers being put under investigation, the 308 being one of those names, as well as the 311. So Wolf, is it maybe for the race start again? Noah Wolf under investigation for the start.
Yeah, indeed. That reaction times, if you're a little bit too eager, you don't want to stare at those lights. And Daniel Messier is another one of those drivers under investigation. So a plethora of penalties will be coming to the drivers here as they will head to the officials. Here's a look at the start, and there was lots of them. I saw the Maranello in the background move. I saw the Brill there just moving as well of Wolf. So again, it's just one of those. You've just got to wait until they go out. You can't jump.
Yeah, but it helps the drivers behind, like Girardet, Trua and Vilkans as well, because all three, not necessarily, but Wolf is under pressure from being under investigation, as is Messier, and then Glirum very shortly will have to retire from this race with that technical flag. Still, though, fights going on. Drivers are not put off by any of that. This is Girardet and Trua going for it for that P7. The only driver, I believe, within this race to be sat on a Croc is Girardet there in the sharp end of your field. Daniel Messier then goes at fastest, is in the sharper end, is looking now at Filippo Sala and edges ever closer to the Italian, who, I don't know if you'd agree out there, Anthony, looks like he's really, really enjoying it. He's the driver sporting the Charles Leclerc livery this year for Birol Art, has jumped into the things like that, of course. Previously was the likes of Corentin Rousseau, who would have been in there, but Filippo Sala, fresh face into KZ2, not fresh face into FIA Karting, but really looks like he's enjoying it and like he's got nothing to lose.
Update on our man Robin Glirum. It's been upgraded to a black flag now. He has not adhered to the technical flag. And of course, these drivers, I mean, you understand they get locked in when we talk about it in OK, but then, yeah, you get tunnel vision in a KZ, and unfortunately, he's just not seen the technical flags going out for him. And that is such a shame. So that's gone from a DNF to now a DSQ.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's not just in KZ that these drivers get absolutely fixated on the kart in front. Is it in any kart racing? You see the bumper ahead, you're trying to push, you're trying to perfect every single one of the 30 gear changes, the 15 corners, the 3 sectors out there on the 1.3 kilometre circuit. Black flag as this is about to start to heat up, because Filippo Sala has lost 2 positions. Daniel Miesia has gone in and allowed Robin Glerum the position as well, but Glerum, you know, technically should not be there.
No, and is still fighting, so the longer he goes on, the more trouble he's going to be in, really, because they'll say to him, how on earth can you ignore all of those flags and communications in a race?
You know, it's also the responsibility of the team and the mechanic to be signalling on that sideline, waving him in to say, you know, you need to come in, that's it, you're done.
Yeah, and that is such a shame for him. Right then, Nyck leads the way, 0.6 of a second is the gap still. Brojo Mesa, Glerum, Sala, Wolf, Girardet and Jens Treyer on that lonely crop promotions, as you were calling out earlier on, Nicole. Big movers in the background. Well, no one really pushing the positions. You've got Fisk right in the background of this race. Jeffrey Fisk is up 6 places. He's technically the biggest mover so far.
Anthony, Glerum is still there in P4. You know, technical flag ignored, black flag now being ignored. For how much longer is he going to go round there for? You know, this is not going to end very well for him, because he's still pushing as well. He still thinks he's in this race. I think he's pretty unaware of the fact that, you know, he needs to come in. Fastest driver out there. Talking of fast drivers, big overtakes being attempted. This is in your midfield section. This includes the likes of Truer, Vilkans, Castle, Skulanov, Graham, Lier and Schmitz as well as in the front end. You've still got Arthur Nyck with that nice 9/10 gap to the rest of the field. Then now we're looking on the sharper end. Daniel Masier, you know, under investigation, but good job by him. Noah Wolf as well hasn't been put off by that notification. Both of those drivers who are under some pressure by previously maybe jumping the start, still looking strong.
Yes, indeed. Still long trains happening in the background there. Kind of a Formula K's Oliver Stadler there and Samuel Dicker in a bit of a sandwich of Nicola Rossini in between the two of them. They're having a good old scrap for position. There is 4 Sodi karts in a row, then followed by the wild card just there of Gavin Lier. He's pushing his way through this field quite nicely. He's on a 4-place gain. He has got Alexander Schmitz just behind him as well. Another one of the privateers pushing forward on another one of the Tony Kart chassis. Not long left in this race, Nicole. We go on to lap number 10. They are still trying to wave in Glerum there in P4. It continues to go through, and I can imagine it's going to get from bad to worse there for him. But this fight here, Wolf closing in on Filippo Sala. Now this is quite interesting. These two are quite good friends, and they always like to take the mick out of each other. But when it gets to the action on track, it gets quite feisty, I can imagine. And we are going to see that battle right now. Sala in front of Wolf. 2 very bright helmet designs there. The kind of disco ball coloured spotty helmet for Filippo Sala, which I will say I'm a great fan of. And the new fluorescent yellow helmet design. I do feel like we need to ban fluoro yellow from karting, though. There's too much of it in karting, I think. But he's there pushing his way through, also trying to get involved. But I think they're just communicating with each other. They're just saying, it's all right, you just keep going and I'll follow you.
Yeah, they, of course, are good friends out there. You know, have raced each other last year in OK. Last year, Wolf was in KZ2 as well. This year, they get to race each other in only the KZ2 category. As I actually was asking, you know, Noah yesterday about some of the lines out there, and then he said, no, Filippo, how are you doing that one? And then they were kind of, you know, joking back and forth. Nah, that's wrong, mate. That's not what you do out there. So, still, I'm looking at Robin Glerum, still out there. The 7:03, of course. First time we've seen Robin in an FIA KZ2 race. Maybe he's just not completely aware of the rules that go out there. You know, he's so probably fixated on this race as well. This is probably a big deal for him to be in a grid like this, and that's maybe why he's not seen things. But he'll still enter into the last lap. He's still, you know, he's not in the fight, but he's out there on the track, but he's going to find himself in absolute hot water later on in the steward's office. Arthur Nyck, though, great stuff from him. The driver of Kart Republic, who pulled it overall yesterday in time qualifying and who has led everything out there as again Robin Glerum continues to try and pick things up and continues to try and make up places, but he's not going to work. It's going to be absolutely taken away at the end of this race. But you've got to give things to drivers, and you've got to give a big round of applause to the likes of Arthur Nyck, who looks to take first qualifying heat win for him of the weekend, converts a pole position start into a win, turns 14 and 15 complete. Checkered flag ready, checkered flag seen by Nyck, who rounds out qualifying heat ahead of countryman Anton Brogio, who converts a P3 start into a P2, with Daniel Messier making it a third position, but of course is under investigation.
Yes, quite the fight there for the field. Arthur Nyck taking the win from Antoine Brogio, Daniel Mesa and Robin Glerum in P4. And I'm sure he saw the checkered flag there. Did he see the black flags earlier on? That is the question. That is the argument he will try and fight in the stewards, to which I am sure he will be visiting, maybe with his head down a little bit in that one. So
you can't argue that you would have definitely seen the last lap board. You're always looking up at that gantry, so yeah, you'll have to find out.
Right then, field done and dusted then. Arthur Nyck takes the win ahead of Antoine Brogio and Daniel Messier. Glerum finishing that one in P4 ahead of Filippo Sala and Wolf, Alois Gilliday and Jens Treyer. Edgar Vilkans and Emmanuel Castel finish that one and round out the top 10 ahead of Jaroslav Skulinov and Gavin Luye. Alexander Schmitz, much better race in this one, takes a P13, a one-place gain ahead of Jensen Graham, who rounds out the top 14 ahead of Alvar Timosvara, who gains 3 in P15. Stadler from Rossini, Decker from Uznim. Then it is Lamartina from Zaloco, Ogrodovchik from Lemberg, Fisk from Zamfari, who rounds out the top 25 to retirement. Julian Kamin and Nico Bogner out of the race. That happened, I believe, on lap number 2. Arthur Nyck there. Pole position earlier on in time qualifying. Now finally takes his first qualifying heat win after his third attempt. Third time's charm for Arthur Nyck in those qualifying heats.
Has stayed inside of the top 6 all day, though. Of course, a P6 yesterday, P3, now a qualifying heat win, and this is how he pulled it off. So good race start at that line, at the lights, bolted away from the field as Filippo Sala attempted to try and take the long way round and quite quickly slotted into a P3. Some good starts actually by other drivers in the field, maybe a little bit too good for the likes of Daniel Messier and Noah Wolf, who are both being looked at for potentially jumping things. This was the moment where we lost that rear protection guard of Robin Glerum, and where we lost, of course, Nico Bogner, the first driver to not finish the race. Arthur Nyck, though, final lap, of course, was just cruising round the circuit to take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend and of the year. To conclude your third rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats, we will now go back to our academies, our Academy Junior, for their second rotation of heats. Their last times we'll be seeing these drivers today for groups A versus B. Zoltan Koyni and Alexander Prizovic lining up on your front row, with Zoltan Koyni, of course, polling it overall yesterday and then taking a qualifying heat win earlier on.
Indeed, a very strong start to their weekend. And there's Zoltan Koyni starting it on pole position. We caught up with him ahead of the weekend before they even turned a wheel on track to see how he was feeling starting the 2026 season.
Zoltan Koyni, welcome to round 1 of this year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy Juniors. Obviously now quite a few years it's been running. You're here representing Switzerland, and I just want to start with saying it's been a relatively strong start to your season running on an OKNJ engine. A driver who is used to it. Tell us, how is it feeling here in Genk in Belgium?
Well, here, obviously with the KZ, the kart's really grippy with all the tyres getting down on the track. So yeah, it's fun to drive, and that's the way I like it.
This year, of course, you're representing Switzerland. How does it feel to represent Switzerland here this year? Because obviously it's quite
obviously,
an honour.
representing your country it always means something, and I'm just really happy to be able to have that opportunity, and yeah.
You raced last year in the World Cup in Cremona, of course, again on this very similar engine. What have you learned from that race weekend there in Cremona? What have you brought over here, of course, for this season? It's not a one-off. You've got many rounds to go. What have you learned from that?
Well, obviously the track in Cremona was a little cooler than now. So the rubber was less high. So Cremona was just really fighting, and all of the races was an enormous battle. So I'm just taking that into account, and yeah.
And aspirations for this year, what do you hope to achieve representing Switzerland this year?
Well, obviously I want to win, and I'm just going to give it my all, and yeah.
Well, very best of luck this season and this weekend. Zoltán Koenig, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear from Zoltán Koenig, and has definitely come into this weekend with some serious momentum, qualifying heat win earlier on, pole position as well, and now again will be on that front row, but with Alexander Prizovic right next to him. Prizovic, of course, great stuff for him in time qualifying earlier on yesterday, of course, and then first qualifying heat. Tumbled down the order a little bit, was handed a bit of a difficult card by drivers further behind, dropped down to P10, but now has another opportunity as these drivers, all 26, get sprung into life. Three-step process for these direct drive karts to go into your third Academy Junior qualifying heat of the day.
Indeed, looking forward to this one. Zoltán Koenig and Alexander Prizovic, that is going to be a fun fight between those two, and they started on that front row of the grid. Sebastian Giuliano going from row number 2 will be joined by Emils Jozaitis there also on row 2 for Lithuania. Taraku Shimbasi of Japan had a good race earlier on. Keep a close eye on him, the same as John Han. They'll be starting on this one. Mai Rakushka and Ali Fouat go from row number 4. Max Sulin and Sardoen go from row number 5 with Martin Mahmoud and Faris Mohamed Harun on row number 6.
Row number 7 sees Gianna Viglioli of Italy alongside Domenico Coco, and from row number 8 Maximilian Pitek will look at Joachim Galero. From your 9th row, we have Branislav Rekner with Stavros Sotos. And from 10, your top 20, Czech Peters, your biggest climber earlier on with 15 places gained in the race, alongside Vito Koza. From your 11th row, we have Manuel Colendi in his first race, his first year of junior racing with Cristobal Bonet. And from row number 12, Matvey Kubny sees Altaf Ridwan. 13 rows in total, and it's Ilya Bikturia of Georgia and Kabira Jessere starting from that final grid spot, but I do believe we are missing the driver of Rwanda.
Yes, indeed. There, Gonzalo Planta back on his plinth as he gets ready to go racing for this one. Of course, the Academy race director. He's balancing 2 positions, Clark, of course, and, of course, race director for the Academy program, or the Academy Trophy. Here we go then into the final corner then as we get ready to go racing. Hopefully all karts in position and where we want to be. And will we see a first start time for the first time of asking here in the Academy Junior? Let's wait and see. Into the tram lines then. Lights out, it is, fights on then. Towards turn 1, good start for Koenig once more on the inside line. He's going to bring Galano with him, but he's going to lose out on that one because Shimbashi again has managed to squeeze his way up into second place. I don't know what it is at the starts here, but the driver from Japan really is loving turns 1 and 2 at the start of these races.
Keep a watchful eye on the likes of John Hahn. John Hahn, great race start earlier on. Now we've got a challenge for P2. Down the inside final, chicane almost changes. Now we've got a change for the race lead. Don't think that was expected by Zoltán Koenig, as we have now swapped out for your race leaders and almost for your P3 spot as well. So drivers then within your field focusing absolutely on your minimum speed for the package that they have been given by the OTK and Vortex team. Final couple of corners, these drivers will complete their first lap in what has been quite a settled start for our field. On board then with Sebastiano Galliano, then started, of course, from that second row. So, Shimbashi, race leader, 4 places gained for Shimbashi ahead of Zoltan Koini. Galliano there in P3, but on board, but now looks to be overtaken by a number of drivers in your field, with John Hahn into P4 and Mai Ruska in P5.
Yeah, indeed. All pushing forward now. Now this is going to be interesting. It's quite exciting now on that opening lap as, oh dear, Sullen going defensive there from Domenico Coco there just behind, trying to squeeze the way through, cannot find the way through just yet. Someone who can is Zoltan Koini. Retakes the lead, runs wide on the exit though, however, and that might allow Shimbashi here to go again, but no, he doesn't. Stays behind. He's got John Han still right there in tow. Rakusha is there as well, trying to squeeze through, but not having the space so far. Down the inside goes Sulin. Max Sulin here on the charge for Finland. Look at these karts now, absolutely line astern and towards turn number 1.
Zoltan Koini, though, as quickly as he lost it, has got it back, but in the background, drivers just forcing each other off the road. We've got Haroon, Memund, Miras and Prajkovic involved in this big incident at turn number 1. And drivers just getting absolutely caught out. We've got 3 or 4 names and heavy damage to the front end of some of the karts out there. Really hoping those drivers are okay. That was the 508 of Stavros Sotos, definitely involved in that one. We've got Galliano, Haroon, I think involved in that as well. Maybe Giada Viglignoli as well. So a number of names who, of course, were involved in big incidents in their first qualifying heat of the day. Now caught out. Heavy damage. Yellow flags are out. But, of course, some huge impacts for some of those drivers.
Yeah, indeed. That was into turn 5. That was there for the drivers. A very big moment there. And, of course, yellow flag still out in that sector. So no overtaking permitted then until they see a green flag. They do not see that green flag until, well, actually quite late on in the lap. No, slow boards are out now. The whole track's been neutralised. So we are under slow procedure. Zoltan Koini in the lead of this race then will slow this pack down, group them all up and hopefully get them squared away. And the drivers there taking quite a significant hit as was that an overtake there under slow boards? I do hope it wasn't there.
I think it was actually drivers giving their position back.
Or if they're well, they should be overtaking as it was, but yeah, definitely a shake-up in the field there, and I'm sure the officials will be looking at the drivers' conduct during this slow procedure. Of course, it's their responsibility to make sure they stay in position and line astern. So this is Domenico Coco, so, well, the Italian, just goes down the inside under yellow flags. So that was an overtake under yellows there. You can see the yellows are out in the background. I think the slow procedure had just come out at that point, but it was a very late lunge, and the officials might look a little bit more into that one. Well,
this is, of course, the second time in a row that Zoltan Koini has had a race like this where he's had to lead things under, of course, a slow procedure. We'll watch a race replay of what actually happened down towards turn number 5.
Wow.
Big impact for the 526, goes completely over the front of another, and then just, you see the other driver get absolutely clipped. Just so much impact out there for our drivers.
Yeah, indeed. That there, Galliano taking a really big hit there when he rejoined. Absolutely nothing the drivers behind could do to avoid that. Oh, this is the onboard from it, and this is going to be quite something. Took a big hit there, but it was this moment here. Oh, that is so unfortunate there into turn 5, and I do hope they're all okay from that one. I can see that they're all up on their feet and walking to the Marshall hut, so that is good to see that they are all okay, but just shows the reaction times you need in karting are quite something, and that's why the coaches and mechanics and the teams really try to drill it into the drivers over the course of their young racing careers to really get the reactions into the drivers. But here now under the slow boards, the slow procedure still underway. We wait to see the restart on this one. I can see we have got static yellows out there, Nicole, so we're looking at a race restart this time around.
We are indeed then. So we're looking at a shorter race distance for our drivers. Zoltan Koyni, it will be the second time in a row that he has to complete a race like this, where he'll lead things under this slow procedure and then attempt to bolt off when we do go green. So yellow flags are static. Drivers should be prepared now. Drivers should look to bunch up, and Zoltan Koyni now leads them slowly down towards turns 14 and 15. Green flags will be out at that start-finish straight, as there's maybe some problems out there. There's a breakdown in the background, but it's not going to bother the drivers in front. It's going to be a sprint for the last couple of laps, and Zoltan Koyni defends into the first corner and looks to bunch up the drivers, as that's the 517 that will look to go no further. Grinds to a halt for Czech Peters. Such a shame for Czech Peters. Earlier on, 15 places gained for him. Zoltan Koyni almost challenged, absolutely challenged now by John Hahn. John Hahn looks to go down the inside. We've also got Shimbashi involved as well for the race lead. It looks like Shimbashi almost had it there, but it's John Hahn's into turn 6.
Yeah, indeed. Nice run there for him. I think Czech Peters there just trying to restart his kart. You're definitely not allowed to do that on lap 6. Right, John Hahn leads the way then. Shimbashi holding on to second place. Koyni there in third. Loving the fight here for the Italian, Domenico Coco. But again, under the watchful eye after that possible yellow flag infringement earlier on in the race. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. They see the lap timer continue up now as they go on to lap 8 of this race. Still a while to go then in this fight, but the battle still raging on here for the field. In towards then the second sector, towards the hairpin, the big braking zone. Big lunge opportunities happening there in the background, and unfortunately one car going off the track. It's Piatek who's gone off the road, tumbles down the order. The 512 machine out of this race, and there is the driver from Poland, unfortunately going no further, walks to the safety of the marshal post. John Hahn still leads though. Shimbashi second, Koyni down to third. Koyni, I'm sure, will be happy that he's in the fight, but won't be too happy that he's dropped down to third at this point of this race. Coco still there in P4, has got Duran just behind. And he is going to try and get that kart down the inside, I'm sure. They're going on to the last lap now of this race. Overtakes in the background. Big sends there for Rakuska, who pushed through and into 5th place. A nice overtake there into turns 1 and 2. But here is your top runners right now. They're fine and clear at the front. And John Hahn taking advantage of the very beginning of that restart, wasting no time to put his name at the top of the intermediate classifications at this point of the day for him. With one more Academy Junior race to go for the next groups today, it could shake up the field quite nicely. Koyni defensive in 3rd place, but John Hahn at the front of it is going to put Hong Kong in the lead of the intermediate classification. Out of the final turn, he takes the win. As off the road goes Koyni in the background. He's going to lose out in 3rd. Koyni crosses the line. Well, no, he doesn't cross the line. He missed the timing loop. Koyni tumbles to 19th on the board. Of course, he will have crossed the line, but he missed the timing loop. So he doesn't really classify at the end of that race. And, well, it says that he doesn't even take a result in that one. So that's quite unfortunate. I think, no, they've put him back. He's gone back to 5th place. But John Hahn then, he takes the win, and I'm sure he'll be delighted with that one. Itokoza, well, very quick in that one. 12 places gained for Vito Koza. Finishes that race in P8 at the end of that one. So a very strong drive indeed, despite the slow boards, despite the drama in that race. Able to push through. There'll be a lengthy clean-up operation, I'm sure, at the end of that one. John Hahn then taking the win ahead of Taraku Shimbashi, and then it is Domenico Coco who rounds out the top 3 at the end of that race. Sardarans finishes in P4 ahead of Zoltan Koyni. Then it is my Rakusha who finishes that race in P6. Max Sullin in P7 from Vito Koza. Then it is the likes of Martin Mahmoud, who finishes that one in 9th place. Branislav Renka rounds out the top 10 from Galero. Brajtovic from Company, who gained 10 places, finishing P13 ahead of Zaitis. In 14th place, Ridwan from the likes of Ilya Agatoria from Georgia finishes that one up in 16th place. Best race of the weekend, I would say. 9 places gained ahead of Ali Fouad. Then it is Bonet from Kalendi, rounds out the top 19. Many retirements from that rather large-scale incident in the race. Right, here's your highlights from that race. And, well, relatively decent start for the field. Galano at the front end of it, having to deal immediately with Paraku Shimbashi, who was able to push his way up into 2nd place, and he would stay there for the majority of it. Did take the lead, though, at the start of it, as he was thinking John Han was going to go for an overtake on him. He, in turn, went for the overtake on Zoltan Koini. So it was nearly a 2-for-1 there for both of them, as they tried to squeeze their way through. Galliano would be fighting still up at that sharp end at this point, as Koini would fight back for that position. This would then start to bring in the field behind, and this is where it starts to get very interesting. Galliano, you can see, he got swept back into the pack. He was on the inside line here, made unfortunate contact with another, then rejoined into the middle of the track, and unfortunately was tagged again by the rest. Very big moments there for multiple drivers at such a fast section of track, and obviously with the advantages from the safety equipment that we see, the bumpers, the plastic bumpers all in and around, it significantly softens the blow of the impact there. And there was, of course, that moment from Domenico Coco, who was, I think, unfortunately, overtaken under the yellows there. Race restarted at this moment here for John Han to get back into the race lead. Then it was Tarako Shimbasi fighting back through into that one, so that was a good reading of the road straight away for John Han on Zoltan Koini. He was able to push through on that restart. Another one of the retirements, unfortunately, Maximilian Playitek out of the race, as Koini missed the start-finish line there, was squeezed out wide out of the final turn, missed the starting beam, but was put back into 5th place, which is where he crossed at the end. Right, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, like you said then, Anthony, down in Parc Ferme for the first time this weekend with John Han. John, good stuff out there for you. It was tight and close between you and Zoltan Koini, but you took that race win. Tell us how you pulled that off, because there wasn't much racing time, was there, with the slow procedure?
Yeah, I don't want the win to taken by anyone. I want the win. I'm going for as hard as I can. So there's a lot of risky moves need to be in there, because race is tough in the Genk. Many overtaking points, got the speed, just got the pace and just overtake before the chicane. Yeah, got the lead and pulled away a bit, yeah.
And John, tell us as well, of course, you're done for today. You finished your qualifying heats. Track conditions, though, what have they been like since yesterday? How have they progressed, or have they changed at all? What's the grip like?
The grip was going more and more since, like, after yesterday qualifying. This morning was a bit slight, and now it was like so much grip. KZ had run a lot in it. Like, the curb was all going like fully of the entire grip.
Well, John, great to hear from you, and a great race results out there for you. More racing coming up shortly, but we're going to take a very short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, and also joined by the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, which will see their next race heading out onto the track. It's the Academy Juniors qualifying heat C versus D next to take to the circuit, and there they are on your grid. This is groups C versus D. George Sarodikis there of Greece, joined by Kevin Pentel of Sweden. On that front row of the grid, both of those drivers yet to take a race win. The driver who has won the race in this grid, Noah Grenier, the Belgian, you'll find him on the fourth row of the grid. So, again, a lot of work to be done from there, but he's already proved he can do it once. Can he do it again in this next race? That is the interesting factor. He starts alongside Bwana Jesese of Kenya. This still, though, looking like a very busy grid of drivers. They're racing earlier on. Quite a few of them got caught out with a DNF at the start of the race. Turn one, caught a fair few drivers out from groups D and A. And, of course, now this time for groups C and D. They once again have that outside line going into the turn, so a lot of work to be done over the course of this one. Not far away from getting this one started, and I can see some drivers making their way back from that previous race, and quite the build-up we've had for the Academy Trophy. The juniors have been pushing hard this weekend to show what they can deliver for their ASNs. If you're joining and, of course, wondering what is the Academy Trophy, well, effectively, it was launched in 2010, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the junior. It takes place over 3 competitions in 3 different countries. It is for drivers aged 12 to 14. The trophy standings are calculated, of course, they get their points from the qualifying heats and the finals. But basically, all the equipment are provided for them. They've just got to bring their helmet, gloves, boots, anything like that, and push their way forward. And everything else is provided for them. Right then, here's your grid. George Sarodikis and Kevin Pentel go from row number 1. They'll see João Paulo Bananaman and Marco Summit on row number 2. Alonso Gonzalez and Emiliano Bananos going from row number 3. Noah Grenier took the win earlier on. He'll be starting alongside Bwana Jesese on row 4, with Rosalind Strite Isa and Augusto Salome on row number 5. Pavs Hans and William Neeson, they go from row number 6.
Row number 7 sees Oscar Hennick alongside Yinju Shavoda, and from row number 8 we have Keo Serra with Fu Hanzi. Your 9th row will be Mexico's Emiliano Bondilla with Roc Pinheiro of Spain, and from row number 10, Thailand's Piropongpang Sutomno sees Vivian Glende. Your 11th row is Leo De Silva hunting down for a good result for Canada after a DNF earlier on. He will be starting alongside Austria's Lucas Ablace. Your 12th and final row for your last Academy Junior qualifying heat of the day sees David Vasquez alongside Agam Shrike. Agam then caught up with her earlier on this weekend. Really excited, really loves this circuit. She said it's, for her, quite a technical track out there. And, of course, she's one of the drivers that was previously selected for the FIA Rising Stars programme, so has got some FIA experience. We'll be looking for good results in this one after, of course, a DNF earlier on. Quite a few drivers in Academy in that first qualifying heat not managing to finish the race, so some points being hunted now for our field.
Indeed. Well, we'll help it go through in this one, as there is the front of your grid, and everyone tries to push their way through. So, everyone lined up, ready. Pentel there on the front row. We'll have the entrant from Greece, though, starting alongside. He had a 7th place earlier on, so keep a close eye on how that one will transpire in this race. In towards the tram lines then. We get ready to go racing then. For the last time today in the Academy Trophy, it's lights out, fights on then towards turn number 1. Tadej Higgis there in the lead of this race, holds on to it then as he tries to break away from the rest of the field. 3 wide in the background then as they enter into turn 3. Are they all going to get through it relatively cleanly? I think the answer to that is yes. Some dust is kicked up in the background, but crucially, all karts continue on their way with the entrant from Greece breaking away at the front. Down the inside in the background there. Big moves down the inside inside for Klaus Hans, who tries to push his way through. He has done so, the entrant from Latvia pushing through.
Good start by all of our drivers in the field. Only one driver going a bit slowly at the back of your order, but nobody to have a spill out there just yet. Good stuff by our group before, who of course had a shorter race distance as drivers spring into life and send big moves down the inside at turn number 10. That was further back in your order as Fuhan Z looks to push himself forward. Final corner, we've got overtaking opportunities opening up for our drivers. And we've got Greece currently as your race leader, who started on pole position. George Saradikis leads the way ahead of Yao Bodeman, Alonso Gonzalez, Noah Grenier into P4, as Kevin Pentel has not had the start he would have wanted. Is currently down in P5 by 3 positions. Keep an eye, though. Noah Grenier, of course, really lit things up in qualifying heat earlier on, halfway through the race, where he got into the lead, used some of that home track knowledge and then bolted off from John Hahn. Can he try and replicate that within this race? Or for the time being, he's looking at Pencil, Gonzalez, Bodeman and Saradikis out there in the front.
It certainly is, and continuing that fight on, he goes very defensive there. From Bolaños, who is again still trying to push his way forward here. Grenier back down the inside of Gonzalez. I think that was the move for 4th place, I believe it was, and he does step up now on a 3-place gain. In the background again, well, as he does it, so does another, and Gonzalez under more pressure here from Bolaños, who pushes his way back through the field.
Yeah, nobody actually having big moments just yet. Maybe a bit of defence into turn number 5 though by Gonzalez and Bolaños for that P5 and P6. Things have closed up now between Saradikis and Bodeman, as this is a switch further back for your last sort of spots inside of the top 10. We have got Salome Hanok and Bwana Gisese being those drivers that you just saw switch at 4 positions. As now side-by-side moments, and drivers now starting to make a couple of mistakes out there as the school of karts get pretty busy. Eyes are on currently Hans there, who's just trying to fend off Salome for P9, but Sutumno, Pudapongpan Sutumno, up to P8 with 11 places gained so far for Thailand.
Yeah, indeed. Very strong drive there through the field. And continuing that fight as well is the rest of the field on to lap number 4 of this race. 9 in total, and the moves down the inside still happening there in the background. Samet now trying to get his hands dirty here. Pushes his way up into 6th place at the expense of Gonzalez. Pushes him down to 7th place. Yindra Svoboda is the fastest driver now out there. He's currently in 14th place, 55.206. So very quick pace there, but a little bit slower than what they were doing in time qualifying earlier on. That was a big look down the inside there, and that has cost the driver behind a position, because through goes Wilson. Oscar Hennig losing out there as Sutumno tried to make a move on Bwana Gisese. Back over the line they go, on to lap 5 here. Change nearly for the lead. Saradikis is under pressure from Bonadian now. Gap was 1/10 of a second in the background. He looked to the move for the inside at turn 1, but couldn't quite get it complete.
Yeah, Hans there, maybe a bit of a self-inflicted moment in towards turns 1 and 2, and now costs himself time. Speaking of time, Bwana Gisese is your fastest driver out there. Good stuff by Gisese. Has dropped 1 position within this race so far, but still is in the sharper end of your field. And with race results from earlier on, actually looks to set himself up quite nicely as we go into tomorrow's last qualifying heats, which currently John Hahn is the leader of with your intermediate classification, points ahead of Noah Grenier. But if Noah Grenier can pick off these 2 more positions ahead of him, he would get up there as signals go out there for drivers just completely having a bit of a chat out there, I'd say.
Well, one saying, come on, push me, that's Klaus Hans, and then Alonso Gonzalez, well then just go and stop defending. I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying. Right then, still kicking off though in that fight. Gonzalez having to deal with this group behind. Bwana Gisese trying to find his way through. So Tumnal is there also. Marco Samic just set the fastest lap of the race, and this is what we talk about here. Everyone trying to look down the inside, and we do find that look down the inside. William Nilsson on the charge.
Noah Grenier then maybe in a spot of bother within this race is now under investigation. So the driver who's looking to set himself up for to be a lead in intermediate classification points also looks to see the stewards later on. Oh, big moment there at the second sector leading into the third. We've got a number of drivers off, and it was all heating up on that previous lap, and you could almost see that one ending in tears. Will very shortly take you through who that was, but a number of drivers that were inside of your top 10 will now fall down, and it will be on Alonso Gonzalez and William Nilsson, two of your drivers that were in the absolute sharp end of your order now look to go no further.
Emilio Bolaños has just set the fastest lap of the race. The entrant for Costa Rica there in P5, doing a really strong job here, and he's got Pentel just ahead. Can he try and squeeze his way through? Well, this fight here is Roc Pineda on Indra Svoboda. That is a little further down in the field, and he's got that move done. That's 9th and 10th place switching over. Nearing the end of this race, we're going on to lap 8 of this one, and the fight at the front closing once again. Saradaikis under pressure from Bananaman, but Grenier has closed in the winner from the first race earlier on, looking to see if he can beat John Hahn's 94. If he can take another win in this, he'll find himself with 100 points, but he's not going to have it right now because Kevin Pentel's just sent it back down the inside. The entrant for Sweden denies the entrant for Belgium a chance to take 100 points.
Saradaikis now not being rattled by the drivers behind, is holding on to this one really, really well out in the race. Lead has actually led things pretty perfectly in the eyes, I think, of most. Has not made a mistake so far. The drivers will head down the third sector, down through turns 14 and 15, where they've got to keep that minimum speed really nice and high. Big send down the inside. Kevin Pentel on Bonneman to switch out for that P2 as they go side by side and they tag down the start finish straight. Kevin Pentel and Grenier now elbows out to each other when they see that last lap notification.
It always turns up to 11 on the dial in karting when they see the last lap board. Unfortunately for George Saradaikis here from Greece, he has broken away because of that fight. Grenier is there in second place, but is going defensive here around the outside, tries to go Bananaman, but he can't find the way through. He stays behind right now. Bolaños still there, Samet's there as well, so is Pentel, so is Hans. They're all closed in, but none of them able to go for the move. Saradaikis here at the front, clear now by 1.4 seconds. The entrant from Greece will take some nice points to his name. He'll end the day in P5 in the intermediate classification. Noah Grenier will take second, and with that will take second in the points as well, behind the likes of John Hahn, who will go into tomorrow as the points leader in the intermediate classifications. Bolaños finishes that race in P4, a 2-place gain, a strong result there for Costa Rica. USA's Marco Samet finishing in P5. Kevin Pentel of Sweden finishes P6 ahead of Klaus Hans of Latvia to finish in P7. Oscar Hennick 8th from Roc Pineda, 9 places gained. The entrant from Spain, he finishes that one P9 overall ahead of Indra Svoboda, who rounds out the top 10. There's your race winner. Greece on top here in Belgium with their driver, who will make it back now to Parc Fermé and will be delighted to know he goes into tomorrow as the driver 5th in the points. Roc Pineda, the biggest mover, as we called that one out earlier on, 18th to 9th with a 9-place gain. Well, very soon we'll be hearing from our race winners in that one with Nicole Sutherland. There is your top 3 at the end of that race. Saradaikis, Grenier and João Paulo Bonadaman, who finishes that one in 3rd place. Bolaños from Summit, Pentel from Hans, Hennick from Pineda, Svoboda the top 10 from Salome, and De Silva, also 9 places gained for Leo De Silva. A much stronger result there after that DNF earlier on. Emiliano Bombardier finishing in 13th place ahead of Fu Hanzi. Then it is Vivian Glenda in 15th place ahead of Kayusera. Pirapong Pang Satumno in 17th place ahead of Rosalind Schreier Isa. David Vaquez in 19th place ahead of Lucas Ublais in 20th place. Agam Shrike finishing that one in 21st place. Retirements, Josese, Gonzalez and Nilsson unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. Here is your highlights. A relatively calm race then for the word go for George Saradikis. He was able to push his way forward through the field. Nicely delivered by him. Strong performance throughout that one or two cuts, running slightly wide at the exit of turn 5 on lap 1. Racing continuing then for the majority of that first lap. Big chance for drivers to make the moves, and we saw those moves coming in thick and fast for drivers such as Pirapong Pang Satum now. He was able to push his way through the field quite nicely. There was the moves down the inside into the hairpin from Kevin Pentel. He would really come alive at the end of the race, where he came away and gained another 2 places before the fighting really did kick off in the latter stage of that Academy Trophy race. Then once more, turn number 6 providing ample overtaking opportunities for the drivers. We were seeing left, right and centre with the fighting going all the way to the bitter end. This was a close little fight here. Loving the stuff from William Nilsson in the early phase of the race. It would all come to blows later on, though, with him and Alonso Gonzalez. Alonso Gonzalez, while chatting away with other drivers, later on found himself in the barriers at the Cafe Curve, and that was it there. Into the barriers, a very low speed incident, luckily for the drivers, but unfortunately retiring nonetheless. Great work from the marshals there to keep the drivers in a safe spot and clear the track. Over the line, a win for Greece puts him 5th in the points, and will go into tomorrow, I'm sure, quite happy. But it's John Han and Noah Grenier who leads the way in the intermediate classification as we head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
We absolutely do then, Anthony. Thank you very much. And we're here with George. George, good stuff there for you in that race. I asked you a moment ago, warm out there, and you said, I'm from Greece, so not really. So are you actually quite used to racing in track conditions like this?
Yes, because in Greece we usually race in summer, and it's like a condition like here.
And tell us about that race lead when you got into it. You know, tell us about the overtake and then how you managed to lead the race and fend off everybody behind you, because it was very close.
I started on pole and turn 1 in first, and after that I tried to manage the gap and defend the position.
And defensive driving round this circuit, what's that like, George? You know, because it's a technical track, and if you make a small mistake, you're in a swarm of karts. How do you defend round here?
You try to not lose a lot of speed when you are in the inside line of the corner, and have a great exit.
Well, George, great to hear from you, and of course we'll see you tomorrow as well. Good job out there today. We'll head back up then into the commentary box. That's it for our Academy drivers today. We'll go back to our KZs.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Back with the Premier class out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. KZ1 back onto the track, and let's just remind you about what happened earlier on. Well, those results coming in, and quite a shake-up in the order of that race. Of course, Victor Gustafsson did come away with the race win, just ahead of Danilo Albanese. There was a 1.2 second gap between the two of them, but it was for drivers further back in the field. But let's see what happens. We caught up, though, with some of our drivers in the KZ class earlier on in that weekend, and one of them we will see from just now. We'll see you in a few moments' time.
David Lewinsky, welcome here to Genk for round 1 of the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championships KZ. Premier Class you, second season in the Premier Class in the main KZ category. Worlds last year, very busy, of course, but what did you bring over from Franciacorta to this year? Because, of course, very different tracks that we've got here.
Yeah, so last year was the World Championship, was my first time in the KZ1 category. And we had great speed. Just missed out a bit in the final with some luck, I would say. But the package has been strong. Like the team was just started last year, and this year we drive on like official MP colors. So I think we can make some good results this year.
Yeah, and that brings me on to my next question, because, of course, you're with MP Motorsport. Last year, you were with the Henze kart team, but you're still on the Henze, of course, so you've got that benefit of coming into this season. But how has that been for you? Of course, not much has really changed in terms of the kart itself for you from last year.
Yeah, that's correct. The material is all the same, just, like the main design and everything, it looks more professional now. And... it's good for like social media and stuff.
Genk is a tough track, this track. It's very fast, super demanding as well, especially at the speeds that you guys are going to be doing in the main KZ1 class. What is your knowledge of this track? What can you tell us a little bit, without giving any secrets? You've got your track secrets, but what can you tell us about this track, what the experience of what it's like?
I mean... it looks an easy track from the outside, but when you actually drive it, it's not that easy to like set a really good lap time, because you have to be quite on the limit with the braking, especially. You can win a lot of time with the brakes, and in general, you need to keep the flow. Like when you lose once the flow in the lap, then it's over. Like you lose the rhythm.
Mm. How do you think the starts are going to go this weekend? Of course, standing starts, that turn one, the little right-hand kink into the main right-hand hairpin. How are you ready for that?
I think it's going to be fine. I raced here the Europeans in 22, and it was quite okay. There was some contacts, but it's usually quite okay, because the run is not that long till the first corner.
Well, perfect. David Lewinsky, I should say. Thank you so much, and we'll see you out there on track.
Thank you.
I need to have a chat with the man who edits the videos. I was hoping he was going to cut out when I got David's name wrong there. The grid makes its way out onto the circuit. KZ, this is qualifying Heat 2, now about to head out onto the track. A quick reminder of what happened earlier on. Some of the drivers who lost out, we'll go over that in a moment. Here's the grid. Again, the same as what we saw earlier on. Danilo Albanese and Matteo Spichel back on the front row of the grid. Victor Gustafsson and Maxim Orlov on row 2. Adrian Malero will be joined by Stan Pex on row 3. Stan Pex caught out in one of those incidents. Pedro Hiltbrand and Giuseppe Palomba going from row number 4. He was also joined in that incident with Stan Pex earlier on, with row 5 being Lorenzo Travadanuto and Senna van Wolstein, who was one of 2 drivers disqualified from that first race. Emilian Denner and Lorenzo Camplese will lock out the first half of the field.
We then have, after that, starting from row number 7, Christian Batuka alongside Daniel Vasile. Batuka being one of those drivers to have a DNF earlier on. Row number 8 sees Marin Kremers, who had a really good drive earlier, up to P6, up by 9 positions. He'll start alongside Alessio Piccini, who jumped inside of the top 10. Row number 9 sees Jean Nomblot, your P5 in Europe in 2025, alongside Tom Lier. And from row number 10, Marcus Kayak, your second in KZ2 for last year in the Europeans, alongside David Lewinsky. Your 11th row of your field, we have David Trefilov alongside Enzo La Cruz. And from row number 12, Jorrit Pirks will start from P23 alongside Matteo Vigano, who of course needs a good race in this one. Did not even get to complete a racing lap earlier on. As these drivers get themselves primed and prepped into life, trying to find that rhythm, we can take you through some of the results from earlier on. Victor Gustafsson then with a heat win ahead of Danilo Albanese and Adrian Malero. Lorenzo Travasanuto was P4 ahead of Matteo Spichel, who was given a 5-second time penalty. We then had Marin Kremers with Pedro Hiltbrand, Tom Lier, David Lewinsky and Alessio Piccini as the rest of your drivers inside of the top 10. But a bit of drama out there, of course. You called it, Anthony. Senna van Wolstein disqualified, as was Enzo La Cruz, with Hiltbrand, Spiegel and Emilian Denner all given 5-second time penalties, and Max Orlov actually under investigation still.
Yeah, indeed. The results on my timing screen here still orange, which means they're still looking at something out there, which is quite something. There, the grandstand absolutely filled, ready to watch this one. The crowds gather around the circuit once more for the Premier Class here this weekend. KZ Heat 2, they've got one more race later today, so make sure you stay tuned for it, because it's certainly the most exciting races we see. Green flag waves at the back of the field then. KZ qualifying Heat 2 is moments away from starting as the field watch the lights. It's 4 lights. It's lights out, fights on once again in Belgium. Good start, good reaction from Spiegel, but again Albanese holds on to the lead. Gustafsson tries to get down the inside. There's contact in the background. 1 or 2 carts going slowly. Stan Peck's there fighting for third place. He gets that cart down the inside. Peck's into P3 as the rest of the field slot through. 1 cart immediately off the road. It's the Maranello off the road. It's the number 16 going no further. Disaster striking. Well, I'll try to figure out the number, but the Maranello going no further. It is Daniel Vasile. It's the 19, that's gone off the road. So that is one of the 2s out of this race. But crucially, the rest of the field have got away strongly as they push their way down in towards the cafe part of the circuit. Looks to the inside for Spiegel. Cannot find his way through.
Danilo Albanese leading the way then ahead of Victor Gustafsson, who now looks to be challenged there by Pex. Pex absolutely within the fight, within the top 3, of course, an incredibly experienced driver in not just the world of KZ, but also in the world of rally as well. As down the inside, Pedro Hilbrand now picking off some positions, challenges then Matteo Spiegel, your European champion of 2025, and the driver that he consistently went head-to-head with in towards turn number 5, as we've got a big train starting to heat up. This is what we like to see in KZ racing, name after name in one big snake of hearts that now head in towards turns 6, 7 and 8, absolutely glued to each other. Albanese from Gustafsson, Pex, Malero, Orlov, Hilbrand, Spiegel there on your screen, who's got Emilian Denner absolutely hooked onto the back of things. Lorenzo Travenson Nuto is in the background. That's a big send. Giuseppe Palomba fights his way past the likes of Jean Amplo and attempts Lorenzo Camprese.
Yeah, indeed. Big lunge there, under braking into the cafe corner. Great run there. No change yet for Gustafsson. Remember, he took the win quite early on in that first race. He's just hanging back there in second place for the beginning of this one. Still only the one retirement from this race in the form of Daniel Vasile, who actually has managed to get restarted in this one, I will say. So is still in the fight. Everyone looking to the inside, but there's a move to the inside. Stan Pex takes P2 away from Victor Gustafsson. Next target, Danilo Albanese. Now, these drivers are both under the same awning this weekend. The KR outfit is joined with the Pex team, and they have been sharing an awning here, but I don't think they'll be sharing the same piece of tarmac together in a few moments' time. I suspect he'll want to take that position away. Looking to the inside there is Max Orlov. He tried to get the nose down the inside there of Malero. He's not managed to find it through, and he has to slot back. Here's Palomba once again on the charge. Giuseppe Palomba trying to break inside the top 10 here.
Well, in 2025, your new name for KZ Racing that was promoted by CPP was Matteo Spiegel, who instantly put himself at the front. But this year, the new name that's going into this grid for the Sony outfit is, of course, Max Orlov. This is a change for your race lead. Stan Pex finds himself past Danilo Albanese.
Nice move there, again under braking into the hairpin of turn 7. Beautifully delivered. Gustafsson must be hitting himself here now. He is still in the lead of the intermediate classification, but Pex wanting to retaliate in this race, and he has done so beautifully there as he takes the lead away then from Albanese, who is still under pressure here from Gustafsson in the background. Defensive again is Spiegel from Emilian Denner. That's going to give Travis Nuto a chance to get his nose down the inside. He hasn't found that gap yet and does stay behind. So field chopping and changing there. Not many drivers losing too many positions. Matteo Spiegel, of course, on the front row of that grid. only down to P7. Big send there for Lorenzo Camplese, beautifully done, and that's up into P9.
That was a change between the two Lorenzos there. Senna van Walchteen. Senna van Walchteen, of course, disqualified from earlier on from first qualifying heat, now finds himself with a DNF within this one. Not the way the world champion would have wanted to start his European campaign, but eyes and ears back on the drivers that have still got a chance within this race. Stan Pex being the number one of those. We've got a challenge maybe on between Gustafsson and Danilo Albanese. Of course, Gustafsson took a qualifying heat win earlier on, but this is a train of 5 karts. We've got Albanese as the leader of things. Gustafsson, Adrian Malero, they're very sharp, very strong, with Orlov and Pedro Hiltbrand rounding it out as Orlov. Eager there into turn number 5. Every single driver looking over the shoulder to the name behind, because there's absolutely nothing in it. Pedro Hiltbrand now absolutely trying to hunt away past the Sodi, the fresh face of Max Orlov, your 2025 European champion. Eyes on this one though, the KR from the CRG, your fastest driver within time qualifying, absolutely trying to fend off Gustafsson. Gustafsson going to try and open things up into the final corner. Is going to go down the inside at turn number 14 and ticks off Danilo Albanese for P2.
Yeah, that's a nice move there, and Gustafsson now has to really think about trying to close the gap up to Stan Pex here. This has been a really strong drive for Pex, and really trying to push his way from the field, and that gap 1 second in total, and it's just set the fastest lap of the race as well, 51.756. Looks to the inside again in the background, Orlov again with a half attempt on Adrian Malero. He's just not found the gap to get it fully complete, and every half attempt he makes, Hiltbrand gets closer and gets more impatient, and you can see that there from his body language. He's trying to push the kart forward as he goes round. It's just not happening for these drivers right now. They're waiting for that prime opportunity. I've got to say, they've simmered down quite a significant amount from that first race we saw earlier on. Was that a lot of pepped up anger from the drivers who are waiting to finally get the season started?
Yeah, and waiting not just throughout the weekend, but waiting since we were last out at Franciacorta for the World Championships in late September, October time. Into the second sector, drivers will go. Your top 3 have spread out in this stage of the race, but everybody from P4 down to around about P13 are absolutely glued to each other. This is still the battle between Malero. We've got Max Orlov, Pedro Hiltbrand, Spagel back into things as well. Emiliano Dena, Lorenzo Camplese, Giuseppe Palomba, as well as Pedro Hiltbrand. Again, looks eager on both the gears and the brakes as well, but has not managed to weave that Birol Art chassis past the Sodi. The CRG, the Sodi from the Birol. We then have the other Sodi of Spagel in this fight as well. But quite crucially, it is the KR, the Stan Pex KR out in the front as things start to now light up. Lorenzo Camplese finds his way through. Giuseppe Palomba again. Matteo Spagel out. Palomba, the Maranello who DNF'd, will DNF again, making it 2 drivers in 2 heats to not finish things for the Maranello kart outfit.
That is not good at all for these two here. The driver who was European champion last year, the driver who was world champion 2 years ago, both out of the race. But the rest of the field seemingly unawares of the incident that has unfolded behind them, because here still Hiltbrand dealing with Orlov. He's managed to get that move done. Remember, Orlov was trying to get the move done on Malero, but he didn't get it done. Hiltbrand did. Now that's pushed himself through. Camplese still there just behind. So again, it's opened up now between these runners, but Hiltbrand still under a little bit of pressure here as we are on lap, I believe, 10 of this race, or lap 9 of this race. I'll try and figure that one out in a moment as we go through. Down the inside here, big changes once more. Christian Batuka on the charge. There is another one of the Maranellos. Now, who is that that's gone off the road? No, that's Daniel Vasily. He's had to retire again. He went off the track earlier on the opening lap. He managed to get it restarted, and unfortunately now breaks down once more. That's both Maranellos once again out of a qualifying heat. It's not been the weekend for them here.
Well, quite crucially as well, you've got your reigning European and your reigning world champion as DNFs within this race. Spigel and Senna van Walchteen out of it. Then you've got the other previous world champion of Giuseppe Palomba. He's no longer in this fight. He makes it 2 DNFs out of 2 Danilo Venese, then adds to that 4 Maranello. But the drivers that have still got a chance, absolutely Stan Pex out there in the front, unbothered by all of that commotion that just unfolded behind him. He's 1.3 seconds clear from Victor Gustafsson, who I would say is actually quite settled there in P2. Gustafsson, of course, qualifying heat win this morning in their first appearance of racing for this year, and is still the leader of those intermediate classification points before the third and final qualifying heat that we will see from our KZs later on this afternoon in the last rotation. But for now, last couple of moments, last lap for our drivers and last lap for Stan Pex. 15 corners left for Pex, left to go ahead of Gustafsson, Albanese, Adrian Malero, who's holding on to this P4 incredibly well, of course. Had a P3 earlier on when he started from that third row of things. So good stuff there for the driver in their CRG, who's just shortly ahead of the Birolart driver of Pedro Hiltbrand. Just half a race distance left for these drivers to go. Into the chicane they'll go, then lift things up onto the curve, then shift up, drop back down into fourth, where they then run into that second sector. Really similar corner at turn number 10 to turn number 5, where the drivers just straighten things up. But there he is, Stan Pex out there in the front, converts a race start from that third row, from P6 into a qualifying heats win. Absolutely stellar stuff for Stan Pex. Makes it an incredible qualifying heat win ahead of Victor Gustafsson and Danilo Albanese.
From P15 to P1, Stan Pex will be delighted with that result as he makes his way back to Parc Ferme. But it's Victor Gustafsson who still maintains his intermediate classification lead with 94 points to his name after the second qualifying heat. Albanese will still be second in the points, well, 85. I'm sure he'll be happy to settle for third place ahead of Adrian Malero. Those drivers having very similar results to the racing earlier on. Jorrit Pex was the biggest mover in that one. 9 places gained from starting 23rd to finish in 14th. That's a good finish there for the triple European champion and world champion back in 2015. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that one. They make their way back, and I will say, a lot calmer race there for the KZs. I think they may have had a quiet word between themselves and just think, it's quite feisty, Heat 1. Let's maybe not do that Heat 2.
Well, I would have expected after the amount of penalties that we had for the drivers as well, they probably would have headed into that qualifying heat thinking, I need to rein things in here. But Stan Pex then up by 5 positions to take a qualifying heat win ahead of Victor Gustafsson, who now makes his run of qualifying heat results a P1 and a P2 ahead of Danilo Albanese, who's had, of course, qualifying pole position, a good start to his day in his first qualifying heat, and now a P3 ahead of Adrian Malero, who's had a really good start to his day and his 2026 campaign, with Pedro Hiltbrand rounding out your top 5. Max Orlov, Lorenzo Camplese, Emilian Denner, Lorenzo Travisanuto and Alessio Piccini take you to your top 10, with Piccini on a really good charge of 6 places gained in total. Christian Batuka manages to finish that race in P11 ahead of Maren Kremers, David Trepalov, Jorrit Pex and Matteo Vigano, who rounds out your top 15. Jean Amblot, David Lewinsky, Marcus Kayak, Tom Lier and Elizolo Cruz take you to your top 20, with only 20 drivers finishing in total. Daniel Valsile, Matteo Spigel, Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Walchteen, of course. 4 huge names and 4 DNS for your second KZ qualifying heat of the day. There's Stan Pex. Good stuff by Pex. There will be happy with that race result. Great stuff going into the rest of today.
Indeed, and of course, investigations out for Daniel Vasile and Matteo Spigel at the end of that one. This is a look at the start. Well, good run for Daniel Albanese from that pole position. Not sure what happened to Daniel Vasile right at the beginning going into turn 5. Seemingly just drove straight off the circuit at quite high speed. Maybe some contact between him and one other. This was it. It was straight off the track, spun out and quite significantly into the grass. Did manage to get it restarted, but did later retire from the race. Quite a dramatic one there for Mateusz Bagel. Great qualifying, but struggled in these qualifying heats with the moments that he's had out there. He the later went off the track with Giuseppe Palomba, another retirement for Palomba as well, who looked actually quite strong in the first part of that race, was gaining the positions left, right and centre. Stampex down the inside at turn number 7, getting that move done firstly on Gustafsson, later the move done on Danilo Albanese to take the lead of the race away. We saw Van Walstein retire, not sure what was up with the machine, but clearly something awry. Then this moment here, down the inside, unfortunately, side-by-side contact, and well, that was both the European champion from last year and the world champion from 2024 out. Vasily also retiring. Stampex would cross the line at the end of the 12-lap race. He would take the race win, and with that would step up to 4th in the intermediate classification, 72 points to his name. Well, that brings the second heat done for KZ. We'll see their third race out later on today. That will be starting at around 5:05, so set your alarms for that one. In between now and then, 3 qualifying heats to go. KZ2, B versus E. Nicole Sutherland, this has Theo Blanc and Maximilian Schleimer on the front row of the grid. Both of these drivers have not lost a race on circuit. However, Theo Blanc did get a post-race penalty from a previous race, but he has been the winner on the track all 3 times. The same for Max Schleimer, though. But it is Schleimer who leads the points on this one. This will be an ultimate test of endurance.
Absolutely. This is going to be a showdown between the driver on the Birol Art and the driver on the Tony Kart. Of course, Schleimer has taken a hat-trick of actual wins. Theo Blanc had one of those snatched away after that 5-second penalty. But of course, with that pace set in qualifying earlier on in the weekend, he's absolutely a driver to be. Drivers now springing things into life to take you through the next rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats. Groups B versus E are the drivers that will see each other front row. Theo Blanc will look directly at Maximilian Schleimer.
Yes, he certainly will. As they make their way out, we'll take you through that full starting lineup. We'll take you through as well the choice of brand new tyres that are on board, because many of them have been deployed in this one. Here's your grid. Theo Blanc and Max Schleimer then. Wheel-to-wheel action between these two as they go from row 1. Robert Kindervater will be starting alongside Enzo Bull. Sam Knopkes and Dion van Verven, they will lock out the top 6 positions on row number 3. Zhang Jose's got a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of his car. He started on row 4 alongside Yaroslav Shevatalov. Lewis Beck also brand new set of tyres left-hand side. He starts alongside Corentin Rousseau. Row 6, Andrea Dale has gone for new tyres also on the left-hand side. He starts alongside Martti Rittinen on row C, with Michael Paparo and Lenny Lagash starting from row number 7.
Row number 8 sees Mark Zvarich alongside Meniher Crosser. Both drivers on that 8th row deciding not to go for new tyres just yet. Row number 9, we have Nicholas Vine alongside Hugo Besson. Hugo Besson deciding to go new tyres on the right-hand side of his kart. Row number 10, Hugo Marti alongside Emmanuel Mai going left, brand new tyre. With 11, Kalayan Vabitsliev sees Kian Fardin. Your 12th row, we have Radek Vavra with Simon Billman. Billman going for brand new tyres on the left. 13th row, Mattis Umer, who needs a good race result after 2 DNFs. Hasn't gone new, but Enzo Vivier has on that left-hand side. Morgan Knudsen rounds out your field with new tyres on board the left-hand side, rounding out your 14 rows and your 27 karts in total. Quite an interesting story within this one then, Anthony, of course. Lots of new tyres, but only Besson deciding to go new on the right-hand side of his kart.
Well, if he wants to do that, he can do that. And, yeah, see how it plays out for him, I guess, over the course of this race.
Could be a guinea pig for everybody else.
Exactly right. Maybe he knows something that we don't. Right then, field getting themselves ready to go for this one. Air temperature has risen to 31 degrees now in this day. Beautiful start to the day, and it continues to be a lovely day, but it is warm out there, Nicole, and the drivers will be feeling that when they are stationary on the grid here. That engine right next to them, wearing away the exhaust right behind them with their hands over the exhaust effectively, trying to get the kart into position. But quite a tense moment, and there you can see Max Schleimer looks over to Theo Blanc to just say, right, who's going to take this one then out of the two of us? And technically, I mean, if Schleimer finishes second place, he's still good here. But of course, Theo Blanc out-qualified him at the start of the weekend, which means if they are joint on points, it's Theo Blanc who takes the lead, despite them being joint on those points. So let's wait and see what happens as the green flag waves at the back of the field. We are ready to go racing once again for the 4th rotation of qualifying heats at KZ2. The lights procedure starts. It's 4 lights. It's lights out and fights on. And it's a good start. It's even Stevens between Blanc and Schleimer. They make contact. Schleimer covers off the inside. Through goes Enzo Boll. The SP Motorsport machine car pushes through. Drama in the background. One of the anti-launch devices come off. And one of them is hanging off of the TB cart at the back of the field there. Not a good getaway. I'm trying to think which TB cart that was that went through. Was it Speck or was it Rousseau that went round out of the race? And the wheel spinning is the 344 machine. That is Hugo Marti. He's going to go no further in this race. But it is Enzo Boll who leads the way then from Max Schleimer. Schleimer dealt immediately with Theo Blanc at the start of that one, immediately taking him out of contention, but he has dropped down to 4th place now as he just lost out to Dion van Verven.
Well, this is the first time this weekend that we're going to see Theo Blanc have to race his way through the pack. So far this weekend, we've just seen him lead races. We've seen those lights to flag wins from him. We've not actually seen him have to muscle anybody out the way. Maximilian Schleimer looks absolutely all over the back of Enzo Boll now. Enzo Boll bolted to that race start after Schleimer was caught by Theo Blanc. But you can see by the track position, by the kart position of Maximilian Schleimer that he's going to have a go. But he's going to be defended too. Throws in the dummy almost. But Enzo Boll reads it. He knows the track like Schleimer does and says, absolutely no, you don't. This is my race lead to hold on to. But for how much longer? Schleimer is hunting for another win. They go side by side. He gives him a little bump in the boots there and now goes down the inside at turns 10 and 11 to take the race lead.
Yeah, that's a good move there in front of the main grandstand here. That would have been under the delight of the Tony Kart fans out there, who sees now Max Schleimer retake the lead of the intermediate classifications now, 200 points to his name. The rest of the field there trying to close in as Van Verven here trying to get involved in that fight. Enzo Boll just ahead as they enter in towards the hairpin. Theo Blanc is under pressure from Robert Kindervater as well, just behind us. Down the inside goes Van Verven. Very late on the brakes there on Enzo Boll, but not close enough to get the move done.
I think, well, that was probably one of the moments for Dion van Verven where he's thinking, whoa, on those brakes. Really had to stop that one abruptly to not tag Enzo Boll there. So Maximilian Schleimer out there in the front with Enzo Boll in P2. Dion van Verven holding on to that P3 for now, but has fallen slightly into the hands of Blanc once more after that slight mistake. Blanc then, in this race, he's not picked off the position from Dion van Verven just yet, but with pure pace, raw speed there, he will be looking to get himself back up to the front as now Dion van Verven again looks to take a chunk from Enzo Boll, but Enzo Boll slams that door closed on that SP branded machinery, knows the circuit incredibly well, as does Maximilian Schleimer, who continues to pick things up as now we have got that change. But just as Theo Blanc was about to go for it, Dion van Verven went for Enzo Boll as well. That was 2 going for 2 there. Almost perfectly timed by both of them. Theo Blanc very lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, and he gained 2 for 1 there, so he'll be delighted with it. Robert Kindervater getting through as well, also getting 2 for 1. Here comes Yaroslav Shevatalov also up now into 5th place. He'll be liking this. Enzo Boll now from the race lead tumbles to P6. This has been a good fight for them. But can they keep up the momentum? Just behind that is Zhang Jose. Remember, he's got some new tyres on board here. That could make it very interesting. Another retirement now is Lewis Speck. He joins Nicolas Ryan and Hugo Marti to be the latest retirements in this race. Max Schleimer at the front, though, is clean and dry. He is setting fastest laps and has opened up a 2.1 second lead from the rest. Big move down the inside late on the brakes there for Zhang Jose. And I think he fully committed to that one there. A little bit of contact between himself and Enzo Boll that allows Corentin Rousseau to sneak through as well. I can imagine Enzo Ball's not going to be too happy with that one, with the contact that was made. Yeah, very late on the brakes there.
Maximilian Schleimer just absolutely in the zone going into today and going into this year. Has brought a broom so far and has been sweeping up these points. 200 to his name. Has maxed out so far this weekend in this fourth rotation of qualifying heats. But it's not over, and it's not over in the background for many of your drivers as well, who are going to try and push through for positions. That's names like Michael Paparo there, just trying to muscle out the drivers ahead. So Schleimer out there with 1.7 seconds, but he's not the fastest driver because that goes to Blanc there. More overtakes attempted, but not managed. And drivers actually getting it wrong on gears and getting it wrong on the line down towards the chicane section. Chassis, of course, in their optimum this weekend for these drivers after so much testing going into this year. We've had to wait a very long time since Frankfurt at the World Championships, since the last round of the European Championship down at Mulsanne back last summer. But now this was the opportunity for these drivers to show us what they've prepped, and that's happening to drivers in the background here. That's a nice little change. That's Dion van Verven now being overtaken by Zhang Hojie.
Yeah, indeed. That is now for P5. So those fresh tyres really coming alive now in this race for Zhang Hojie, and there's stepping up through the field now, up into that P5. Shabatalov has broken away at the front end of this field. Unfortunately for Lewis Beck, those brand new tyres he deployed earlier on has forced him in a retirement there. Very rough and ready there at the hairpin as Rittonen and Besson trying to push their way forward here, and Michael Papara in the background trying to get on there. Kian Fardin and Vivier who are trying to get involved. Kian Fardin in that Sodi kart. He's grown exponentially over the last year. He's, I think, about 12 foot tall now. He's absolutely towering over the rest of the field. But as he pushes forward, here's Enzo Ball now. Oh, he's under so much pressure here. Besson and Paparo pushing through. Here comes the Monster K machine. Look at him fly through this field now.
Yeah, some of these drivers really trying to force their way through. Since, of course, some DNFs being experienced, we're on our fourth rotation. We're getting to that hungrier point of the racing now, and you can tell with defensive postures like that between Meniher Krause and Emmanuel Mai, who go side by side, go absolutely at it, and off the road goes the CRG, the 319 of Meniher Krause, who gets it wrong out of the corner, is forced slightly wide onto the grass. Dirty tyres then for him for the rest of the lap, which is going to make it hard work for him to try and fend off the names behind. Still though, Schleimer out there in the front, but half a second has been taken away from him by Thion Blanc, who has gone in consecutively purple laps time after time and is around about 0.3 of a second faster than Schleimer. As Dion van Verven now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Van Verven, not what he would have wanted to see, especially since he's stayed inside of the top 10 all day.
Yeah, indeed. Currently sitting there in 6th place. Enzo Ball again giving up the position, this time to Emmanuel Mai, who steps through down the inside. He would have seen the number is a wildcard number, won't be too upset with that one. Of course, they won't be taking championship points here this weekend, but can still, of course, drop him down the order just that little bit. Down the inside again, loving this. Michael Papara this time on Matti Rittonen. Steps up to 8th place now, a 5-place gain for Paparo. Next on his list would be Colin Tom Rousseau, just further up ahead. This is further behind though. Konopka's battling away. He's just got past Billman. Here's Fardin just behind as well, trying to get involved, but he cannot quite get the move done just yet in towards turn 10. Thion Blanc has slowly but surely closed in on Max Schleimer, as once again defensive posture there into turn 10 for Konopkas. It was 2 seconds. It's now 0.6 of a second for the race lead. It has closed in, but it's not quite close enough just yet.
It's closed in, and quite crucially here, Anthony, it's closed in despite Thion Blanc being on older tyres than Maximilian Schleimer. Maximilian Schleimer deployed tyres on that left-hand side going into this race on my sheet. I've got that from earlier on that we were sent there. So Schleimer, you know, out there in the front, newer boots, newer rubber, but it's actually not really working for him. Theo Blanc is on older LeConte rubber, but he's still faster than Schleimer ahead, and he now could be within distance. It's under 4/10 between the Birol and the Tony Kart driver. Talking of other tyres as well, Zhang Hujie deployed some new earlier on. He's in P5, so that's why he's managed to get himself up the order. And Hugo Besson, of course, was a story. Hugo Besson decided to go new on the right-hand side, and he's actually one of the biggest movers with 8 places gained to be inside of the top 10. Now, this is going to light up very shortly. Old tyres versus new tyres, absolute momentum and power by Theo Blanc. Looks to try and go round the outside at turn number 1. Theo Blanc, where did that come from? Set that one up from the final corner with absolute confidence on 4 wheels, bravery on 4 wheels from an absolute mile away. Theo Blanc take an absolute bow.
And with that, Theo Blanc will take the lead of the intermediate classifications going into their last heat later on today. Exactly what Theo Blanc wanted. And this has been absolutely superb. Where on earth did this final pace come from? We saw how quick he was in those previous races, and on this last lap, he's delivered it once again. Incredible drive here for the Frenchman, who will round the final turn. We'll see the checkered flag, and we'll see the lead of the intermediate classification. And Max Schleimer, you saw his reaction over the line. He was not happy at all about that. To be passed on the start-finish straight is not where you want to be overtaken.
No, absolutely not. And let's not forget, Maximilian Schleimer was on newer tyre. In theory, he should have had more pace than Theo Blanc, but that just highlights what Blanc has brought with him from France going into not just this weekend, but this season as well. Right from time qualifying, he has been the driver to be. And now within this race, he's not just the driver to be, he's the overtaker to be, because that was stellar stuff out of that final corner. Theo Blanc snatches away once more the intermediate classification points. He is tied with Maximilian Schleimer with 194, but because of that pole time in quali, he does take the lead of things. Biggest mover was Simon Billman, then started P24, finished in P14, 10 places gained for him. Simon Billman, of course, tyres were deployed during that qualifying heat, so now shows the drivers for the next two qualifying heats that they absolutely can help promote you up the order. Theo Blanc then, he had to be patient, he had to wait for it, but he gave it a go and pulled it out of the bag, makes himself a qualifying heat winner again this weekend for the 4th time in a row on track. He rounds things out ahead of course, Maximilian Schleimer, who now has to take a P2, his lowest result so far from the weekend, with Robert Kulvetter being in P3. Behind them, we had Jaroslav Churytalov and Zhang Hujie as the last drivers inside of the top 5, with Dion van Verven, Michael Paparo, Gronton Rousseau, Martin Rintanen and Hugo Besson taking you to your top 10. Emmanuel Mai, Enzo Bol, Sen Canopios, Stiana Billman and Kim Farden take you to your top 15, with Meniher Krozer, Lenny Robello, Kalayan Verbitsliev, Max Varic and Enzo Vivier being the last drivers inside the top 20. Morgan Knudsen, Mattis Humer and Radek Vavra taking you to your top 23 and your last 23 of the finishers.
Well, here is a look at some of the highlights, and they're a very thirsty Theo Blanc at the end of that race, and this was the start. Well, from the word go, Schleimer immediately tried to cover off Theo Blanc there. Contact actually made between the two of them before there was even more contact made in the background there. One of the anti-launch devices coming off. It's a really slow getaway there for, I think that was Sem Konopkas there. He just didn't get the power down. The entrant for the Netherlands tumbling down the order. And there you can see at the very start of that one, so many drivers getting caught out. Radek Vavra, one of those drivers. Hugo Marti was another. He would have to retire at the start of that race. Enzo Bol, of course, he did take the lead of that race right at the very start. He would later slowly tumble down the order. That might be the contact that the causing collision one for Dion van Verven could be for. A little bit of contact there between the two of them in towards the braking zone. The same there for Zhang Hujie as well on his charge through the field. Van Verven again pushing through further later in the race. He would try to step up in that order as The battles came in thick and fast throughout the field. Emmanuel Mai was one of those drivers trying to get his way through, as Minihat Krosner, who deployed his fresher tyres earlier on, this time around struggling a little bit with the traction levels, running wide out of the circuit. This moment here, this was the lead change. A drag race down the start-finish line is not a way you want to be overtaken for a race lead, especially when you had a lead of over 2 seconds with fresh tyres on board. Something not all right there with the Tony Kart machine, and you could see the frustration on Maximilian Schleimer's face there across the line. Theo Blanc coming away though with the race win, takes the lead of the intermediate classifications going into the final rotation later on today. We look forward to that one, and that final rotation kick-starting at 5:25. But don't go anywhere, because we still have 2 qualifying heat races to go in the form of Groups D and F, and A and C, and it will be D and F. That will be the next one. Heading out onto the track. This one will see Filippo Sala and Eli Goldstein on the front row of the grid. New tyres will be seen out there for the drivers, but we will talk about that in a few moments' time. I'm seeing reports that Robin Glerum is not on the grid. That, I think, was to be somewhat expected. We remember he had a technical flag in a race earlier on. He didn't adhere to that. Multiple black flag attempts went out for him to tell him to retire the kart. All ignored. He finished the race after setting fastest laps, and I think he headed to the stewards, who I think have done the worst thing they could do to a driver on a race weekend, and that is completely take him out of him. And I'm just looking back to see what has happened in that one, and I can see it is a DSQ from competition for Robin Glerum, which is such a shame there. We will not see the 703 out on track again this weekend, and it feels so harsh, doesn't it, for a driver, but you can understand it in the same way. You've got to pay attention to the lights and signals that you see out there on the circuit. Right then, this race moments away from starting. A look at tyres. There are some fresh ones out there here, Nicole. We see them on the 6th row of the grid. We see them on the 8th row of the grid. And then we see them all the way back on the 12th row of the grid as well. As engines fire up, the drivers will make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup, which will, I'm sure, will see a very happy Italian starting on pole position. Filippo Sala will go from row number 1, but he will start alongside the home favourite here in Belgium. Eli Goldstein will be on that front row alongside him. Alois Giraday will go from row 2. They will see Jaden Teen starting there as well. Kimi Tani will be all on his own on row number 3. Noah Wolf and Yenis Avico go from row 4. Oliver Stadler and James Anagnostianis go from row 5. Row 6 will see new tyres on Eggers Vilkens. We're starting alongside Tom Sprogel on the first half of the field.
Row number 7 sees the likes of Alexander Schmitz alongside Paul Androtis in his first year of KZ2 racing. 8th row of your grid does see some new tyres on board the left-hand side of Alessandro Zolocco. He will be starting alongside Samuel Lier. Your 9th row, Alvar Simisvara with Jaden Gushkin. And from row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Patrick Ovgodrovchik with Mark Brovko. 11th row will be Julian Kaman with Simas Pachuska. And then from row number 12, we've got new tyres on board the left-hand side of Suleiman Zanfari, but no new tyres for the rest of your runners, which include Tim Ver from that 12th row with Zanfari, and 13 rows in total, Jeffrey Fisker and Luca Bremer being the final 2. Of course, we are missing Robin Glerum, so will be taken down from 26 runners in the first lap to 25 straight away. There will be a missing spot right ahead of Noah Wolf.
I was just admiring the wonderful photo that was taken of Suleiman Zanfari ahead of this race, but very happy, hands up in the air, very happy with the racing. and you can see what is happening to him. He'll be very happy with the racing that we'll see here. Right then, racing about to get underway. Filippo Sala and Eli Goldstein, front row of the grid, as they get themselves primed and ready to go. And you can imagine tensions there, but Sala checks over, sees Goldstein is there. No words exchanged, I'm sure. Well, maybe they were. We just don't know. Helmets are on. But as they get themselves ready, I'm sure they wouldn't even be able to hear each other from there either. Right then, green flag waves at the back. KZ2 qualifying heat D versus F. Ready to go here in Karting Genk, the home of champions here in KZ2. How will this start go? It is lights out and fights on. Good start, good reactions for Goldstein. Sala immediately down to second place. There the Sodi pushes through. Jaden Teen once more having the good start, holds on to third place. There the CRG of Alagilade slots into fourth place here. Rest of the field slots in behind. Good start for the KZ2s here. In towards the hairpin for the first time. Anagnostiadis has had a good getaway. He's already on the defensive though. Down the inside goes the Formula K. Oliver Stadler tries to get the moves done in the early phase, and I think does so. Goldstein in the lead though, has broken away at the front and is looking like he wants to win this one.
Goldstein, of course, will be looking for consecutive wins today. So far, a driver with stellar track knowledge, one of the drivers that will be a home hero this weekend, potentially if he can get it to the line. So Filippo Sala holding on to this pack of karts behind him, which includes one of the Sodis, a CRG, and is that the Paralin of Kimi Tani that is in there as well. Goldstein from Sala from Teen. Alo Girardet in this fight as well as Tani as Yanis Javico there in P6 for now, as now we've got that change between Sala, who gets pushed down by Jaden Teen, into the hands of Alo Girardet, and now into the hands of Kimi Tani. Looks for vulnerable, goes side by side with Tani out of turn number 5, but has to give the position to the Paralin. Maybe not for too much longer though, because snatches it back for Charles Leclerc.
Indeed, this is nicely done here for these drivers, and the positions that they are gaining in this early phase will help them out later on, of course, in the weekend. Every position that they gain is an extra point on that intermediate classification that they are needing to fight for to get into those superheats tomorrow. But it all whittles down to this one. There they are, the points. Tyrrell on, of course, joint with Max Schleimer, but Goldstein here up to third with this lead with 182. So a very strong position he is in. Sala is under immense pressure here right now, though. He's left the door open there for Kimi Tani. Savico goes through as well. Now Noah Wolf goes through. Now Anagnostiadis goes through. And round the outside here is trying to go Tom Spurgel on that CPV Sport machine. Goes wheel to wheel with Sala, who's under pressure now from Stadler. Once again, the outside line's not going to work out. Stadler's off the road. And that's disaster for Stadler in the Formula K machine. Wheel to wheel with Tom Spurgel there. Spurgel was trying to avoid the flip-flops. The inside apex, he rejoined and wheel to wheel action there. And unfortunately, that has taken Stadler out of this race. Anagnostiadis down the inside of Wolf. That's a great overtake there for Anagnostiadis, puts himself up now to 6th place.
Anagnostiadis now on a great run. Of course, DNF earlier on in the last couple of moments of first qualifying heat now looks to be in the sharper end. Filippo Sala was one of the main leaders in this moment, so Tom Spurgel then just clips the curb. Rear of the cart gets lifted, then tags, of course, Stadler. Stadler, nothing he could have really done then, I would say, is a bit of a victim there. You can just see is then lost into the grass, and will go no further, of course. No attempted restarts permitted after that first lap. This is a trio then heading through things. It includes Javico, Anagnostiadis and Noah Wolf. The Tony Kart being the leader of things, but for how much longer? Because the KR, the Mercedes driver of Anagnostiadis, looking very, very hungry there indeed. As does Jaden Teen, who, whilst we've been focusing on the likes of Tom Spurgel, has hooked something onto the back bumper of Eli Goldstein and absolutely reeled him in.
Yeah, he certainly has. This is it now. 0.2 of a second between the two of them as they exit out of the ending of sector number 1. Jaden Teen all over that rear bumper now as they make their way down the 160-metre back straight. And gestures between the two of them, maybe a bit of a conversation, but Goldstein holding on to the lead as Bilkins takes the fastest lap of the race, is there in 8th place. Is that a slightly defensive line there from Goldstein, or is Goldstein going to give team the lead? He is. Goldstein doesn't fight that one at all, allows team to take the overtake, and, well, that's a very interesting one there. Well, for Goldstein, he's still third. Realised that Teen is the person who sits fourth in the intermediate classification, and he's just gifted that one away as Wolf going side by side there with Yanis Avico. Anagnostiadis under pressure. Through now goes Wilkins. He now pushes forward. We said he set the fastest lap of the race. He's just gained another place because of it.
Yeah, Wilkins looking strong within this one, but of course he is a driver on fresher tyre going into this qualifying heat. Oh, Big Sen down the inside. This is a nice move between Kimi Tani and Alois Girardet there. Tani the one to get past, and now the driver to look at Ellie Goldstein, of course, helped and boosted by that purple lap. Is that maybe why Ellie Goldstein may be allowed Jaden Teen through here, Anthony? Probably knew, if I battle with you, all we're going to do is invite other quick names into this battle, then I could lose on not just one position, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe even 4, because there's not really a lot in it now between your top 6 or top 7. They're only separated by 3 seconds out there. So, you know, nothing in it between our drivers at the front, absolutely line of stern. Anagnostiadis, really good charge through the crowd here. Anthony, 5 places gained for him. P5, the highest up we've actually seen from him so far this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. Really turned the tables in this fourth race of the weekend for them, as latest retirement out is the wild card. Alexander Schmitz. We saw him retire earlier on with a broken front track rod after contact with Robin Glarum after he stalled on the line, and unfortunately, yeah, another retirement here for him, so big shame there. Well, Goldstein has been caught and has been attacked immediately from Tani, and has immediately taken the place away into second place. So that's an incredible charge he's got, and Goldstein's down to third.
Well, Goldstein there actually signalled through Kimi Tani. He knew that Tani was there and pointed down towards turn number 1 to say, have it, you know, have the position. Has potentially Ellie Goldstein got a little bit of a problem out there? Not problems, however, for James Anagnostiadis, who has bravery on 4 wheels and absolutely dives Sen down the inside of Alois Girardet. Doesn't quite get it right, doesn't quite manage to get the kart stopped enough to pull it off, but a good attempt nonetheless. However, that has cost him a bit of time to the Tony Kart, the Sodi and the Birrell shortly behind. Let's watch a replay there down the starting straight. Points him through, just says, have the position. You know, is Ellie Goldstein, you know, maybe a bit down on power? Is it the case that he's trying to maybe preserve the tyre?
Oh, I think he just doesn't want to fight. You know, it's okay, you've caught me, no problem. Take the position. I'm saving my machine ready for a later fight.
Thinking, you know, I don't need to give everything into the rubber right now. I can preserve a bit of it. I can hold on to some of that tread and then use it later on, maybe in the last rotation.
I know. I think he's saving them for tomorrow. I don't think he even wants to use them today. Right then, this is really starting to kick off in the background here. Alois Girardet has got a bit of a train forming behind him here. Anagnostiadis is the next car in that train. He's got Savico there, Wilkins, Wolf, Spagel, Zalocco, and is it Samuel who's joined them as well in 11th place? There we go. Anagnostiadis has got the move done, but he lost out, so that's 1 step forward, 2 steps back there, as Savico goes through now and up into P4. Anagnostiadis still holding on to P5. Now he's got Wilkins just behind. The Latvian, I'm sure, will want to try and take some positions away here as Spagel is under investigation. That'll be Tom Spagel for potentially causing a collision. This is that fight there. Yanis Avico holding on to 4th, is now defensive. Goes Girardet. Wolf on the outside here will try and get the up and under. It's not going to work out for him. Tom Spagel still there. Zalocco, Luye, Alvar Timotsvara, Kamens there as well. Filippo, Sala, 14th place for the pole sitter in this race. It's not been the race for him as Wolf round the outside. Well, he's gone off the road there, out of the cafe curve. Will that be allowed, or will that be gaining an advantage by going off the track?
Well, Alois Gilles-Ridet there, I would say, was a bit of an inflictor into that moment for Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf now points him through down towards turn number 1, so gives that position back. But he's going to lose out on not just Gilles-Ridet, but to the drivers behind as well. Spagel in this, Sam Loyer, also the other CRG in the fights for the drivers inside the top 10, who are now heading on to this penultimate lap. Turn number 5 ticked off, and this train of karts absolutely busy as you like. A crowd of drivers trying to fight out for the last spots, who absolutely, close in on each other down towards the chicane. You almost get that domino effect of drivers bumping into each other, but they're so abrupt and they get these karts absolutely parked before they head into the corner. Out there in the lead though, Jaden Teen now heads on to the last lap, but not a last lap that's going to be easy for him. He's under a cloud there of Kimi Tani, the only cloud that exists today on his shoulders. Tani on the rear of that Sodi kart. I would say he's going to try and have a look here.
Well, both these drivers are waved through by Goldstein. Something tells me they're not going to wave each other through on this one. This is the fight to the end, and Teen's going to go defensive. Late on the brakes is Tani, down in towards the hairpin. Beautifully manoeuvred there by Kimi Tani. So confident on the brakes and the downshifting, of course. You can engine brake and brake at the same time. Can really brake so late into some of these corners. And he has done that beautifully. Tani then taking the lead and steps up nicely in the intermediate classification out of the final turn. Tani will take the win. He'll see the checkered flag and will be 5th in the intermediate classification now with 164 points. Great race there for Kimi Tani. 5 places gained. Steps through that order superbly. There is the intermediate classification as it stands, and of course therefore Tani, a great result there. Jaden Teen, I'm sure, will be still happy with the 2nd place. Goldstein, I think I'm right in saying he is looking after those tyres. He is waiting to see what will happen in the superheats tomorrow. He knows he's in a comfortable spot, but will we see the deployment of the fresh tyres later on today? We'll have to wait and see then for KZ2. There is one more race to go in this 4th rotation. For the KZ classes, we'll see groups A and C out on track next. Samuel Oye, though, your biggest mover, 8 places gained, started 16th, finished in P8. Well, what a drive that was then for them. Kimi Tani, Jaden Teen and Ellie Goldstein, 1, 2, 3 at the end of that fight. It then rules out the next of the positions as Yanis Savico taking P4 from James Anagnostiadis. Edgars Vilkens finishing in 6th place ahead of Alois Gilles-Ridet. Sam Loyer and Noah Wolf, joined by Tom Spagel and Alessandro Zolocco. Alvaro Simontovaro from Julian Kamin. Simas Pachuca from Filippo Sala. Paul Andriotis from Mark Brovko. Jeffrey Frisk from Patrick Ogrodovchik. Tim Varels ahead of Luca Brima. Rounds out the top 21. The 5-place gain. Suleiman Zamfari, 22nd place, ahead of the retirement Kushkin from Schmitz. Stadler out of the race as Kimi Tani will be delighted with the result on that one. Here is the highlights on this. Well, from the word go, Goldstein looking to be in control, was able to break away from the main pack on that one. The missing gap there, and 1 or 2 cuts struggling at the beginning of that race. Possibly Tom Spagel struggling to get off the line there from the word go. Yanis Savico trying to get the moves done in the early phase. Wolf under pressure. Sala, though, was the biggest driver under pressure in that one. The pole sitter from that race, unfortunately, tumbling to P15 at the very end of it. There was the first dramas. Stadler finding himself out of the race. Alexander Schmitz would be a later retirement, as well as his kart would break down in front of the main grandstand. Kimi Tani was the one to watch in that race, pushing his way forward as Goldstein let both Jaden Teen and Tani through. this moment here. Look at this under braking. Confidence with a capital C on the brakes in towards turn 7. Stops it on a dime and pushes his way through. There was an unfortunate moment for other drivers later on the race. We didn't quite see that one as across the line, very close. Tanny taking the win from Jane Goldstein third. With that, though, Goldstein would still maintain third in the intermediate classification as they go into their final race later on today. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, thank you very much then, Anthony. You just called him over the line. Kimi Tanny, great race win there for you. Great move to get the race win as well. Tell us about the change between you and Teen in the chicane.
He didn't defend enough, obviously. Left me space. That's it.
And as well, quite an interesting race that we saw from Ellie Goldstein. Waved both you and Jaden Teen through. Any idea maybe why that came from the TB kart, why he decided to do that?
Obviously wasn't so fast. His tires were fully finished.
Well, Kimi, thank you very much. Great job out there, like we said. That concludes then that group of KZ2s, but we've got more coming up very soon. Anthony Jordan, back to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. We'll be straight back out onto the track now with groups A versus C. That will see once more the pole sitter from time qualifying, who did take a race win earlier on today in his third race. Arthur Nyck back on that pole position spot. He'll be joined by Michael Adair, who is on that front row alongside him. So again, it will be a very busy next race. And there is your grid, baking in the sunshine here, still 31 degrees as everyone gets themselves ready. Antoine Broger there just limbering himself up to get ready for this race. There's the little graphic, 31 degrees, very dry out there. And Ross Upton, the pre-grid officer, electing the shorts today, rightly so. It is very, very warm indeed out there. 1 minute board up in the air as we are moments away from starting this race. The crowd still filling out the grandstands here. Everyone ready to get their piece of the action for this last race in this fourth rotation of qualifying heats for the KZ2, with one final rotation later on today. That'll be starting after a small break that is after this race as well. We'll have one more KZ race and, of course, the KZ2s back out. But we'll have to wait and see how this one will transpire with Arthur Nyck on that top spot on the grid for the entirety of this race. A little look back at further results earlier on as we wait for the drivers to make their way out. As we said, for groups A and D earlier on, very busy. Arthur Nyck took the win. Antoine Broger taking second place. So happy with that one. Daniel Mesa as well finishing third. So your front three on the inside line, all of them pushing forward in that last race. Can they do the same here? The marshals again taking a well-deserved break, and all of them trying to stay within the shade there. Because, well, Nicole, you've just come back into the commentary box. Quite warm out there, isn't it?
It feels even warmer when you've got to walk up those stairs as well. Really hot conditions for our drivers. Probably the warmest many of them would have seen so far this year. A challenge for many, and a challenge we're going to see again for groups A versus C.
We certainly will indeed. Arthur Nyck back on pole position, fresh from a win earlier on. Can he do the same in this one? Michael Adair starting alongside Antoine Broger, and Dorian Gudenfels go from row number 2. There we'll see Daniel Mesa and Matthias Morgato on row number 3. Manuel Castel and Jean-Louis go from row 4. They will see Jens Leu and Tommy van der Struis on row number 5. Jensen, Graham and Marek Scrivan go from row 6 with Alexander Uznim and Jay Irwin on row 7.
Row number 8 sees Jurasim Skirlanov alongside Emily Koivisto, and then from row number 9 we've got new tyres again, not with Gamilier but with Giovanni Tosso, who's gone new on that left-hand side. From row number 10 we only have Nicola Rossini, who's gone new on the left. With row number 11, no new tyres for either Samuel Dicker of Australia or Kevin Steerhalver. From row number 12 we have Alessio Limatina alongside Sem van Volsten, missing from the field again. Row number 13, Nico Lemberg with new tyres on board the left-hand side with Rob Lucasen. 14 rows in total, with Nico Bogner leading a really good race after 2 consecutive DNFs. He's starting alongside Hannah Lang, who's gone new rubber on that left-hand side.
Indeed, so a fair few drivers there on the left-hand side of the kart. So we'll wait and see how that will go. Of course, for Dorian Gudenfeld, he has had some really tough results in the racing so far today. So we'll have to see if a fresh set of boots helps him out in the last race in this 4th rotation. There at the back of the field, Hannah Lang on the Formula K machine from the United Kingdom. Of course, she has not raced here since 2022, of course. She was in that event back in the Europeans, so back here again in her machine to see what she can achieve. But very quick driver from the UK, racing in the champs there, but seeing her here on the international stage is quite nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Hannah Lang then, not a driver that's full-time in the seat, but she is full-time karting. She's always can be seen in a UK paddock and now is back in KZ2. Of course, entire senior karting career for Hannah has been a KZ2 career, and now she's here within the field in Genk for the first round of the FIA Karting European Championship, which now sees the last of the 4th rotation of KZ2s now take to the circuit for qualifying heat.
Green flag waving at the back of the grid then. The last race before the last break of the day, before the last 4 races of the day, as the lights procedure gets underway. All of that rhymed. It's lights out and fights on. Drama in the background though. Karts facing the wrong way. One of them, the Maranello, going no further. And that is, I think, a little further down. I'll try and figure out the number in a moment. That doesn't go through as my timing screen updates itself. But the whole field goes through. Good start for Arthur Leuk. He's in control of this race. There you can see Michael Adair holding on to there. It was the 701 machine that didn't get going. It's Alexander Uzneem, and I think got caught out with Gerasim Skulinov at the start of that race.
Big sends attempted for drivers then, and every single driver can now get into this point of the day where the pressure and the heat starts to arrive. These drivers start to turn things up on the dial to 11 to try and push past and to try and pick away some points from the competitors ahead. Final corner headed into by Arthur Leuk, who is your race leader, but for how much longer? Michael Adair absolutely on the tail. These 2 drivers were 2 of your pole sitters in Group Azor, out of turn number 2. Absolutely got it wrong gear-wise for Michael Adair. Falls off the back of Arthur Leuk, the KR driver, and now hands himself to Daniel Messier. Daniel Messier there looks strong, will try and give it a go down in towards the chicane. Has he got the run? Well, he's got the gap to the drivers behind to give himself a bit of room and to be able to give it a bit of a risk, but he sits there steady behind Adair, does not try and attempt the overtake, but Adair, big driver mistake.
Indeed. Right then, the race getting on with it now, and the top 3 breaking away from Brogio Morgato. Gudenfeld, who's on those new tyres, remember, who's still holding on to P6. This is that fight that we are seeing behind Morgato. Not able to get that nose down the inside just yet, and just waits for that prime opportunity. Gudenfeld, you can still see him there, also trying to push his way through. Intermediate classification, Arthur Leuk here will find himself up into 3rd place with this result. After the 3rd place earlier on for Goldstein, giving up those places may have cost him at this moment a potential front row start in Superheat 1 tomorrow.
Well, maybe many of our drivers also looking to get further up the order now. Nicola Rossini, Giovanni Tosso and Hannah Lang all making up quite a few positions within this stage. 7 for Rossini, 5 for Tosso and 7 for Hannah Lang. So new tyres are maybe the way to go, and Hannah Lang is proving that now. Purple in sector number 1.
Big look
and
down
then
the
Rossini
inside.
goes purple sector number 2. Big sends at that final corner. Drivers inside of your top 10 now changing out. Matthias Morgato finds himself past Brogio.
Yeah, indeed. Nicely done there. Stepping up into 4th place. This fight still very close. Daniel Macy has not given up the attack on Michael Adair after that missed gear earlier on, and yes, finds himself in the watch line. Nicola Rossini, the fastest driver out there on the Tony Kart machine, 52.751 down the inside. And first gets the move done. Jay Owen tags along for the ride. the expense of Jean Louis.
Yeah, Jean Louis there losing out on 2 positions, maybe now looks to lose out on 3 because Tommy van der Stroys is there, as well as Jay Irwin. Jay Irwin now past Jean Louis as well, so Louis over the course of this lap has lost 3 positions out there in the front end. Big send down the inside at turn number 14. Muscled out there is Brogio, and Goldfence going for it. Goldfence trying to sail way past, as we'll watch a race replay then at the start.
Yeah, indeed. You could just see how Alexander Zneem there didn't get off the line, which is what caused that dramatic moment on the track. And yes, very unfortunate there for 1 or 2 karts, and yeah, very lucky there wasn't any worse than that, so big shame there. Drivers on the move. Rossini back on the charge, this time on Jean Louis. He's stepping up the field now. The Tony kart on the charge here, looking very quick as Nico Bogner becomes under investigation in this race. He will have to be very careful. Rossini now into the top 10. This is further up. Well, Daniel Mace, it's taken him a while to try and get past Michael Adair. He might have to think about defending now because Morgato has closed in. Matthias Morgato on the attack. Yeah, immediately. He had one look behind, saw that Morgato was closing in. Daniel Macy said, right, I've had enough, going for it, and he did it. Down the inside at turn 2.
Well, do you think some of these drivers out there maybe panic a little bit when they've got a driver like Matthias Morgato right behind them? You've just seen from Asia, saw that it was happening and thought, right, now I need to get past Michael Adair. I'm taking too long. Matthias Morgato finds his way through. Adair still there, but Morgato now looking to bite a chunk out of Daniel Macier. Disqualification for Macier yesterday has pushed him backwards points-wise. So actually, as things stand, Morgato is ahead of him in these points. As we head into the last section of this lap, we will be edging closer to the halfway race distance, of course, which Arthur Leuk has led every single lap from the start. Is just bolting off from the rest of the field, bolting off from this 4 of Macier, Morgato, Adair and Goldfence, who look to shortly probably light things up between each other. We're now, heading into that phase of the weekend where things change for these drivers. Some drivers start to panic a little bit, thinking, okay, I've had a couple of bad results, I really need to turn the dial up now. But some can say stay settled out there. I'd say Macier would be one of those drivers maybe panicking a little bit more than the names around him.
Possibly so, but only time will tell in KZ2. Remember that full rotation later on today after that last KZ race. Very late on the brakes there for Rossini. He is on a 10th-place gain here. I'm sure he'd like 1 or 2 more in this race. Down the start-finish straight they go. Leuk in the lead. He's tucked in, he's dialed in, he's got a 1.2 second advantage from the rest of the field. Little bit twitchy there in the background. My goodness, Jens Treur trying to get down the inside there of Tommy van der Stroos. Van der Stroos defending the position down the start-finish straight.
Talking to a couple of drivers throughout this weekend, then one of those being earlier on, Maximilian Schleimer, asked Max, grip levels out there, how is it actually feeling? And it's actually incredibly slidey for these drivers. It's actually difficult to get the feeling on the road, so especially offline when these drivers are attempting those overtakes, it's a hard work for them around these 15 turns. There's not as much grip as you would maybe expect, despite it being 31 degrees in air temperature.
Yeah, indeed, but there is such thing as too hot sometimes for tyres. Down the inside, contact made, and that was Tommy van der Stroos on, I think, Castle there it was. Castle lost out on a lot of places there. Lost out to Treur and Trusser as well. He will not be happy with that one as he regathers himself to try and take those places back here. Rossini, setting the fastest up the race, is now into 8th place and is continuing that fight on. The long train forming down the back straight here. Big sends down the inside. Gavin Louis on the move there on Jean Louis. 2 very different spellings, but very similar sounding last names as they push their way through. But these drivers now fighting their way through, and a very close battle still rages on here between Macy and Morgato for 2nd place.
Arthur Leuk still looks to set up 2 wins in a row out there in the front. Is now under a second, but expecting that he's probably going into that tyre preservation mode, but not in preservation mode are some of the drivers further back. Jay Irwin, big moves from him. This is the move down the inside. Whoa, as late and as deep as you like. move is not pulled off. This is the draw. Drivers off the road there into the dust, but that was in the background of your field. We've got Nyck, Dicker and Jean-Louis also going for this. Can't quite catch which of the Formula Ks that is.
It was this one here. It was the 382, I think it was, as they go, 338s. I'll try and work. I couldn't quite see the number there as it went through. Well, they're both. It's either 362 or 363. It was Nico Bogner, so it's a 362. Now, the problem that he's got now in this race, he went off the track at turn 5. He rejoined on the back straight, completely missing out turn 6. That doesn't usually go too well in the eyes of the officials out there, but we'll have to wait and see. Right, battle raging on. Here we go, out through. This is Rossini on Brogio. This is for 7th place. Nico Rossini on the 11 places gained. Can he make it 12? Looks to the inside. The answer, yes. Nicely done.
Well, drivers then setting things up time and time again and again. And Nicola Rossini there, of course, would have been helped because he is on that fresher rubber. He would have had confidence in the tyre to pull that off down towards the chicane. Into the final corner, these drivers will go for the penultimate time. Of course, last lap board will be out for the field very shortly. Will be out again, of course, for the first driver of Arthur Nyck. Arthur Nyck, qualifying, was the driver to be. Now, throughout this race, has headed into everything with completely clean air in front of him. Daniel Macia still under the threads of the Brazilian Matheus Magato, sat there in that CPP Sodi kart. Can Magato try and have a look down towards the chicane? We saw drivers in the previous qualifying heat set things up at the very last moment with Kimi Tani, but it's not attempted by Matheus Magato on the entrance. Maybe, though, on the exit, almost gets the nose down the inside. Challenge is still on. He's not giving up just yet. The Brazilian still absolutely trying to fire something into life. But Daniel Macia stays strong, holds on to this one to try and complete this P2.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens into the final corner here, though. Arthur Nyck's going to round that final corner. He will see the checkered flag as Daniel Macia does his level best to defend that spot. He does. Across the line, finishing P2 ahead of Morgato. Michael Adair to P4 from Goodenfels, his best result yet. Benefited by those fresh tyres on board, takes P5 ahead of Jay Irwin. Rossini from Brogio, Trieux from Tosso rounds out the top 10. Great finishing run there for Arthur Nyck. That's 2 wins to his name. It's a lights the flag for the KR Motorsport driver. Put it on pole position earlier on this weekend. And the Frenchman there, I'm sure, will be very happy. The biggest mover, we spoke a lot about the biggest mover in that race, Nicola Rossini, started 19th, finished 7th, a gain of 12 places. A great run at the end of that race. Will be, I'm sure, quite delighted with the result then, with one more race to go for each group. The final rotation of qualifying heats coming up after a short break and after the KZ's final race as well. The top 3, Arthur Nyck, Daniel Macia and Matheus Morgato. The rest of the results here on your screen. The top 10 we've gone over. Manuel Castle then finishes that one in 11th place from Kevin Steyhauer. 10 places gained for him, finishes in P12 with the 712 machine. Gavin Louillet finishing in P13 ahead of Max Scriban. Same Medica from Jean-Louis and Nico Lemberg. Nico Bogner from Amelie Koivisto. Jensen Graham from Hannah Lang. New tyres for her, finishes that one in 21st place ahead of Rob Lucassian. Then it is Alexander Uznin who rounds out the 23 finishers. The retirements, Alessia Lamartina, Tommy van der Stroos, Gerasim Skulinov, all not starting. All not finishing, sorry, and 2 non-starters. Well, here is your highlights from that race. Brilliant start for Arthur Nyck. No drama for him at the very start of it. Some drama in the background there for Alexander Uznin, who was caught out with another driver there. I think it was Gerasim Skulinov, who did later retire, I'm sure, with damage to his kart. There was the likes of Nico Rossini gaining the positions, 12 places gained throughout that one, finishes up in 7th place, a very strong result. Michael Adair did hold on for quite some time on second place, but later lost out on it. There was the unfortunate side-by-side moment that saw the falling down in the order for Manuel Castel there on the CPB Sport machine. Later, though, with as quickly as he was pushing forward, later then retirement for Tommy van der Spuys out at turn number 2. Then we saw the fighting further back. Jay Irwin trying to push his way through the order. He was doing a brilliant job. He gained 8 places as he was trying to break away from the chasing Nicola Rossini. Across the line, Arthur Leuk will take another qualifying heat win, and with that jumps up to 3rd in the intermediate classification. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, another qualifying heat win there for Arthur Leuk. Arthur, good stuff there out for you. But, you know, thinking, is it actually a bit slidier on the circuit than it maybe looks?
Yeah, the track is super slow now. Also with the old tires, it's super hard to drive. So it's really important to manage those tires. So probably we're going to put 2 new soon.
And of course, managing the slide out there as a driver, how do you pull that off? What do you have to adjust on what you're doing with the gears, with the braking, with the entrance to the corners to try and minimise that?
Braking a little bit later, carry a bit less speed into the corners so tires don't get too hot, and then it's all about being calm.
And of course, Arthur, we'll see you later on because you have got one more qualifying heat left to go. But that concludes the 4th rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats. We're going to take a short break, of course, before we go into the last 4 races of today.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. It is only a very short break, only about 20 minutes or so, and we will be back with the final races of the day. The final race of the day for the Premier Class KZ, that's starting at 5:05, and then we go into the last 3 KZ2 races of the day. They start at 5:25, so do not go anywhere. From myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you in 23 minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ and KZ2, including the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But the KZs, the Premier Class, are back out on track next for their third and final heat. This one means a lot for the drivers, and there Daniel Albanese getting himself ready to go. The rest of the grid there primed and ready, also getting their helmets on. A fair few drivers did end up seeing the officials, and there is, well, one very important driver from last year, Senna van Walstein. A great weekend that was had in Franciacorta in the Italian sunshine, where he became world champion in this very class. And earlier on this weekend, we caught up with him. Senna van Walstein, welcome to the 2026 season of FIA Karting. The MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here at Genk in Belgium. KZ world champion last year. When did that finally sink in for you?
Yeah, well, it was obviously a thing that I really wanted in my career. So yeah, at that point when it happened, yeah, obviously it still was a dream that came true for me. We celebrated it, and yeah, the day after you realize you come back on track, and then like, all right, we've done it. So yeah, it took a while to really adjust yourself to it, but in the end of the day, it's we all done it together with the team, so we're really happy. Yeah,
it took me a while to get my hearing back after hearing Florian screaming as well. The Sodi package was a quick one last year, and the performance from you and the team has grown the team massively as well. Is this pace and confidence, is it still there for the 2026 campaign?
Yeah, well, definitely. I think what we showed in the start of the year is that we keep going, and probably even stronger than we were last year. We got a lot of good drivers in the team as well, so for us, we have a lot of data and we can test a lot, and we keep pushing. We don't stand still.
You talk about good drivers in the team. That brings me on to my next question. You've got the KZ2 world champion in your field now, of course, this year, and he's your teammate as well. Tell us, how's that going to be?
Yeah, well, I think in the end of the day, we have to work together up until the final. From then on, it's against each other as well. But yeah, no, it's good because, you know, I'm still learning. He's still learning. We learn from each other, and it pushes us more, I think.
Yeah, excellent. Well, Senna, very best of luck this weekend and this season. We'll see you out there on track.
Thank you very much.
Good to chat to Senna van Walstein earlier on this weekend. And like you say, the confidence coming into this season, very, very strong indeed. And it has been a strong package for them. But it's definitely been a stronger weekend for the European champion last year. Mathias Bajel, the number one on that front row of the grid in time qualifying, but has had some troublesome results. And one of those troublesome results came in that previous race earlier on with a DNF as he came together with Giuseppe Palomba. But that was then, and this is now, as KZ engines fire up. They make their way out on track. The last race of the day for the Premier Class, and here's your grid. Daniel Albanese and Mathias Bajel on the front row of the grid. Victor Gustafsson and Maxim Orlov go from row 2 with Adrian Malero and Stan Pex, the race winner from earlier on today. Pedro Hilbrand and Giuseppe Palomba go from row 4. Palomba really needs a result in this race to see him in a good position for tomorrow. They'll have Lorenzo Tavazanuto and Senna van Walstein on row 5. Emilian Denner and Lorenzo Camplese will round out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7, part 2 of your grid, sees Christian Bartuka, a driver who's doing, of course, Porsche and karting in 2026, alongside Daniel Vasile, who needs a good race for Maranello. So far, he has had 2 DNFs out of 2 races. Row number 8, your top 16, it's Murray Kremers, who climbed up to P6 earlier on from that P15 spot. He's starting alongside Alessio Piccini. Your 9th row sees Jean Lomblo, your P5 European Championship driver in 2025, alongside Tom Lier, who is the first of your field to go on new tyres along that left-hand side. Row number 10, your top 20, Marcus Kayak sees David Levinsky, and from row number 11, David Trefilov will see Angela Cruz, who is the second driver on your grid to deploy some new tyres, of course, have been deployed on that left-hand side. 12 rows in total, 24 KZs for this race. And it's Juri Pegs and Matteo Vigano who round out your field. Vigano needing a good race as well. DNF in first qualifying heat for him this morning. Will be hunting down some points. And speaking of points-wise, currently we have got Victor Gustafsson as the leader of things with 94, ahead of Danilo Albanese in P2, and Adrian Malero as the last driver inside of the top 3.
Indeed, yeah, for Gustafsson, the inside of row 2 is not a bad place to start. There is Matteo Vigano once again going very slowly. Now, he is taking his time there to get started. Is this tactical for him? Is he trying to get up to some decent speed? Yeah, I think he was waiting to get up to some decent speed to try and go through the gears there to make sure it's all working. Rapidly caught up to the back of the grid. So, yeah, I think it was just maybe checking the systems out there before he started this race. He did have a mechanical issue at the start of his first qualifying. He had a good result in his second. Yeah. But, yeah, not the start he wants.
Of course, if they made a bit of a setup change engine-wise, he would just be trying to make sure everything is clear and ready to go. You know, of course, they would have revved it up on the stand, but he will want to transfer some torque to tarmac and just double-check that everything is okay with that Tony Kart and that TM bolted to him.
We are back after that short break, of course. If you're joining us, welcome one and all. You're just in time for the final qualifying heat of the day for KZ. 3 more qualifying heats coming after this one for KZ2. And if you do wonder what the commentators get up to in between the break, well, I can tell you this for free. I had an ice cream. We're ready to go racing. The drivers are set on the grid. The last 2 drivers pulling into place. Juri Pegs and Matteo Vigano just getting into position for this qualifying Heat 3, which sees Gustafsson leading the points with 94. The green flag waves at the back of the grid as the lights procedure gets underway. It's KZ, it's lights out and fights on. It's a great start again for Spagel. Albanese slow off the line, but around the outside goes Gustafsson. Beautiful start for the CRG driver from the second row of the grid round the outside of turn 1. Takes the lead away. One of the Formula Ks is off the road and out of the race. We'll try and figure out who that is in a few moments' time as one of the barrels goes wide out of turn 5. Rejoins at turn 6. It's the number 31 machine. And that's a disaster there when they rejoin. That's Christian Batuka who didn't get away. The other one was David Trevorov, the number 12 machine, the Formula K, that didn't get away over the, out of turn number 1. But Gustafsson leads the way. Matteo Spagel there in second. Daniel Albanese already down to third. He won't be too happy with this, but he'll be consistent, of course, over the course of the qualifying heat. And that is what wins you championships, is being consistent as they continue on. There's one of the SP karts going very slowly. I think that's Juri Pegs, unfortunately, with drama as all dear. Matteo Spagel, the number 1, the European champion last year, is under investigation for potentially working on the grid.
Well, Spagel under investigation and now under pressure. Danilo Albanese absolutely there, glued to the Sodi, as Juri Pegs does pull in then into Parc Fermé and will go no further. Drivers then, of course, will have elbows out. Last qualifying heats of the day, last before they set themselves up, and last opportunities for drivers like Giuseppe Palomba, who absolutely weaves his way around Max Orlov and pushes Max Orlov into the hands of world champion Tenna van Waldstein. Off the road. Lorenzo Travisanuto and Emilian Denner out there clip each other, and Denner will absolutely go no further. That puts an absolute halt to his day.
Oh, drama there for Emilian Denner. He will not be happy with that, and that's 2 of the Formula Ks borderline out of this race, and that is such a shame for them here, but the race continues on here, down towards the hairpin here, down the 160-metre back straight, late on the brakes there, Daniel Albanese. That's absolutely outrageous for the Italian. Completely caught Spagel off guard there, and he loses out on second place. Albanese gets through into P2. That could bring Malero, Pegs and Palomba into play here. If they can close in now, that would certainly be a very good start to the race for them. But the gaps are starting to form now. At the front, Gustafsson looks in a lot more control now than I think the rest of the field would like. He is siding his way in the field. He has got 144 points to his name, and this could put him in a very good position going into tomorrow.
Adrian Malero definitely looks to have impressed so far this weekend. He's had a P4 and a P3. He is inside of the top 3 in your intermediate classification points, and he has currently got a shield out. Senna van Waalstein down the outside of Max Orlov. Orlov now has got Pedro Hilbrand all over the back. Hilbrand does not make the move stick, but Orlov definitely having a taste of some KZ racing. Last year, of course, was stellar in your KZ2s, was your European and your world champion, but now he's in this Premier class. He's got big names around him, and talking of big names, now we've got Pex down the inside. Turn number 15 allows, of course, Giuseppe Palomba some space as well. Palomba will have fresher tyre compared to the drivers ahead of him in the field, but it doesn't mean that the drivers are going to fall away from him, because he's still got Adrian Malero, Senna van Waalstein and Max Orlov right there on his tail as drivers go side by side. Senna, of course, DNF earlier on, will also have some fresh boots.
He's going to rejoin in the middle of the track, right in front of the field. Disaster there for Adrian Malero. He tumbles down the order, and he was very lucky there to be able to stop that kart before he rejoined at the hairpin, and that was a very scary moment there. Gustafsson now in control of that group. Remember, Pex and Palomba are alongside each other. Those two tangled in race 1 earlier on. I'm sure there's no love lost between those two. Will they tango again in this race? We'll have to wait and find out as they head down the start-finish straight, but big battles starting to form now. But Gustafsson's lead holding at 0.8 of a second, but Stan Pex is setting the fastest laps of the race here, Nicole, and is purple in many of those sectors as well.
It was aggressive by Senna van Waalstein. Was it maybe a bit too aggressive? Down in towards turn number 5, you just see the overtakes happen as off the road. That's Christian Batuka early on in the race. That is in your first initial stages. We'll watch more replays, this side-by-side moments between Senna van Waalstein and, of course, your CRG that we just saw get forced off the road. You know, Senna, of course, has had a disqualification and has had a DNF. Maybe finds himself in trouble once more. This is the other angle of it, just keeps him wide off the road. Malero goes, gets immediately back onto the circuit on the exit of turn number 5, right into the face of other names like Maren Kremers, Lorenzo Camplesi and Alessio Piccini, but will fall down the order, and for the time being will have to settle for a P17. Back with your eyes on these drivers inside of your top 3. Spagel from Stan Pex. So we've got somebody that's got some incredible experience in the KZ category. Of course, Pex has raced here year upon year. Now applies some pressure on that back bumper of the Frenchman, of your 2025 champion of Spagel, but Spagel handles this pressure. We've also got Giuseppe Palomba in this fight, and pace for Palomba compared to the two ahead is that he is faster than both.
It certainly is. But there again is a look at your intermediate classifications. 144. Here comes Pex down the inside. Looks, it's half attempt. Attempt 1. Into the corner, attempt 2, out of the corner, wheel to wheel now. Pex and Spagel, here comes Palomba down the inside. He's going to get through, a little bit of contact there made, but it's good overall. Palomba gets through as well, and Pex pushes into 3rd place. This puts Stan Pex now 3rd in the intermediate classification, but Senna van Waalstein's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's closing in on his teammate. The European champion from last year is now fighting with the world champion from last year. Both of them teammates, and both of them line astern on the track here in Genk.
Well, these drivers, of course, will give a bit of breathing room to each other. You're not going to see them go full attack compared to what they would do with another driver around them. Senna van Waalstein will be careful around what he's doing with Spagel. He will only go for the move when it's one of those tactical decisions. He's not going to go for necessarily high risk, high reward, because they've got to go back to the same tent, of course. Waalstein still there, still on the tail end of this top 6, which have broken away and been lost by Victor Gustafsson, your race leader, who's now got 1.5 seconds from the rest of the field, from, of course, Danilo Albanese, as there is that notification. We did predict it. Senna van Waalstein under investigation for causing a collision, and what we will say will only be from that incident, of course, with Adrian Malero at turn number 5.
Yeah, a very tricky one, because it was they were completely side by side, very well alongside, but I'm sure Adrian Malero will say, well, he ran me off the road, and well, Malero also under investigation for, I'm pretty sure, that very same incident. We'll have to wait and see what happens. This, though, here, well, the fight for second place could be on here, Nicole. Daniel Albanese is being caught by Stan Pex and Giuseppe Palomba. Could we see fireworks between these two?
Yeah, could be. I would say will be. Stan Pex then 0.3 of a second faster than Albanese over the course of that previous lap. Not the fastest driver on the track in total, because that goes to Tom Leyer, as this is going to maybe turn into a good battle between Max Orloff and Pedro Hiltbrand then. Hiltbrand looking at the back of Max Orloff, the number 11, the Saudi driver, the newest driver into your KZ field. This is the challenge on between then Albanese and Stan Pex. I would say very shortly Albanese will be trying to get a shield out to Pex in towards turns 14 and 15 to then go down towards the start-finish gantry to enter into the penultimate lap. And doesn't Albanese know that he's under some pressure now? Head over the shoulder, can see that Pex is absolutely there, can see that, of course, Pex took a qualifying heat win earlier on. He's got the pace, he's got the power, he's got the confidence as well. Down in towards turn number 5, the drivers will V the corner off to set the run down towards the chicane, which is a hot spot for these drivers. Pex, is he going to have a look? Absolutely. Takes a look, uses the curb, gets the kart rotated, then clips turn number 7 up back on a gear and feeds Danilo Albanese into the hands of Giuseppe Palomba.
Yeah, indeed. Palomba is going to try and deal with this sooner rather than later if he can, but Albanese's gone defensive, and look, immediately Van Walstein and Orlov starting to close in with Spagel. If they defend too much over this next last lap, they could be in an almighty fight to the very end of this race. Over the line they go, as out of the race now once more Christian Batuca. He had drama at the start, he's got more drama now. He takes a pew on the barrier there, and a big shame for him. But the fight's still on at the front end, and Palomba has got that move done now on Albanese. He did that while we were watching that moment here. Orlov defensive from Hiltbrand, who pushes his way to the front here, but can't quite squeeze his way through. Victor Gustafsson, though, looking cool, calm and collected here. Exactly what he wanted at the start of this year. Last year, it was all about the Saudi karts. This year, it's all about the CRGs. Over the line he goes. Gustafsson takes the third and final heat win of the day in the KZ class. Pex will take a very competitive P2, and with that third in the intermediate classifications. Giuseppe Palomba third in the race ahead of Danilo Albanese. Good result there for Giuseppe Palomba. I can imagine he was benefited with tyres a little bit, with retirements that he's had earlier on. No full race distances. Those tyres must have been fresher for him. And I think he has found himself to fight through. Beautiful way to end the day for Palomba with that result, to try and help himself out. Damage limitations after the 2 first races. But Victor Gustafsson leading the points then. 144 heads tomorrow at the front of the field. Exactly what he was after. Vigano was the biggest mover in that race. 10 places gained, 24th to 14th. So whatever they've done to help him out, they have done a good job in the Tony Kart tent. Victor Gustafsson then, CRG, take the win. Stan Pex for SB Motorsport takes second. Giuseppe Palomba for the Maranello outfit takes third in the third and final qualifying heat. Daniel Albanese for KR Motorsport takes P4 ahead of Mateo Spagel, Senna Van Walstein and Maxim Orlov, all three with the Saudi Kart outfit. Pedro Hiltbrand for the Birolot Racing Team. He finishes P8 ahead of the other one of the 2 Maranellos of Daniel Vasile. Himself also with a good result at the end of the day. Martin Kramers for the Charles Leclerc Racing Team. Render finds himself there with 10th. Tom Luyer with Tony Kart ahead of the Modena Kart Racing Team. Alessio Pacini in 12th place. Lorenzo Camplese and Matteo Vigano, the 2 Tony Karts, rounding out the top 14 with Enzo La Cruz with P15. Here's a look at the highlights from that, and well, relatively decent start, but it was a lightning start but Victor Gustafsson able to break his way to the lead of the race. Emilian Denner was the first of those troubles at turn number 1. Unfortunately, there was the outside move. Look at that incredible positioning there to push himself through. A great run at the end of that race. But the moments that still came in thick and fast, there was a very unusual one. Christian Batuka off the road, did rejoin, later did retire as well from that race. Then we saw the dramas here. Well, there was Emilian Denner, sorry. That was him off the road. It was David Trefilov at the very start of that race who had the drama. Then we saw the fighting going on. Van Walstein, big sends down the inside there as well. Pedro Hilbrand trying to do the same. This was Stan Peck's great charge in the race for Stan Peck, pushing his way through position after position. The wheel-to-wheel moment here between Van Walstein and Adrian Melero, both of them under investigation, I think, for that very same incident, maybe for the first bit of contact and then the rejoining there in front of the field. Another angle of it, and a very tense moment, very close indeed. At the very end of that one. This was Peck's for second place. Beautiful dive down the inside at turn number 7 at the hairpin, and would hold on to second place to the very end. Over the line, though, Victor Gustafsson would take the crown and glory in the third and final qualifying heat of the day, and with that takes 144 intermediate classification points into tomorrow. The CRG package looking impeccably strong here in Karting Genk, the home of champions. Well, very soon we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé, to which we are now ready. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland and her in Parc Fermé.
Ready indeed there, Anthony. Thank you very much. Victor, good stuff there for you. Today, qualifying heats for the KZs have been incredibly busy. For you, how important is it actually just to be staying out of trouble? Because we've seen you, not really get involved in any of the fighting.
Yeah, no, I mean, in the end, it's all about starting in the top 2 rows for tomorrow. So I've tried to stay out of trouble. Second heat was a bit more stressful, but the first one and now went quite well. Also, like this, you can save a bit of tire. You can manage the situation when you're in the middle of the group. Is more difficult. So yeah, today's been quite good.
And talking of tyre, talking of the track as well, the development over the course of the day, a lot of our KZ2s have been saying really, really slidey out there. For you, Victor, what's it felt like in the kart?
Yeah, no, I think as long as you don't overheat the tyre too much, it's not that bad. Obviously, if you're in a situation where you have to push a bit too hard for a couple laps, then you start sliding. So yeah, no, I'm just happy that I've gotten good starts and being able to control it.
Well, Victor, great job out there today. Of course, you've set yourself up for tomorrow very nicely indeed. That is Victor Gustafsson, who now looks at pole position, of course. We'll go into our KZ2 remaining 3 heats and back to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. Last 3 races of the day, and it kickstarts with groups D versus E that will be heading out onto the track for their last race of the day to see where they will qualify for the super heats tomorrow. And this one will see Filippo Sala and Max Schleimer on that front row of the grid as they're already making their way out onto the circuit. So let's fire you through the full starting lineup because a lot of tyres have been deployed in this one. And it starts with Filippo Sala with a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Max Schleimer has not deployed them. He is saving those for tomorrow. Alois Girardet and Enzo Bol. Oh, no, he used them earlier on, did Schleimer, so he's already used his set. Enzo Bol also with a brand new set on row number 2. Dion van Verven on his own on row 3 has deployed the fresh tyres, the same as Noah Wolf on the left-hand side, and Yaroslav Shavatalov has deployed them on the right-hand side. Row 5, Stadler, no tyres there. Corentin Rousseau has deployed them right-hand side as well. Row 6, Edgars Vilkens and Martti Rittonen go from row number 6. Martti Rittonen has deployed them on the left-hand side. Row 7 sees Alexander Schmitz, no tyres there. Lenny Lagash alongside also tyres on the right-hand side. So 3 more drivers in this session with those new tyres. Row 8 will see Alessandro Zolocco and Menihat Krusner. He also deployed his tyres earlier on. They start from row number 8.
Row number 9 then sees the likes of Alvar Simisvara alongside Hugo Besson with new tyres on board that left-hand side for Simisvara. Row number 10, your top 20, Patrick Okudjovcik alongside Emmanuel Mai. And from row number 11, Julian Command will see Kian Fardin. Your 12th row onwards, no new tyres for those drivers because they have already been deployed. And it sees Solomon Sanfari, Simon Billman, Jeffrey Fisker and Enzo Vivia.
Indeed, so everyone here primed and ready to see what they will achieve then in this last race of the day, the intermediate classification. Well, the highest ranked driver in this one, of course, is Max Schleimer. He is second in the points with 194. He is joint on points with Thierry Blanc. Now, if Max Schleimer can win this race, which will be very difficult for him, he has used his fresh tyres already. He has got 4 drivers around him, all with brand new tyres on as well. This will be a challenge for him, but if he does take the win, it falls into the hands of Thierry Blanc, who has to win his next and final race. For other drivers as well, you've got the likes of Arthur, he's up there third in the points, Goldstein's fourth, but we'll see them out in the later races. Jaden Teen as well as one. Dion van Verven, he's currently 10th in the points at the moment with 148, so a win here or a good result could step him up nicely in the points as they get themselves all primed and ready to go for this one. Sala again finding himself on the front row of the grid, the pole sitting spots here. Had a tough race earlier on, dropped down to 15th, and I'm thinking he's wanting redemption in this final race of the day. There is that the 335 machine that is not gone too well for Simon Billman. He was due to start on the 12th row of the grid. He was pleading there to say don't start the race, but they're going to anyway. 4 lights are out. It's lights out and fights on then. Good start for the front row. Better start for Schleimer. He already gets the lead away from Filippo Sala. Sala has the inside line, but he's going to lose out to Enzo Boll, who steps up into second place. The CRG in the background of Alois Gilliday slots into P4 as he battles off the rest of the field. Now he's got Noah Wolf for company just behind. A lot of dust kicked up in the background. The rest of the field breaking away well at the very start of this race. Big looks to the inside. Any major dives? No, not to be seen there from the background. Enzo Boll, though, is right on the rear bumper of Maximilian Schleimer. Remember, he's on new tyres here, are the drivers behind. Schleimer is all on his own on old used tyres, and he's going to have to defend this position until the bitter end of this race.
Enzo Boll then had an opportunity in previous qualifying heat to lead things, to be the one to beat. Now with that fresher tyre, he's got that opportunity again. Max Schleimer knows it as well. Filippo Sala trying to dance onto that defensive line, but costs himself time, costs himself position as well. Will have to sit and settle down into P4 with Noah Wolf, of course. These drivers inside of the same tents, they're on that same machinery, but they won't be friends within this race. Everybody now starts to get into that concertina effect of this race. Of course, he couldn't even weave a thread through this traffic, as now we do see Noah Wolf overtake for position on Filippo Sala. It's Schleimer from Boll, from Giraday, from Sala, Wolf as Vilkan, Stadler and Rittinen start to get involved as Dion van Verven has dropped down 3 positions in the start of this one, as in the background, 2 for the price of 1 of the Maranellos. Further behind, the drivers just again getting forced off the road at turns 11 and 10. Now Schleimer there just runs wide out of the final corner, makes himself vulnerable as side-by-side challenges go on between Enzo Boll and Giraday. We just had Enzo Boll there have to defend rather than think about that overtaking opportunity that's now going to become even more difficult for him, because Schleimer puts out that shield, puts out that defensive decision to park it on that tighter line to fend off the drivers behind, to try and hold on to this race lead, and aggressive as you like, defensive into turn number 6.
Do you see why they do that? It's like a reaction to the other drivers. You see, when one does it, the rest of them do it, and they all go for the move. It kind of forces people to go for lunges to then open up gaps. It's quite a smart tactic.
Cost the drivers behind time.
Yeah.
You know, feed them into the drivers behind. He said to Enzo Boll, no, actually, I'm going to hand you into the pack behind, which still includes Alo Giraday and Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf now deciding to go for that slightly wider line through turns 14 and 15. 4-car battle for this race lead. Schleimer desperately holding on to it, but not for too much longer, drops down to P3.
Yeah, that was a tough one there, and Schleimer really now is going to get thrown into the wolves' den here, quite literally, as Noah Wolf is on his case, and he goes now wheel to wheel, side by side down the inside, but he's going to defend it into the hairpin. Wolf keeps the nose down the inside, but the gap is closed. and has to stay behind. And again, remember, these drivers behind are on fresher tyres. They will be hungry to get past, and it will be a case of just waiting to see when it will happen. No attacks there from Ritten, and Shevchelov is still there on the Maranello. Vilkens there also. Sala still trying to do his level best here. He's there in 8th place. It's still a good place for him to be. He's not out of the woods yet, though.
Schleimer then is trying everything to try and hold on to this P3. He knows that he's not got that outright pace. He knows that he's not got the speed to keep the drivers behind. He's got to think tactically. He's got to use his head. He's got to try and throw something out of the bag, throw the drivers to dummy, like what we've been seeing from him into the chicane, but it's not going to work this time. Noah Wolf now looks pretty tidy out of turn number 5, goes for the overtake, invites in the Maranello behind to also get past drivers ahead, as Matti Rittinen is now challenged there. But Maximilian Schleimer now down to P4, but for how much longer will he hold on to P4? Because again, we've got Rittinen, we've got Shevchelov, the driver there in that Maranello challenging, but actually gets it wrong there out of turns 11 and 12. Just slides slightly, but picks things back up and gets back hooked onto the Tony kart.
Definitely taking a much tighter line there as Shevchelov, and he's going to take a much tighter one here and towards turn 1, because he goes down the inside. Beautifully done on Schleimer, goes through, and so does Matti Rittinen. Unfortunately, one of the Tony karts retiring. Well, that is the privateer Alexander Schmitz out of the race, and that could be an out of the weekend as well. It's very close. Indeed, Schleimer really getting caught out. Now here's Sala down the inside. He's going to try and squeeze his way through. Does, and now the whole train goes through. Schleimer, it's going from bad to worse for him here. He still has the points lead, but it's really just putting the ball straight into the side of the court for Theo Blanc in his next race later on today. It's just not going his way for the Tony kart driver.
Well, he's tried hard, and big moment out there. That's the 711 of Emmanuel Mai, who will go no further. Caught on the exit curb down towards 10 and 11. Will push things off onto the grass and was involved, I think, with one of the Birrells out there, potentially the likes of Solomon Zanfari. But Mai is the loser of that one. Emmanuel Mai will go no further.
It was Hugo Besson in the Charles Leclerc machine that he had moments with there. You can see side by side, and unfortunately just rolled over the front, and there's the hand gestures there. We apologise for that on the screen, but yes, a NASA panel taken with him. Right then, racing continuing. Enzo Bull, well, it leads the way only by 0.4 of a second, and who's just set the fastest lap in the last lap? Noah Wolf closing in 3rd place. This could be a feisty end to the race.
Noah Wolf, of course, has been caught out a couple of times so far this weekend, as you can just see how these drivers are being signalled to by the mechanics. The pressure is on for the drivers, it's on for the teams. It's also been on for Max Schleimer, who's now down in P14. You know, these drivers are all trying hard, but is there such a thing as trying too hard? Overdriving, costing yourself time, and then being overtaken. That's what we've seen from him within this race.
Well, remember, you just had a chat with Victor Verstappen, who said, well, yeah, the track's okay, but if you overheat the tyres, yes, it will go slippy. And of course, with air temperatures at 31 degrees C, it's very, very warm out there. I can guarantee right now the track is a lot hotter than 31C, and it will be very easy to overheat these tyres over the course of a 12-lap race. Speaking of those laps, we are on lap 8. We are ending that lap as we go on to lap 9 now. Enzo Bull still leads the way. 0.3 of a second is the gap now. Alain Giraudais is closing in. Wolf still sits there 3rd with a gap of 1.3 seconds behind the two up ahead. This is Dion van Verven fighting away. He has got Vilkens just ahead, Sala just behind, as all of them try to continue on the fight. Wolf, another fastest lap of the race, closes the gap now down to 1.1.
Yeah, Noah Wolf looking good within this stage of this final qualifying heat that he will be in for today, but is not sat inside of your top 10 in intermediate classification points, so we'll have to start tomorrow from further down in your grid. Still, though, we're looking at these two Sodis ahead of Filippo Sala, Dion van Verven and Vilkens there. Going on to the dying stages of this race, only a couple of more laps left, but it doesn't mean that the heat is dying off, because Julian Kaman is now under investigation as well. Kaman currently trying to knock on the door of the top 10 and trying to look at Oliver Stadler with a 10-place game, of course, all boosted on by that fresh rubber that we would have deployed. Rubber, of course, was not deployed by Max Schleimer within this race. That was earlier on, and he's still not made up any positions after falling down to P14, as again, Noah Wolf continues to go fastest.
Takes that gap down to less than a second now, with a couple of laps to go. Could Enzo Bol here be under pressure? Well, for Noah Wolf, of course, he'll have to get past Girardet first, and with the time that we've got remaining, I think Bol will be safe here from an attack. We'll have to wait and see, though, as they round the final corner. They go on to lap number 11 now, as the racing nears its conclusion.
Absolutely does. So, drivers then, penultimate lap of things. Enzo Bol, he's on the course to take a first qualifying heat win in FIA KZ2 racing, and of the day as well, of course. Bol then just ahead of Girardet. He's not out of the woods yet, and he's not away from the Wolf either. Noah still absolutely there, and P3 is continuing to close up, continues to go purple once more, as Yaroslav Shutalov actually goes purple in sector number 1. He is also inside of the top 4 and is looking at Wolf, but Wolf could try and have a go. These three drivers, the two Sodis and then the Charles Leclerc of Filippo Sala, still undecided for the last spot inside of the top 6, as Noah Wolf heads on to the last lap in the sights of Girardet. If he was to look in the mirrors, the pressure is absolutely on.
It most certainly is here, but the pressure has been released for Enzo Bol here, because he knows now that Girardet will not be able to attack. He'll only have to defend here as they head down into one of two hairpins before the back straight. Down the hill they go in towards turn 7. No look to the inside here for Wolf. He's definitely close enough for lunge distance, but he's not found the gap just yet. Enzo Bol is clear at the front by 0.3 of a second. Is Girardet going to go defensive? The answer is yes, into the cafe area. This is going to give Wolf a real opportunity now to go for the position. Enzo Bol's going to round the final corner. He's going to see a checkered flag in his last race of the day. The fight for P2 stayed the same. Girardet will hold on to P2 ahead of Wolf. Shevetalov closes to 4th from Matti Rittonen, and Filippo Sala, who recovered back to P6. Vilkens finishes in 7th ahead of Van Verven. Rousseau from Stadler, who rounds out the top 10. A great drive there for the KZ2s, and that will see the end of the day for Groups D versus E, which will see Enzo Bol taking the race win, and with that will step up to 7th in the intermediate classifications. However, there are drivers that are behind him with one less point who are still yet to race, so those positions will change as the racing goes on. 2 more races to go for KZ. And we'll see the next groups out on track very, very soon, as everyone makes their way back into Parc Fermé. Here's your results. Enzo Bol taking the win ahead of Alois Girardet. Noah Wolf finishing in 3rd place. His best results of the day, I do believe. Shevetalov from Rittonen, Sala from Vilkens, Van Verven from Rousseau, Stadler the top 10. Julian Kaman, biggest mover out there, 10 places gained, finishes in 11th place ahead of Lenny Lagash. In 12th place, Krosner from Sivetsvara, Okradovchik from Fardin, Zaloko from Vivier in P18, also 8 places gained there. Suleiman Zamfari in 19th ahead of Hugo Besson. Maximilian Schleimer, Jeffrey Pierce rounding out the top 22 for Schleimer. Well, the front row of the grid down to 21st. That is a race to forget for Enzo Bol and the SP Motorsport team. That is a race to remember. A quick look at the results just to clarify the needs there. Right, at the start, well, drama striking. Simon Billman left in the pre-grids. I think he was talking to his mechanic there just to say, hey, I need some help here. I'm stranded, and yeah, unfortunately that help didn't come his way, and unfortunately Simon Billman not even starting that race. Look at the starts there. Well, Ian van Verven didn't get a good getaway. He got swallowed by the pack there. Schleimer with the good start did take the early lead. Did lose out on it though, of course. Would tumble down the order. Sala also getting caught out right at the beginning of that one. Drivers trying to get past left, right and centre. This was Enzo Bull with his good start up into second place at the very beginning. He would later try and get the moves done. Everyone sending the moves down the inside there on Filippo Sala. They were sensing that the pace wasn't there and all went for the moves, and there was the change of the lead. Enzo Bull down the inside turn number 1. That started a chain reaction. Alois Girardet went through, Wolf later went through, and so did the likes of Shevatalov, Rittinen, Sala, Vilkens, Van Verven, Rousseau, as Schleimer slowly fell down to 21st place over the course of that one. A very challenging result. Early retirements as well. Alexander Schmitz, unfortunately out of the race. He would go no further as well. A very tough result there for them. This moment here, well, yeah, very dramatic moment there off the road. Emmanuel Mai not happy at all with that one, as Enzo Bull crossed the line. Would step up to 7th in the intermediate classifications after his last race. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, we have Enzo Bull. Enzo, good stuff out there for you. We've now seen you take that qualifying heat win that we know you were fighting hard for. You know, track knowledge for you is second to none. You've got lots of it. When adjusting to the grip levels and to the racing, how have you dealt with that?
Well, yeah, it's a different Genk than I'm used to. There's way more grip and it's way warmer than I'm used to here. Normally driving in the cold, it's very slippery. But now it's really good and it's way more fun this way.
And tell us about the competition around you. You know, momentarily you and Max Schleimer were having a bit of a battle out there. With a driver like that, how do you handle those moments?
Well, yeah, I think the most important thing is to stay calm. Like every driver is the same and we all have the same stuff around us. So yeah, I think just having that in the head is really important.
Well, Enzo, thank you very much. Like we said, Enzo Bull qualifying heat win, but we've still not confirmed our pole sitters going into tomorrow. We'll head into the 2 final races to find those out.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, 2 races to go. Qualifying heat A versus F will be the next one to make its way out onto the track. Lots of reports, tyres in this one. Probably easier to tell you who hasn't deployed them in this next race. Can confirm everybody on the top 8 rows have all gone for brand new tyres. All on the left-hand side, bar one driver, Kimi Tani, has deployed them on the right-hand side. The same for Luca Bremer. He's also deployed them on the right-hand side with the row 11 as well, all with brand new tyres on the left-hand side. So lots of tyres out there to talk about as they'll be making their way out onto the track very soon there. The Marshals, again, well-deserved last few rests before the last 2 races of the day. They've been kept very, very busy over the course of today, and the crowds have certainly enjoyed the racing here at the track. I do hope you at home have enjoyed the racing also. As the field makes its way out onto the circuit, let's quickly take you through the full starting lineup. Arthur Leuk starting it on pole position with Eli Goldstein alongside. Brand new tyres to all of these drivers, by the way. Antoine Broggio and Jaden Teen have gone from row 2. They'll have Daniel Macy and Kimi Tani on row 3. Tani, new tyres, but on the right-hand side. Row 4, Manuel Castel and Yanis Avico. Jens Dreyer and James Anagnostiadis, row 5. Jensen Graham and Tom Spagel on row 6, with Alexander Uznim and Paul Andriotis on row number 7.
Row number 8 sees new tyres on the left-hand side for both Yuraskim Skulanov and Samuel Lier. From row number 9, no new tyres for Gavin Lier because they have been deployed already. He will start alongside Jaden Gushkin, who has gone new. 10th row, top 20, no new tyres at all for either Nicola Rossini or Mark Brovko, because both of those drivers have already used them. And from row number 11, Samuel Dicker and Simas Bachuska will both go new on the left-hand side. No tyres then for Alessio Lomatina and Tim Verb, both have already deployed. 13th row, Nico Lemberg and Luca Brima, who has actually gone new on the right-hand side of his kart, matching what Kimi Tani has done. 14 rows in total, and Nico Bogner is the final driver, but there he is on your pre-grid and has not managed to spring that IPK into life.
Oh, well, a very similar story to what Simon Billman had earlier on, starting at the back and then also not being able to get started. He's been somewhat abandoned there on the exit of the pre-grid. There is a Formula K mechanic there with him, but I don't know what he can do with it. They can't start the kart now. They have to wait till the race starts, I believe, before they can send him off. So if that is the case, it might be that. I can see them pushing it back from my commentary box window, so maybe, oh no, it's gone on the trolley. That's race over. If it's on the trolley, there's no way. If the race starts and they complete a first lap, they can't send him out. So they're going to try and do something to that, but I'm not sure what they can do in the time that they've got. There is Arthur Luyck. He's ready on the grid. Goldstein pulls up alongside and says, right, let's get this over with, because we're going to find out who's going to take some decent points here. Remember, Goldstein at the moment has dropped to 8th. However, he is on 173, so a good chunk of points here could step him up. What are we seeing happening here? Tightening of something. Well, they've done something there, and they're going to get it back on the ground. Could this be a Hail Mary here for Luca Brima, who is, well, they're going to try and get it started. Well, they can get it started, I believe, but he won't be able to go. They don't want it idling too long on the start. Sorry, this is Nico Bogner. Sorry, I do apologise, not Luca Brima on the back of the grid. But hopefully for Bogner, they can get that started. Right then, green flag waving at the back of the grid as we get ready to go for the penultimate race of the day. KZ2, A versus F. Light procedure is underway. 3 red lights, 4 red lights. It's lights out and fights on. Good start for the front row, but it's a bad start for Luyck. He tumbles into the order. Goldstein takes an early lead. Brogio and Jaden Teen sweep through as well as they get through. But no, it is Luyck who's managed to hold on to second place. He did get it. He did find a gear in the end. And holds on to P2. Dust kicking up in the background. One cut off the racing line. Rejoined, but further down in the field. There you can see Brogio on that Birrell kart, just pushing through. He's trying to get involved. The privateer trying to hook on to the back of the top 2 as they enter into Sector 3 for the first time.
Wagner then is at the back of the field, has managed to get the kart into life, and will now have to chase down to Luca Brima, Nico Lundberg and Tim Ver, who are the last drivers in your grid currently. Eddie Goldstein out in the front, but for how much longer? Squirrely under braking there for Goldstein, just highlighting all of the grip that now exists out there on the track for these drivers in towards turn number 1 and 2. Nothing in it between your top 5. Goldstein from Luyck, from Brogio, Teen, Macia. No changes actually for any of the drivers P3 downwards to P8. Everybody sitting steady and sitting still for now, but not for too much longer, because Luyck will look to try and overtake. Maybe down towards the chicane, down towards that second sector. Doesn't open things up just yet. Knows, of course, Ali Goldstein will be anticipating it. Goldstein has been racing round Karting Genk for a number of years. That's why you saw him be tactical. That's why you saw him use his head earlier on and point drivers through to actually make overtakes on him, because he's got that knowledge of how the kart's going to perform, where the tyre is going to perform, and where the overtakes are going to happen. And overtakes happen down towards that exit of sector number 2. That was changes between Spigel, Androtis, Luye and Skjulanov as well. Top 5 look to break away. Still Goldstein from Luyck, from Brogio, Teen and Daniel Macia as your intermediate classification now pops onto your screen with Luyck, the leader of it, but notifications going out.
Yeah, it is Ellie Goldstein. Starts line infringement. Has he jumped the start? Has Kimi Tani jumped the start as well? Well, someone who didn't was Luyck, and he's just taken the lead back of this race down the inside at turn number 7. Beautifully done. And now Goldstein, like we saw earlier on, this time on the fresher tyres, is starting to fall back into the pack, but he'll see the investigation board, of course, and that might put a spanner in the works as, yeah, indeed, him and one other in the form of Tani under investigation for the start infringement.
Every driver now inside of your top 6, back to the position they started from. It's only the drivers that you now look at on your screen of James Anagnostiadis, Samuel Lié, Tom Spagel just in the background as well, that are really the ones fighting for position. Anagnostiadis then first KZ2 event is again Eli Goldstein just pointed through, I believe, the driver of Brogio there to go for the overtake into P2. I'd love to see if that was actually the case. Maybe he was just changing up the gears, but I'm sure Eli Goldstein is again doing something tactical out there with drivers. Did deploy some fresh tyres going into this race, but Goldstein is definitely trying to play with these drivers and has got some sort of game plan that he's come up with. Talking of plans then, we've got a plan for Daniel Macier trying to overtake Jaden Teen then. Both drivers have had good results, but both drivers have fallen into the pack as well. Both, for the time being, are inside the sharp end, but only Teen out of those two drivers inside of your current intermediate classification top 10.
Indeed. So, Arthur now setting the fastest lap of the race, being at the front of this field. He's got a 1.1 second lead from Brogio, who's holding on to second place. Goldstein still there from Teen, Macier from Tani, Savico from Castile, Lié from Anagnostiadis inside the top 10. Some position changes happening there in the background, as we've seen Gavin Lié, Samuel Dicker and Luca Bremer fighting away for position. We'll keep a close eye on the battles raging out throughout this field, but the main intermediate classification battle currently being led by Arthur with 229 points, Goldstein with 214. But it all falls down to Thierry Blanc in that very last race. A solid result there could put him in the lead and on pole position tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. And Samuel Dicker, as we were talking about him earlier on, making positions, now the latest driver under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. Nobody really forcing their way through the crowd within this race so far. Of course, pretty even Stevens for the field, all really being on newer tyres, so nobody majorly pushing their way through other than Samuel Lié, who now breaks inside of the top 10 with the 7th place gain. Settled stuff for your midfielders, which include Samuel Lié as one of the leaders, James Anagnostiadis in there, Tom Spagel, as well as Paul Andriotis and Gulanov as well down in P13. Eyes and focus back on Arthur Leuk again, who looks to set up a consecutive win from what we saw from him earlier on. Of course, took his previous qualifying heat win, is now on the charge to match that and set himself up very nicely when we go into tomorrow's super heats. Is the leader, like you just said there, Anthony, of your intermediate classification, but we are yet to see the main name of today in KZ2. Thierry Blanc is yet to complete his day of racing, and I'm sure he will have a lot to say about that. Oh, I'm sure he will as well, but we will have to wait just a little bit longer. Skullinov, fastest driver out there, another purple lap pushing forward. Here, the James Anagnostiadis battle. Samuel Lié just in front, biggest mover inside the top 10 with the 7th place gain. Tom Spagel just behind on a 1-place gain as down the inside there. Daniel Macier on Jaden Teen. We've waited a while for a change up there. And he's going to say, right, okay, you've got the move, right, get on with it then and try and catch up to the next driver. You didn't let me do it, but we'll let you try it. And that next driver is Goldstein. And, of course, he has been a driver who has just been... Is he holding back at this point? And is he trying not to show his cards too early for tomorrow's racing? Yeah, of course, the drivers have deployed 2 of those new tyres, but they don't get new tyres for super heats. He's still got older rubber. Maybe it's the case that he knows if he just stays in sort of the site... If he sort of stays inside of the top 3 rows, he'll be all right. It doesn't matter if he's got older rubber. Maybe that's the case of what he is doing. Maybe he's just preserving things. And with a driver that has this much experience around this circuit, you would expect that from him. That is the change now between Jaden Teen and Kimi Tani. And Jaden Teen is not going to like that, because you've now also got the Spanish Tony kart of Yanis Javico now arriving. Javico looks to try and overtake the Sodi as well. But Teen, we saw him signalling a couple of laps to go to Daniel Macier to say push and go, but he's been cost time, he's been fed into the drivers behind. He certainly has. So this fight going on till the bitter end, I'm sure, as we're near the end of the race. Big look down the inside, Yanis Javico, Jaden Teen Beautiful little change there into the braking zone of turn 7. Been a prime overtaking opportunity throughout the entirety of the day, and we have been loving each and every overtake we have seen there. No overtake still between these three, Luye, Anagnosiadis and Spurgel. They stay the same. Back with the Civico and team battle. That is all settled down now, and the next target would be Kimitani, but he's a little further up the road from that fight. So right now everyone is in there, well, conservation phase, I would think. Last race of the day, they don't really want to stress things too much. If they know they're in a good position, they want to get an early night tonight and not worry about having to fix a kart from going a bit too feisty out there in the last race.
It's also the stage where they're starting to definitely think about the tyre, both in the case of I need to preserve things for tomorrow, but also confidence-wise. Do I have the confidence to really go for a big send? Do I want to risk that sort of thing and cost myself some points when looking at tomorrow? Maybe somebody that might look to turn up the dial ever so slightly from the previous laps is Eli Goldstein. Of course, I think he's been playing with some of the drivers out there a bit, being quite tactical, having that game plan. But now he has got Kimitani right on his back bumper. Tani definitely throughout today, you actually see him start to light things up later in a race. He sort of finds a rhythm, maybe finds that more optimal tyre pressure in the later stage of the race to really try and push. That is what he is now doing down towards turn number 6, which of course beckons a right-hander. He's not close enough to go for a lunge just yet, but he's still got a lap and a half left to give it a go. James Anagnostiadis still trying to fend off the drivers behind. Tom Spigel being one of those. Spigel needs a good result after being involved in a bit of chaos in previous qualifying heats. Paul Andriotis also involved in this. Andriotis, like James Anagnostiadis, newer into KZ2, but definitely not new into the world of FIA karting. Last lap board is out, and for the second heat in a row for Arthur Nyck, he sees it first.
Indeed, and he'll be adding some good points to his name here after the troublesome start, after putting it on pole position. The second half of these qualifying heat phase has certainly gone the Frenchman's way here, as he's looking to now lead the intermediate classification going into tomorrow, but with one more race to go. He's got 229 points to his name. The race isn't over for Goldstein either. This fight for third place is on Daniel Macia. He's done a brilliant job of trying to close in. Could we see him go for a last lap lunge? Here, though, at the race lead, Arthur Nyck is, well, clean and dry at the front end of this field. No drama whatsoever for the pole sitter from time qualifying earlier on this weekend. It's another race win. He knows it. He's got the lead of the intermediate classification, but one more race to go could change the order still. Brogio second from Goldstein, Macia from Tani, Savico from Teen, Castle from Luye, Anagnosiadis rounding out the top 10. But there, the pilot of the 306 machine, Arthur Nyck, has done enough there, and on that last lap set the fastest lap of the race as well. So certainly was looking at trying to defend that position. A great end to the day for the Frenchman, who has continued that winning streak. Another lights to flag for him. Leads the intermediate classification, but has not been a completely smooth day for him. And the pressure of losing out on that pole position is still very much alive with the start of the next race. Samuel Luye was your biggest mover. 7 places gained to finish that race in P9. Well, the drivers make their way back. There is your top 3, Arthur Nyck, Antoine Brogio and Eli Goldstein. A very similar situation we saw earlier on today as well, but puts them in a really strong position. The rest of the results, top 10 we've gone over. Tom Spigel finishing in 11th place from Paul Andriotis, Jonathan Skulinov from Jens Ria in P14, Alexander Uznin from Jensen Graham, Nico Rossini from Samuel Dicker, who rounds out the top 18 out there on circuit. 19th place downwards sees Gavin Luye from Simas Bachuka. Then it is Jaden Gushkin from Luca Brima in P22. Alessio Lamartina finishing that one in 23rd, ahead of Nico Bogner, who did manage to get started and did finish in P24, ahead of Tim Verelst and Nico Lemberg. Mark Brovko rounds out the 27 runners. There is Nyck, and a strong end today for the KR Motorsport team. This was the drama right at the start for Nico Bogner, and well, he was asking people for assistance. He got that assistance. They managed to get something sorted out. I saw some Allen keys going on underneath. Maybe something was loose and they've just tightened it up, and it got going, and the race did start. And then this will have been his start when the lights had gone out, and yes, managed to get it fired straight into life, and away he went. This was the start. Well, Nyck, not the best getaway off the line. Goldstein with the jump at the beginning, immediately caught up under the braking though, in towards turn one. You can see other drivers in the background trying to get pretty decent starts. One of the soda carts, maybe Jedison Skulinov, trying to get past Alexander Aznim. Remember, those two got tangled up with each other earlier on, so Skulinov probably taking an extra bit of precaution at the very start of that. It was one of the Formula Ks going wide. Was that Mark Brovko that we saw going wide at the start of that race? That may have been the Formula K that tumbled to 27th place. There was the lead change, Nyck, and that was the only lead change we would see. That was very early on in the race, and he would go on to claim that win. And Ignatianos, I think, has really been coming together over the course of the day. The results getting better and better, and really showcasing some good speed with his overtakes there to finish up in P10. Good result at the end of the day. Then the last few lunges in that race. This is Yanis Avico getting the move done on Jaden Teen. He was trying to close in on Kimi Tani, would not be close enough for that, as the check flag would go out. Nyck claiming the win. Well, let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, penultimate race done and dusted. Arthur, good stuff from you again. You could be looking for pole position later on, but it definitely depends on how Theo Blanc gets on in the next qualifying heats. For you, you know, tyre when deploying that fresh rubber, big difference, would you say?
Yeah, it's make a huge impact. Was really easy to drive now. Also, some drivers are struggling with the white side, which at the moment I'm not. So yeah, I need to use it for tomorrow Super Heat. So or P1 for Super Heat A or P1 for Super Heat B. Never mind.
And of course, we know that you're going to be watching on quite eagerly to see how the Frenchman of Theo Blanc gets on. For you, expectations of that driver, do you think that he's got it in him within that race to maybe beat you to a pole?
Yeah, he shows super speed, but we got more for tomorrow.
Well, Arthur, thank you very much. Good day for you today. Congratulations. One more qualifying heat left to go, and we're going to definitely confirm those super heat pole position drivers for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, we certainly will. With qualifying heat B versus C next out onto the track. A lot of tyres have been deployed in this one. A lot of missing drivers as well. One we are aware of. One we're not sure what happened to them. Sam van Vauxhall, he is not on that grid. We've not seen him since the second race of today, I believe, where he's not come out. Giovanni Tosso is another driver who is now missing from our grid. So I'll have to try and work that one out. A lot of tyres, as I mentioned, probably easy to tell you who hasn't deployed them. For the last race of the day, that is now engines on and heading out onto the circuit. This is an important one for Theo Blanc, 7th in the points with 194 points. He needs, well, obviously a win here would put him on pole position for tomorrow. Theo Blanc and Michael Adair, both brand new tyres, left-hand side for them on the front row of the grid. Robert Kindervatter and Dorian Gudenfels on row 2, but Kindervatter with a brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side. Gudenfels has used his earlier on. Sem Konopkis and Matis Morgato, they go from row 3, both new tyres. Left-hand side, row 4, Zhang Jose and Jean Louillet. It is Louillet with the new tyres. Zhang used them earlier on. Row 5 sees Louis Speck and Tommy van der Struss. Speck used his earlier on, but he DNF'd at the start of this race, so his tyres will still be pretty fresh on that 5th row of the grid. Row 6 will see Andrea Dale and Malek Scrivan. Scrivan also fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 7, both tyres for these drivers, Michael Paparo and Jay Irwin on the first half of the field.
Row number 8, part 2 of your grid. New tyres on the left-hand side for both Mark Zvaric alongside Emili Koivisto. New tyres for Nicholas Vine on that 9th row from row number 10. Hugo Marti goes new on the left. And from 11, we've got Kalayan Verbitsliev alongside Kevin Steerhalver. Both for those drivers, new tyres on board the left-hand side. 12th row, we have Radek Vavra all alone. And from row number 13, Mattis Umer will see Rob Lucasen. 14th row, and no new tyres on board Morgan Knudsen and Hannah Lang. Of course, both those drivers deploying that fresh rubber earlier on in the day. So already a number of drivers missing from our grid for varied reasons, but this will still definitely be a busy one because we are hunting down for those pole sitters going into tomorrow. Theo Blanc being the main name that we are looking at, has had win after win on track, had one snatched away after a 5-second penalty for jumping the start, but it's not put him off. He's not stepped a toe out of line since time qualifying. The driver who is here as independent from the Birolart factory team, but is absolutely using that chassis to his advantage, and will now head into the lights for the final time today as a pole sitter.
14th place is the cut-off for Theo Blanc. If he finishes below that, he will not score enough points to be on pole position. That is the numbers, I think. I've worked it semi-out in my head. Right, but I think that is what he needs. 14th place onwards. I'd never like to be too confident with numbers, Nicole, because usually I'm pretty wrong with it. Oh, another drama for another driver. Who is it this time? It's 304 that is not having a good getaway. This is Marek Skrivan, who was due to start on the 6th row of the grid. Mechanical gremlin striking. There are so many empty grid slots on that track. They get the green flag at the back of the field. We are set, ready to go. 4 karts now missing from that grid. 1 waiting to start from the pit lane. Lights are out. Fight is on in the last race of the day. KZ2, Theo Blanc gets a good start, but it's not good enough because Michael Adair takes the lead of the race. Remember, 14th is the cut-off. Where will he stand at the end of this race? We'll have to wait and see, but he's holding on, I believe, to 2nd place now as they head through the long run in towards turn number 6. The hairpin down the long back straight towards turn 7. 2-3 wide in the background as everyone smacks it down the gears and tries to break away from the rest of the field. Gudenfelds has had a good start. He's there, I think, in 3rd place. That's not bad for him as he stretches through. Now, is it Theo Blanc is in the lead? I think it actually is. Michael Adair, I think, is actually the driver in 2nd place right now, but we'll wait and see what it says.
Yeah, Theo Blanc and Michael Adair literally look identical out there. Bright yellow liveried helmets, of course, both on that Birolart chassis, but it is Michael Adair as your race leader because Theo Blanc has dropped her to P4. Okay, take that back. It's actually Sam Konopios who's also, don't make it twins, make it triplets out there inside your top 5.
Again, fluoro yellow to be the bane of my life in karting.
Wait until Wolf races him tomorrow as well.
Indeed. Down the inside, big send here. This is Theo Blanc on Gudenfelds. He's got that done. He was down to 4th place. He's back to 3rd. This is exactly where he wants to be. He's in the lead of the intermediate classification here. Absolutely fine. But again, the points are important for him on this one. There he is, 232, 229 for Leo. He's not that many points ahead, and any more positions lost, he will find himself in a spot of bother. Van der Struss on the attack. He's looking down the inside, not made the move done. Did retire in his previous race earlier on. He does not want another retirement in this one. Does the MP Motorsport driver. Looks to the inside. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there, but is squeezed out. I've got to say, for Gudenfelds there, very brave to keep that door as closed as it could possibly be.
You could quite literally thread a needle through some of this traffic out there, and drivers still trying to fight big sense down the inside. That's the likes of Jay Irwin trying to make some moves in the sharper end of your field. Jay Irwin, of course, has had a bit of a steady day, was really good in practice, looked really strong, but in the racing has had to push his way through. And Lewis Beck, also another one of those names who's trying to get forward. So, still looking at the front, Theo Blanc now back into P3, is a little bit of a way off Konopios there, but you've got the 3 drivers in the Birrells leading the way from Adair, Konopios and Theo Blanc there. Tommy van der Stroys then the next driver. Van der Stroys, though, racing, of course, for MP, has actually bolted off from the likes of Rudfelds, Kinvater, Jean Lier and Matthias Magasso, who finds himself in this fight. Magato, not the start the Brazilian would have expected.
Indeed, a lot of drivers here going up and down as, through you go for Theo Blanc there. From Crockers, oh dear, drama for drivers, and two of them out of the race. This is Hugo Marti and Mark Zaric, Birrell and CPV Sport out of the race, and furious there is Hugo Marti as he storms away from his machine. And another retirement for him in these races.
Update, Theo Blanc back into the lead of your intermediate classification points, back into looking at a pole position going into tomorrow. Still these overtakes go on. This is for Mateusz Magato and Robert Kindervetter there who switch out positions. But Theo Blanc, you know, technically doesn't really need to do more than he already has. He's been waved through by Seb Knopkers, so we know that Knopkers is not going to go for that attack again. He's more thinking about Tommy van der Schroes. So Theo Blanc doesn't actually need to push too hard. Drivers, though, behind that part of the field are still trying to push very hard. We've got Paparo in this. We've got J.O. in as well. Goodfellow, Speck, Andrea Dell and Steerhalver, all names within this fight of your screen that are trying to pick up some points looking ahead to tomorrow's Super Heat. Oh, and one of the TVs gets it wrong. Mats Louis Speck has just fed to the outside curb of sector number 3. Oh, spin at turn 14 and 15. Oh, J. Owen absolutely tries to get it into the track again, but just rejoined into the traffic.
Was that all by himself there? Was that a bit too heavy on the old power there out of the final turn? Or was there some assistance there from J.O.? And very rare you see a moment like that as a dip of the old wheel on the grass there at this point of the race. Certainly a very testing moment. Van der Strauss now getting up into third place. He's just got past Knopkers.
Well, it's not even grass at that point of the circuit. It's actually a lot of dust out there for the drivers, and that makes then turns 5 hard work, makes it slippier than it needs to be. We've seen quite a lot of that actually through as the weekend has progressed. We're looking at Tommy van der Strauss right now. He's still got the Birrell of Central Knopkers right on his tail, but van der Strauss up by 7 positions. So that new tyre that he deployed, he's one of these names within this grid that has absolutely used it, like Steerhalver, who's up by 11 positions, and Mathis Umer, who's up by 7. Still descends going on turn number 1. Actually a big hot spot in the track, like turns 5, 6, 14 and 15. Theo Blanc not letting off again, goes fastest, but potentially not unintentional, I would say, but he's definitely not over-pushing within this race. He doesn't need to, because he's currently holding on to pole position.
Yes, but I'm thinking he wants to make a statement as the privateer driver here to the Birrell team and just say, hey, I'm on your cut and I'm pushing forward and I'm quicker than you, and he's doing that right now. Michael Adair is under immense pressure now from Theo Blanc, who steps through, and you can see how Michael Adair is pushing as hard as he can, but he cannot break away from the driver who sits behind him. And Theo Blanc now looking very, very racy as he tries to get a move done, maybe down into towards the hairpin here. No, not a chance here. Could he do it into the braking zone, down in towards turn 7? Thinks against it. Michael Adair covers off the attack with an early turn in, but these two absolutely line of step.
Look at Theo Blanc. He's not in a rush. He knows he's got time, he knows he's got pace. Michael Adair now looks to be a bit nervous as they just alternate on the lines ever so slightly in towards turn number 14. Slightly varied for Theo Blanc and Michael Adair. The opportunity does not open up, but Michael Adair has run slightly tighter down towards 14 and 15. That will make Theo Blanc more racy down that start-finish straight, but it does not open the door at turn number 1 and 2. Maybe down towards turn number 5 where he sets it up. At 4 though, Theo Blanc again trying on the gears, trying to get some more rev, trying to alternate around the track, dance around it to really pull something out of the bag. Down towards turn number 6, he's aware that we've got Tommy van der Strauss into this, and now Michael Adair looks to be slightly nervous, looks to be slightly rattled because he goes defensive. And down towards turn number 10, we've not seen many overtaking opportunities for our drivers here. Tighter line for the drivers, but Theo Blanc all over the back of the other Birrell that he's staring at, that he's been staring at over the past 2 laps. again, we're looking at these two invite Tommy van der Stroys into things. Michael Adair is being smart here, but not for too much longer. Gets squeezed at turn number 15, and we see Theo Blin again as a race leader.
And now that's allowed van der Stroys to close in here. Look how close the MP Motorsport machine has latched on to the back of this fight. Michael Adair back down to second place, could tumble down to third place here. That would be a disaster, because right now he's currently 6th with the points, 203 points to his name. Jaden Teen, who's not in this race, is 202. You've got Kimi Tannis with 200. He loses out on this spot. He could lose out a couple of places in the intermediate classification. Last 2 laps left of this race. Fight is on in this last race of the day.
Fight is on, but fight is only on for Michael Adair and Tommy van der Stroys.
There he
Theo
goes.
Blin is gone, but it's not over for Tommy van der Stroys. Van der Stroys into P2, the highest up we have seen the MP so far today. 8 places gained so far within this race. He is not inside of your top 10 for your intermediate classification, but he's absolutely showing the field right now that he's got some soil advantage. He knows this track really well, does van der Stroys. Drivers in the back, we've got more battles going on as far as for the likes of P12, P13, which Broncos finds himself involved in towards that chicane section. Still these drivers having to really focus. They've really settled because they've also got another task on their mind: preserve the tyre for superheat tomorrow. And that's exactly what you just saw from Sam Knopka heading through that chicane. Last lap board will very shortly be out, and for Theo Blin, again, time after time, he will see it first.
He will indeed. Last lap board comes out now to the field as Kinabata under investigation for causing or potentially causing a position. Michael Paparo with a look down the inside here on Konopkas. That's trying for 5th place. Not close enough for it to turns 1 and 2. Theo Blon's the fastest lap of the race. Now he's trying to break away at the front. He's done a brilliant job of that. As well, look at this now closing in. Jean Louis wanting to get involved in this fight. Konopkas goes tight to the inside line. Paparo tries to stick to the middle of the road there to not lose out on too much time. Jean-Louis still there just behind as well. None of them making changes so far. But here at the front, Theo Blon, at this point here, is making a statement to the rest of the field that he is here to play, and he will take pole position tomorrow. Theo Blon across the line. Superb drive. Takes the win ahead of the rest of the field. As at the end of that one, I think there was drama for Canopius and Paparo. They have tumbled down my order. We saw how close they were fighting. I can't see out of my window what's happened to them. Is this it here? Paparo went for the move down the inside. Oh, he hit the curb on the inside. Round and into the barriers went the Birol, and that is disaster for Sem Konopkas. The Birol Art Race Machine at the end of the race, retiring into the wall, and I can imagine that might be a trip to the stewards for Michael Paparo in that attempt at an overtake. Theo Blon then securing pole position for tomorrow's Superheats. Will be starting alongside Eddie Goldstein. Liuk will be starting alongside Schleimer. That's going to be a very interesting one when they get to the very end. But another lights to flag performance then. And the Frenchman goes to tomorrow as points leader. Well, that is racing done and dusted. Plenty of action is expected tomorrow, with it starting very early on in the day. But the action today is all complete, and we will go over those full results. We'll hear from our race winner, and of course we will see some highlights from that race. Theo Blon from Tommy van der Stroys and Michael Adair, 1, 2, 3 at the end of the race. Matthias Morgato finishes that one in P4, a 2-place gain ahead of Jean-Louis. Robert Kindervarter is under investigation for causing a collision, but he finished that race in P6. Andrea Dalle finishing in 7th place ahead of Kevin Steyhauer. Another great race there for the wildcard, the 712, certainly making his feelings well known out there on this track. 14 places gain in P8 ahead of Nico Svayem, and a great race there for Kaluin Verstappen, who finishes that one with 11 places gained and inside the top 10. Michael Paparo 11th from Gudenfels in P12. Bovisto 13th from Zhang Jose. Lewis Beck rounds out the top 15. Here's your highlights from that race. Well, good start for Michael Adair. It was a good start as well for Sam Konopkas, who was able to get up into second place at the very start of that one. Oh, there was a jump start there in the background. One of the Sodis, possibly Radek Favre, with a potential jump start there, because we saw his car move quite considerably. There, of course, was the late to the race Marek Skriban. His car having to start from the pre-grid, as they're all getting a very tangled away. Not what you want to see for Andrea Dell as he consoles himself and gets back into formation. He did recover back to 7th place at the end of that race. Sam van der Stroos there. Great overtakes here. Had a retirement earlier on in this race, deployed the fresh tyres. That helped him out quite nicely. Stepped up to second place with 8 places gained over the course of that one. There is where that incident had happened. Unfortunately, that saw the retirements from Hugo Marti and Marek Zaric. We wouldn't see a later retirement until Sam Konopkas on that final lap of the race. Overtakes happening thick and fast with drivers pushing forward. Lewis Beck, though, certainly one driver having a tricky one, and so was J. Owen here, spinning out of the final turn. His attempt to get on the power, unfortunately, lost him out on lots of speed there. Last 2 overtakes in the last 2 remaining laps of the race. We were seeing some big sends down the inside, further down the order, with drivers pushing forward left, right and centre. We saw, of course, the other MP of Emilio Koivisto getting moves done. There was the last moment, Sam Konopkas into the wall, very frustrated as Paparo tried to go down the inside. There, though, your race winner, Theo Blanc, takes the lead of the intermediate classification going into tomorrow, will be your pole sitter for those races. Let's head down to Parc Fermé for the final time today.
Well, I think it's fair to say we can confirm 2 things today. Theo Blanc has absolutely shown all of the KZ2s how to master this circuit, and he's also confirmed that he will be your pole sitter for tomorrow. Theo, great day out there for you. You know, you've done everything that you needed to do. You've just taken another qualifying heat win. Great job.
Oui, c'est sûr, ça a été une bonne journée. Aujourd'hui, on a tout gagné après une petite pénalité, mais on reste concentré pour demain et on espère faire aussi bien.
Well, great job out there, Theo. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Of course, that is Theo Blanc, your pole sitter, going into the qualifying superheats tomorrow. But it doesn't stop there, of course. Plenty of racing to come up for the rest of the weekend, and we'll head back into the commentary box for the final time today to hear from Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed, it will be a very busy day tomorrow with the racing that will be coming up. We will see, of course, some races to go in the morning with the Academy Juniors. They'll be out for their 3rd and final rotation of qualifying heats with groups A and C, B and D. Then we go into the super heats for KZ2 and KZ. 15 laps for those races, and then later on in the day, we head over to the finals, the longest races of the weekend. That will see them 19 laps for the Academy Juniors and 23 laps for the KZ2 and the KZs, which will round out the day at 3:20 local time. Make sure you do not miss it. It's going to be an electrifying end to the weekend here, the home of champions in Karting Genk, Belgium. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, we'll see you bright and early for finals day for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships.